Yeah,
Oh, it's good.
So, Vicky,
You can call it to order.
Eleanor,
You can call it to order whenever you want.
all right, but we call to order.
You should put that in the reconvene from closed
Ladies and gentlemen, hey, my mic's not working. Yeah, it is. All right.
Check.
All right, I'd like to call to order Hey, Eleanor, this is not working. Can you hear me? No?
He's trying to call the meeting.
Oh, okay, you gotta turn me on even if the microphone's on. Well, it's 6 o'clock. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll call to order a reconvened closed session of the Redondo Beach City Council. Roll call, please.
Here. Here. You hear me now? How about now?
You get,
Now?
there we go. Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Obaji.
Here. All right, do we have any reportable action from closed session? That's no, correct? All right, no reportable action.
Other than Ms. Park here, who was announced to be in closed session, was not in attendance during the two closed session items.
All
So
right.
we should remove her from the list of attendees.
Thank you. And is there a motion to recess from closed session?
Motion to recess from closed session.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we are recessed to open, we closed closed session and recessed to open session. All right, do we need to roll call again?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Obaji.
Here. All right, let's stand and salute to the flag and do a moment of silence. All right, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. All right, do we have any blue folder items, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Could you go to presentations, proclamations, and announcements?
Oh, that's not on my electronic agenda. Start with announcements, start with Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you. Yeah, I got my community meeting this Saturday at Alta Vista, 9:30 a.m. Usual place, usual time, always the second Saturday of every month. And I'll have a follow-up online meeting next week or so. I'll let you guys know. You guys the Zoom link. And other than that, in Redondo, in my area, there's not much going on. Thank you. Well, you have two things going on.
I have
3 things.
many. Well,
Yeah. Well, where's Park?
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Hi, good evening. The District 2 Community Meeting will be held this Monday, May 16th, finally in person after a 2-year absence. Second floor of the main library, main conference room from 5:30 to 7 p.m. There's no specific topic, so bring your questions and concerns, but very excited to get back to in-person meetings. Second thing is Beach Life's happening this weekend. Those of you who have bought tickets, I believe there still are 3-day passes left as well as Friday and Sunday available. But I was down there today, took a look around. I'm stoked for it. I'm sure a lot of people are. It's one of the best events, if not the best event going on in our city. So that's happening this weekend. And I believe, Councilmember Narenheim, you mentioned something about a compost.
Compost on the 21st
21st in Wilderness Park. What time is it now?
in the morning.
Okay,
Show up early.
in the morning.
Make it a line.
Get compost.
Because it will sell out
Okay.
of free stuff.
Thank you, that's it.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, District 3 Community Meeting will be held next Wednesday, the 18th, in the District 3 Community Center. No, who am I kidding? We don't have a community center, so it'll be on Zoom. And that'll be from 6 to 7:30 PM. My special guest will be City Manager Wazanski, and we'll be talking all things budget, which comes out next Tuesday.
All right, thank you. Councilmember MD.
This last week, I was at the SCAG conference, and there's a few things that I learned, and I don't know how many people know about this, but there was the congressman from that area, and he was mentioning that the Salton Sea actually contains tons of lithium, and they're planning on trying to get the lithium out of Salton Sea, because right now batteries, 80% of our batteries come from China, and they want to be able to produce the batteries here. To try to increase jobs that support sustainable solutions. There was also some pretty interesting transit options for electric and hydrogen trucks. One was Sunlight Transit and Arrival trucks. They were they actually have a partnership with UPS. So you imagine a UPS truck when it's now have electric trucks for that. That was actually pretty neat to go see that. And then also. I'm sure you know this, but Granicus kind of put me down and said, hey, there's, so they have a social media digital engagement called Bang the Table, and that looked kind of neat too. And then there was another company there that's called Jamboree, and they figure out how to do completely 100% affordable housing projects that look pretty decent. Because like right now, we're building 300 over our RENA requirement, just because of the 20% rule, that they only allow 20% of the projects to be considered affordable housing. Jamboree has figured out a way to do 100% affordable and make them look really nice. So those were some of the things we saw and did at SCAG. Oh, and also SCAG, most important, the actual business at hand. There's a guy named Tony O'Neill from Anaheim who is trying to change the rules in SCAG. Right now, the only way you can get on a SCAG board is if you are a regional council rep for at least 2 years. But the entire time I've been on council up until last year, Judy Mitchell was holding on to that position. So there was no chance for anybody else to move up because it was kind of clogged. And he was trying to change the rules on that, and it failed. It was 40 to 99, but anyway, so it's an interesting concept because, and what I was talking to SCAG people later is they said, you need to change the rules at the COG level so that there isn't a person clogging up that kind of thing. So just an FYI for those of you that are going to be here longer, if you want to move up in SCAG and get into those big committees, you need to change the rules in the COG to allow other people to be on regional council, not just the same person for 34 years. And that was it.
All right, thank you, Councilmember MD. For myself, as just District 4 council member, we had a community meeting on Cinco de Mayo. I saw the chief at Churros with the Cop earlier that day at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, and I said, hey, chief, what are you doing at 6:30? You got no plans? You want to come down to my meeting and talk? And he's like, sure, let me put together a slide presentation. And he put together a slide presentation, sent it out to me, got up there and talked for a good 30, 40 minutes, and people absolutely loved it. So what I wanted to say is thank you, Chief, for stepping up at the last minute. And also I wanted to commend our city manager because he selected the chief, and he selected a very fine chief indeed. Other than that, I want to encourage folks, get your tickets to Beach Life. It helps us, it will help the city. We're in negotiations with them, and all I'll say is, if they sell out, then we know they're doing well, and they can give back to the city, which they do give back to a lot of philanthropies. But it'd be great to reinvest in Seaside Lagoon. So
I think they are sold out, actually.
Saturday.
not just Saturday sold out. So
yeah.
Friday and Sunday are still available, and I'll be there. We buy our tickets at full price, by the way, no discounts. So just want to put that out there. All right, that's it. And order of agenda. Any motions to move or approve the order agenda?
Motion to approve as is.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. All right. And do we have an agency recess now?
No.
No. All right. Blue folder items. Do we have any?
So for J1, we have public communication for non-agenda items. For N2, related to pertaining to the cannabis regulations, we have Councilmember Obaji's cannabis poll of District 4 residents and cannabis regulation for community survey results. And N3, regarding the formation of Business Improvement District, the PowerPoint presentation, and League of California Cities document providing an overview of the formation of Business Improvement Districts. And that's it, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Is there a motion to receive those in the record?
Motion, second.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Nierenheim,
Second.
second by Councilmember Horvath. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. All right, that passes. Items are received. On the consent calendar, is there any council member, or I guess each council member will go through and you can decide whether you want to pull anything. Councilmember Nierenheim?
I do not want to pull anything. I'm good, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein?
H4, please.
All right, H4. And Councilmember Horvath?
H7, please.
All right. Councilmember MD?
No, thank you.
All right, and I have nothing to pull. All right, as to the items besides H4 and H7, is there a motion to approve those items on consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
All right. And do we have any public comment? Thank you. On the consent calendar? All right. Let's call Mr. Solomon, Commissioner Solomon.
Evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. Thank goodness for peg fees. Really well done. Really well done. Thank you. On item H4, the lease for the Ruby's, existing Ruby's site that will now be leased to an LLC. A couple of years ago, Ruby's was in a lot of trouble, declared some bankruptcies, reorganized. Then COVID hit, and there was an ad and an article in the newspaper talking about how COVID shut them down. Mr. Horvath vigorously argued on social media that it wasn't COVID, despite the manager's representations, that it was that shut down Ruby's, but rather Measure C. It was amazing that that also shut down Measure C in Palos Verdes and in other locations around the country, but that was the argument he made in conjunction with a gentleman named Mr. Bennett. Well, thank goodness for Measure C shutting Ruby's down. We're going to get a lot of money down there, according to Mr. Horvath. We're going to get a lot of money down there for the new lease. The LLC, I believe, represents Mr. Sanford, and we have Beach Life Festival this weekend, which we wouldn't have if we had the Center Cal Mall project down there. We wouldn't have our licensing agreement, which I believe that Center Cal sued us over, and we won, thanks to Mr. Webb's and his office for prevailing there. So if you're going to blame Measure C for things like Ruby shutting, then you ought to give it credit for things like the Beach Life Festival and millions of dollars flowing into Redondo Beach. Give it credit for having opportunity for the Ruby site to rent for more money than it ever has before. Give it credit for all of the opportunity for the Harbor Amenities Program that's going to be going in down there. So if you're going to highlight the negative, then please highlight the positive results as well. I thank you. Have a good
All
evening.
right. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. Is there any other public comment on H4? Councilmember Lowenstein, you pulled the item?
Yeah, I did pull H4. I believe the lessee is here. I'm not sure if he wants to speak or not.
Well, and just, I think, point of order, weren't we still dealing with the other consent
The other
calendar
items as
items
well,
here?
too,
So I think
right? So
you
we
need
have to vote on
you need
1 through 3.
call for additional public comment on the other
Oh,
consent
sorry.
calendar items, vote on that,
Okay.
and then talk about H4.
That's my mistake. This was handed to me and I immediately called Eugene Solomon on H4. We should have been on the other one. So there's a motion and a second to approve everything except H4 and H7, correct?
Correct.
All right. All in favor of approving everything but H4 and H7?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
All right. Any opposed? No, all right. Everything except for H4 and H7 passes. And we go on to H4. Mr. Solomon, I think we'll take your comment now. We got that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Obaji. I believe the lessee would like to speak.
It doesn't have to.
Okay.
How about, who are you and what are you bringing to that spot?
That's a good opener.
Mayor,
Some folks are new in town.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, just the speaker thing on the list, FYI.
I don't get that, actually. So just let me know. Just like this.
Okay. Go for it.
You're welcome, sure.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to say thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to lease the property, the former Ruby's property. My name is Jeff Jones. My family has owned Quality Seafood down on the International Boardwalk for nearly 70 years. You know most of them. I'm sure they've come to different council meetings over the generations. We're grateful for the opportunity. The waterfront has provided us with basically all of our generation's livelihoods. And we look to continue that with another opportunity on the waterfront. We think that an investment in the waterfront is important. We certainly would love to see that investment take different shape down the road whenever possible. We understand the restrictions placed upon our lease at 5 years. At some point, we'd love to have an opportunity to see it extended, but we understand there are constraints, some of them legal, and we're not looking to have the city go outside of anything that they're comfortable with. But we are going to build what we think is a pretty phenomenal restaurant for locals, for folks visiting the lagoon, for people that are visiting the harbor. And I am on the waterfront amenities subgroup, and I've been working with that group and looking at what is happening there and the type of investment that the city of Redondo Beach is going to make. I think it makes sense for us to invest as well. I think something special is going to happen on the waterfront. I also would like to say that I appreciate Mr. Lowenstein. We've spoken about investments needed on the boardwalk and at the pier. We had new light fixtures put in today right in front of our business. We're looking forward to additional improvements around us. And I've always, as Todd knows, I've always said a rising tide lifts all boats. And right now the tide is rising and our boat is rising as well. And I hope the same for everyone down there, our fellow business mates, all the way up and down the boardwalk and into the area that will extend into the waterfront. So that's who I am. That's what we're doing.
All right.
Questions?
Any questions?
I got a question. What kind of concept are you going to put in there?
Thanks for asking. So not seafood. We've had a lot of that in our family. And we don't want to compete with
Yourselves?
with other folks, ourselves. It's a lot, but we know, we're sensitive to Captain Kidd's being nearby as well. We're looking at what I would call something of a California barbecue, not Southern barbecue, not smoked foods, but grilled foods like tri-tip, wood-fired pizzas, along with that, some sandwiches, salads, fresh salads, things of that nature, things that you would like to enjoy while watching a sunset dip into the harbor.
All right. Sounds great. Well, thank you for your involvement with our waterfront and thank you for your investment, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
That's it. Thank you, sir.
Can we raise the podium?
Yeah, I was
Like,
thinking that.
seriously.
actually.
I'd like to make a motion to.
Hold on. Well, I got
Another question?
Yeah. It might be 10 minutes until he's done.
I will just start now.
Should we play some elevator music?
Much better. Much better.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Obaji. So what is the value for those that are sitting at home, Mr. City Manager, what is the value of this lease per month? And is this in line with other leases in terms of growth, percentage of growth sales? And if percentage of growth sales is more, what takes over?
Yes. It's the latter part of that question. It is on a per square footage basis in line with some of our more modern leases. I might have Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director, come up and speak to the particulars I might have seen our leasing agent down here as well, Brian Campbell, for specific questions. But I think our proposed monthly minimum rent's a little over $11,000. There is a brief period at the start of the lease that waives the minimum rent or reduces it to, I think, $1,000 a month, if I remember correctly, to give the new tenant time to invest in the space. You know, it's always tough to pay rent when you're still rehabilitating the space you're trying to occupy. So it'll kick in from there. And then there's some additional provisions, I think, for use of the outdoor space. And if it does expand into the future, there's some additional rent that accrues at that point. But as far as the gross percentage rent terms and some of the other specifics, if you could, Brian, please elaborate.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I'm Brian Campbell. I'm the private sector leasing agent for the city. This lease is absolutely aligned with market down there. It's $2 a square foot net for the interior space, $1 a square foot net for any exterior space. This is, as the Commissioner Solomon said, the most money that the city will have ever gotten by far for that particular building down there. So it's just over $11,000 a month base. But it doesn't take much in gross sales before the 8% percentage rent is going to surpass that by quite a bit. So we're very optimistic that this is going to be a big success for both the operator and for the city. So the first 10 months, as the city manager stated, it's $1,000 a month plus the CAM charges down there. They're going to be making a significant investment in completely redoing that building. And then if they open up prior to that 10 months, then they'll start paying that base rent from there. So the city maintains their 12-month option to be able to cancel that lease, as we've always done with our leases, kept that flexibility for the city should you need it for something else. It's slightly different here in that 12-month option to cancel doesn't start until the initial 12 months is completed. So in a worst case scenario, the city could have that property back in 24 months from now. So I think it's the best of both worlds. And if I could say this about the operator, I think it takes a local operator that knows the city, that knows the big plan in order to take a risk like this. The outside operators that we talked to, and we talked to dozens over this marketing period, all were very concerned about the city's need to keep that flexibility and be able to terminate leases early. And while some were cautiously ready to go forward, they were not willing to pay the sort of rents that a local operator that knows us, that knows the community and knows the market is willing to pay.
And just to elaborate on that, the termination provision, as you know, is critical for us as we conclude our King Harbor Amenities master planning process. If at the end of the day, we require access through those leaseholds, or whether it be for ingress purposes or expansion of different amenities like the Seaside Lagoon or installation of the boat launch ramp or access to the new sport fishing pier once it's built, you name it. In good conscience, we have to make sure we have that flexibility down the road. Doesn't mean that that's going to be our intention to terminate any of these leases early, but we have to maintain that flexibility to honor our commitment to a true master planning effort with the community's involvement.
So I see 11,000 and change, that's $133,400 plus a 3% annual rent increase. I mean, that's pretty phenomenal. That's pretty good. And that's year round, regardless of Beach Life Festival, regardless of market conditions. Yep. And so we're doing really well. How much of the harbor is now leased out?
Everything. The On the Rocks building where Sanford Ventures currently is, that's leased out, but it's month to month right now. So it's meant to be a temporary lease until something more permanent could be in place. But the only vacancies we have in all the properties that we handle down there is 900 square feet where Mystical Joe used to be on the International Boardwalk. And the rest of the vacancy is at Pier Plaza. We are, as you've seen, we are rapidly leasing up those spaces. So some years ago, we were over 99% leased for all the properties down there. So I'm confident we're going to get back to that very soon. Rental rates are significantly higher than they used to be. And so speaking to, rising tide raises everyone's fortunes. We are certainly enjoying that, and the city's enjoying that whole process.
There is one other space that's vacant, the former Fun Factory site, which is about 30,000 square feet, is currently unoccupied as well.
So this is 5,500 square feet. It's $2 a square foot. That's market rate in the harbor or market rate in the South Bay?
Harbor. The market rates vary dramatically from Manhattan Beach all the way down to the Riviera. I mean, there's spaces up in Manhattan Beach that are $10 a square foot. But a restaurant, because of the amount of money it takes to go into marketing when you're opening up, and also the work that's got to go into it, they need minimum 5-year leases, but usually 10 years plus multiple options after that. We can't offer that. So out of necessity, we've got to be more competitive with our rental rates. But you start at $10 a square foot up in Manhattan Beach, you get down to Hermosa Beach, they're 7, 6, 5, 4, down to the Riviera, they go back up again. Riviera is pretty pricey these days. So for the marina area, for the terms that the city's able to offer with that flexibility that the city requires, this is a great rate.
Yeah.
Right, it's probably the best rate probably you've ever gotten in the years that we've had all of these early termination options baked into the leases.
And I wouldn't lose sight of the fact that it's more than likely, once our new operator gets rolling, that we will be not dealing with minimum monthly rent, but some pro rata share of the gross percentage rent at 8%. We very much expect this lease to generate much more than $130,000 a year for us.
That's true, because if you look at 8%, I mean, 8% of $1 million is $80,000, $1.5 million is $120,000. This is an annual base rent of $130,000. It is very unlikely they're going to do less than $2 million. I think this is a location that could easily do $3 million. So I think the actual value of this lease at the end of the day isn't going to be in the $700,000 range, which is significant. I think it's going to be more in the $1.5 million range or so.
Wow, that's impressive. Thank you. No, I mean, just going back to what the commenter spoke about, what was it? Senator Cal wanted $225,000 for the whole harbor, and we're getting a minimum $132. But if you do the $3 million for the sales, we'll get more than that. So thank you for taking the huge risk on this moving forward. And a lot of people have been asking me about renting that location. You beat out a lot of other people. I know I sent a few people towards the city staff. So thank you for doing that. And I appreciate you're local, and best of luck to you.
All right. Congratulations also to Director Kavovich on your first deal. There you go, in the books, right?
I'd like to make a motion to approve H4, please.
All right, is there a second? All right, motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Horvath. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope, passes 5-0. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I need to read the resolution. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2205-027, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain properties to California Local
there you
LLC,
go.
a California limited liability
There's no-
company.
yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Also, if there's anything for me to sign, ideally, if we could sign it tonight, you sign it, I sign it. Thank you. All right, moving on to H7. This is scroll back down. Approve a marketing agreement with Connect regarding our partnership to build a virtual power plant. Who pulled this item? Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull it to give City Attorney Webb an opportunity to kind of go over it again because it's a good news item. So I'm going to kick it to Mike.
Eleanor, if you could share this screen. So in anticipation of this item, the council had given me direction before. The item is to create a virtual power plant with Connect in order that AES's stated desire to retire the power plant at the end of 2023 can be realized. We're looking at, according to the governor, rolling blackouts this summer. And there's always the chance that the California regulatory agencies can order them to stay online beyond 2023, and none of us wants to see that. And so if, in anticipation that this vote, Home Connect has gone live with, and this is the website address, homeconnect, OHMCONNECT.com. And the name of what they'll market statewide is Power Down for Good, which is two meanings, hopefully powering down AES for good, and that each participant can power down for good, which is that to end this old polluting power plant. If you enter that, if you go to that website, this is what will pop up, and they will track going forward and there's a way to capture anyone who signed up after you approved it at the last meeting, but everyone who signs up at this website, whether they sign up here or they sign up in some other city that wants to contribute to ending this polluting power plant, will get captured and credited to this effort. They will be up here later this week personalizing this page, but for now it's the sort of generic Home Connect website, but it's personalized to the extent that we can track it and capture and get credit for every person every watt that is saved under this program.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for your leadership and initiative on this front. Anything else, Councilmember Horvath?
No, that was it.
All right. Is there a motion
Motion to approve.
All right. Second? I'll second it. A motion by Councilmember Horvath.
Need the public to speak?
Oh, public comment?
Yeah.
Any public comment?
Okay. And we have no public comment on Zoom or e-comment, and that also is for the prior one that we just had.
All
Just for
right.
the record.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by me, and all in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, passes 5-0. And moving on from our consent calendar, are there any excluded consent? No, we did that already. Let's go. All right, item J, public participation on non-agenda items. I think we have two cards. Mr. Zvetko first. Jonathan Zvetko, come on up. And Mr. Craig, you'll be next.
Good evening, Jonathan Svetko, District 1 resident. This is cool. This is nice to be in this thing, so thank you guys for opening this back up again. I'm coming here tonight to ask for help from the city, if possible. We have worked very hard to pursue responsible cannabis policy here, and discussing here tonight something that's not on the agenda for that. Something I'd like to ask for your help in at least bringing out messaging before the Beach Life Festival here. A few weeks ago, the Beach Life Festival had published a magazine that you may or may not have seen. And the magazine was brought up in through some social media posts on there on the concerns that in the back, it was promoting the initiatives in each of the cities. That's not necessarily what I'm here for tonight. The publisher had come out and said that it was an accident on their end where they had taken the advertisement for it and didn't vet it with Mr. Sanford, the owner of Beach Life at that. However, there have been additional publications on the inside of the magazine that I believe are cause for concern, and that's what I'm coming for here tonight. More directly to the points, on the back page, there is a 2-page spread of a featured article that is indexed within the magazine, which means that it is not an accident. It is not an advertisement as explained by the publisher that way. This was actually intentional. And on this spread right here, it is advertising a delivery service, of which I want to quote here, it reads as saying, delivery to the beach cities, and during the Beach Life Festival, order online, and the website of the operator. We know that this is illegal in all of our beach cities. It is a conversation I've had personally with Mr. Sanford prior to the publication of this, so I'm a little surprised to see this come out here. And both myself as well as others have reached out to Mr. Sanford to get comment on that, and we have been unsuccessful for that. So what I would like to ask the city is to please to communicate to its residents that while Beach Life Festival is coming on this weekend, it still remains illegal to order cannabis through delivery services into our city. And I think that it's important for our residents to know that. Similarly, I'd like to also point out that within this magazine, Again, a second article that is highlighted in there with index is actually showcasing Tradecraft Farms. Tradecraft Farms, for the record, is also known as Dub Brothers, who are also behind our initiative here, as well as one of the funders for the recall effort against Councilmember Obaji. I find this really concerning as to what this magazine potentially suggests as to where the Beach Life Festival's loyalties are, considering the city is doing so much to kind of work with them to bring this in as being a success for us. So I'd like to ask the city's help, maybe police department, city managers, please reach out to Mr. Sanford and please help us message properly on this. If it's at all acceptable, I'd like to submit to file copies of all these pages so you guys can have them as well too.
Motion to receive and file.
Furthermore, in the last 20 seconds, there seems to be on these advertisements a couple of violations by state regulations. I will leave that to the states to address those on there, but I do want to make sure it's on record and noted for that. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. Just so you know, we are not allowed to respond to anything that's said here under item J because it's not on the agenda. Is there, let's take a vote on the receive and file, the documents submitted.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, that passes 5-0 with a motion by and second by Councilmember Narenheim and Horvath. Or was it your motion? All right. Councilmember MD seconded it. Sorry. All right, Mr. Craig.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm actually glad you can elevate the stage. It's nice. I felt like I was kind of hunched over last time I was here. But I want to talk about some good things that are happening, or that did happen in Redondo Beach last week. On Saturday, I don't know if you had an opportunity, I think Mr. Lowenstein did. They had an open house at the fire stations in our great city. I live down the street from the one on Broadway, and Captain Foster, he actually took me for a nice tour, and I had a good time to be able to chat with him about things at the station. And one thing I didn't know before, which is pretty cool, is that Captain Daly, Gary Daly, who works in the department, actually has been involved with the design group to design our current engines that we operate with. He actually flew to Wisconsin, helped design it, and that's what we're actually using in the city. And the cool thing about that is apparently that design's so popular now, other agencies in the state are copying it. So it's pretty good when the good work you have is being copied by other fire agencies, and that's tantamount to the skill set of Mr. Daly or Captain Daly. And it was really cool. On Thursday, I got a chance to go, actually I went to the same thing, the churros with a cop on Perry Park. Got a great opportunity to speak with the chief again for a while and meet all the people that I went through recently with the Redondo Beach Citizens Police Academy, which is a great course. And again, I recommend everyone to go through that. And that night, we actually went to your meetings as it was right next door. And it was very enlightening to hear how the community has changed on one big topic. You know, years ago when we first started proposing the pallet shelters, I know there's a lot of people freaking out about it, but guess what? At the meeting, we had a presentation from Leadership Redondo. They're actually going to work to help beautify those shelters. In fact, they've been talking about doing some other things to improve that facility. And the best thing I thought to hear that night was the number of people there that were saying that, you know, I was really upset about this when it first came out, but guess what? They're really happy. They said it's done really well in the community. There's no problems. All the fears that were being spread out about, mobs of people roving the neighborhood are unfounded, and the people there are getting help. I think the number is between 25, maybe 28 people that have already been assisted to permanent housing. And I think it's a great testament to our community that we're willing to work to help people who are in need. So anyway, those are some good things that happened in the city last week, and hopefully I'll have some more to talk about next time. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Craig. Next up is Desiree Galassi. Galassi, sorry about that. I should know it by now, right?
It's a nice Italian name. Good evening. You heard me speak last week on pickleball, and I'm here again tonight. Last night at about 1 o'clock in the morning, I sent out an email. I trust that everybody received it with some information. Yes. So basically, after last week's meeting, I went home and I did some more homework. And I did the homework that I was hoping that this council would have done and been able to provide to us, the pickleball community, and to the tennis community, to look at things a little bit more in depth, let's say. So after I went home and looked at the numbers, it was apparent to me that had we dedicated 4 pickleball courts, we would have been making a lot of money in this city. In the course of a year, at 100% usage, we would have been making $306,000. That's a lot of money. I'm going to leave you to look at the numbers in the email that I sent to you. But what I wanted to talk to you about tonight is that I really want you to consider opening up the discussion again. Last week, you took off the table a full conversion of one tennis court. And what I want you to look at is a compromise. And I think we can compromise. So I took the available hours for every month that you had provided that tennis uses, and I added 108 hours, just 108 hours. That's 2 days a week times 14 hours a day for pickleball use. And I'm not talking about a full-on conversion. What I'm talking about is overlaying some stripes. Can I hand this in?
Sure.
Motion to receive. Motion to receive and file.
Second.
I want you to take a look at it. I'm not going to take a lot of your time because I know you have things to do tonight. I can come back and speak on this again. But I seriously think we missed an opportunity to make a compromise. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you. Is there a vote by, there was a motion by Councilmember Narenheim, a second tie by Lowenstein and Horvath to receive and file this document. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? No, passes 5-0.
Did I get it? Because I did not.
Don't see the lines. All right. Thank you, and we are not allowed to respond to that. Thank you for the comment. All right, moving on, we'll go to,
I have
more?
anybody in Zoom that would like to speak and raise their hand. We have none. And then also no e-comments.
what's that?
No e-comments also.
No e-comments, all right.
Just want to double check.
Thank you. All right, and moving on to public hearing. Do we have a public hearing tonight? No, correct. I know items from previous agendas, items for discussion prior to action, and one, discussion and possible action regarding updates to the West Basin Municipal Water District's Recycled Expansion Assessment Study in Redondo Beach and current recycled water policies. All right, Director Saman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ted Saman, Public Works Director. I am joined here by Geraldine Trevetti, our Associate Engineer. We're here to address a request from the council on the strategic plan, which is to provide an update on the West Basin's recycled water expansion. This is something that was brought back to you in 2017, at which time we did present the plan to you. Joining us tonight from West Basin is Director Desi Alvarez. And also to answer any questions is EJ Caldwell. He's Manager of Water Policy and Resources for West Basin. Since 2017, their operating model has changed. We do have a presentation to present to you, and Mr. Alvarez will provide that presentation to you.
All right.
But we wanted you to understand that in today's climate, their focus has shifted a little bit more on water conservation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Alvarez.
All right, hello, Director.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, staff, and the public. A little bit of an explanation. We have a little bit of miscommunication. We did have a presentation that will talk about focusing on the drought and give you a little bit of history and so on. So in terms of my presentation, but I'll address the recycled water facilities during that presentation and where we are in terms of recycled water pipelines. So what I'll talk about tonight is I want to give a little bit of history about West Basin Municipal Water District, the regional water supply and where we are in terms of the drought today, and then what the city of Redondo Beach can do in helping us and the community to better address the drought and long term, because we are in California and in the Southwest and the West in general, facing a much different water picture than we envisioned 20 years ago. So real quick, West Basin Municipal Water District was formed 75 years ago, celebrating our 75 year anniversary, and it was formed primarily to bring in imported water. Up to that time, the region was reliant primarily on groundwater. There was overpumping due to the growth that followed World War II, and it needed a source of water. the district was formed to become a member of Metropolitan Water District. And we are one of 26 agencies and represent primarily the west side of LA County, outside of the cities of Santa Monica and Los Angeles and Beverly Hills and Torrance, which are themselves member agencies. Real quick, we have 5 divisions. Division 1, which is represented by Harold Williams, is primarily the city of Carson and the peninsula. Division 2, which is represented by Director Gray, is primarily in the Inglewood area. Division number 4 is El Segundo, Culver City, the Marina, and West Hollywood and Malibu. That's represented by Director Houston Scott. And division number 5, which is primarily the Lawndale Gardena area, is represented by Director Donald Deere, and they all send their greetings this evening. And I represent Division 3, which is the beach cities of Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, parts of West Carson, and a little bit of Torrance, and the city of Alameda. So real quick, where we are, our water supply portfolio is reliant primarily on imported water. 70% of the water that we produce and sell is imported water, which is just primarily a wholesale activity moving municipal water district water through to the local retailers. Your retailer is California Water Service Company, and they serve in this region as the Hermosa Redondo area. That's one district. We then operate a recycled water. We take water from the Hyperion treatment plant and produce water for use. That's primarily used for the barriers, for the refineries, and a small percentage of that is used for irrigation, landscape irrigation, medians, and so on. And that's primarily what we refer to as the purple pipe water. And one of the issues we'll talk about later. So real quick, in terms of that, about 110,000 acre feet of water is imported water. About 35,000 acre feet of water is water that we produce at the NC Little plant and some of the other plants. And then about 20,000 acre feet of water in the region actually comes from groundwater, which is a local supply. And we would like to see increased use of that, of the groundwater, because that resource is underutilized, this basin is now managed, and we should reduce the need for imported water. Real quick, in terms of our facilities, the key facility that we have is the NC Little plant in the city of El Segundo that takes water from the Hyperion treatment plant and treats about 35,000 acre feet a year at that facility. Of that amount, all of that is basically tertiary water that's produced there, and we take a portion of that and treat it to a really advanced level for injection into the barriers. That's about 13,000 acre feet. And a portion of that is goes to the refinery. We have 2 other plants in Carson and in Torrance to serve the Marathon and Torrance refineries, and then a smaller plant to serve the Chevron refinery in El Segundo. And the remaining water, which is about 5,000 acre feet a year, goes into the recycled irrigation system. The distribution system basically extends throughout the area and serves to move that water down primarily to the refineries, which are the bigger users, and the barriers. Where does most of our water come from where we are today? Southern California really relies on imported water and no use there. Most of that water comes from Northern California and the Colorado River. We have 3 primary aqueducts that serve the region. We have the California Aqueduct, Aqueduct, which doesn't serve our particular service area, but does serve the greater Los Angeles area and operated by the city of LA and the Metropolitan Water District's Colorado River Aqueduct. All of them are under stress today, and you've heard about that. So I can keep going here with getting the presentation moving. And just to give you some perspective, that shows all of the reservoirs up and down the state. There are 5 key reservoirs, and if we key in on those 5 reservoirs, I've taken the liberty, this is now as of April 7th. The amount of storage today versus the amount of storage a year ago on the same day is 1,100,000 acre feet less. Now, since April 7th, there has been some storm events, and some of those reservoir levels have come up. That delta is not as large. But the bottom line is that the area is truly in a drought. We have been in a drought for several years, and it looks that way. We will continue. The Colorado River, and you've all been reading about this and hearing about it in the press, continues to decline. The amount of storage in those reservoirs is at critical levels. This is a picture of Lake Powell, and at the top on the left-hand side is Lake Powell in June of 2021, and that same location in March of 2022, and those water levels continue to go down. So the amount of water that we can take from the Colorado River to feed this region, and that's the primary source of supply. The state project water is the secondary source, is really at risk. Looking at the state relies very much on snowpack. As of April 8th, the snowpack was 26% of average. As of today, the snowpack is equivalent to 3.9 inches of water, and it's at 22% of average for this day. So we are in a fairly severe drought, and to that end, the governor did issue an executive order on March 28th, 2022, that reinvigorates previous proclamations that the governor had instituted over the last year in terms of calling for water conservation and so on. And it went further. It had directed the state board to come up with regulations for the elimination of non-functional turf, that is to get rid of grass and so on to the extent possible, to come up with more aggressive programs to encourage water storage and transfers, and to eliminate illegal diversions of water. This is obviously statewide, but all of these issues are critical issues. Where is West Basin? West Basin's imported water use has declined. If you look at where we were 20 years ago versus today, 20 years ago we were using about 130,000 acre feet of imported water. Today it's about 110,000 acre feet of imported water that's being used. In the case of the Hermosa Redondo area, the amount of imported water has decreased from about 15,000 acre feet a year 20 years ago to about 10,000 today. And the amount of recycled water that you use has increased, but it's not significant. You're talking about 225 acre feet. So it's a very small amount. And overall, if you look at all of the irrigation water that's produced, it is a small amount in terms of the overall water. On a more positive note, if we look at the per capita consumption, in the district, we got from about 240 gallons per capita a day in 1990 to about 136 today. But in the Hermosa Redondo area, we're down to about 100 gallons per capita a day, which is pretty good. And that breaks down to about 70 gallons per capita a day for interior use and about 30 gallons per capita a day outside. The outdoor usage in this region, or Hermosa Redondo, it tends to be low because most of the lots are small. You don't have a lot of lawns and so on. In Southern California, kind of the reverse. So a significant amount of water conservation can be realized by the elimination of turf and the conversion of landscapes to outdoor landscape. The governor's asked for a 15% reduction in water usage. The Hermosa Redondo area served by Cal Water has seen about a 2.5% reduction in water usage. So we have a lot of work we can do in terms of encouraging more water conservation and so on. And that's one of the areas where we'd like the city to help out a little bit more. So what are water supply challenges? And looking ahead over the next 25 years, we need to ensure we have water reliability, and that reliability is not going to be the imported water. We need to pivot and actually use our local resources. And the biggest resource that we have is the amount of wastewater that continues to just go directly out into the ocean, both at the Hyperion plant and at the LA County Sanitation District's regional plant in Carson. Between those two plants, it's over 500,000 feet of water being reclaimed for beneficial use. And West Basin is looking to better reuse that and increase the amount of water that we can treat at the NC Little plant by repurposing that plant for 100% advanced treated water, which will then go into the barriers to increase groundwater production, and that reduces the amount of imported water. Conservation obviously can play a critical role. We need to focus on getting people more aware of the need to be mindful of the water usage, and we also need to look at outdoor water conservation, and that is change our practices on outdoor usage. You all have a water conservation ordinance. Would like to work with you and revisit that and make that a little bit more aggressive and encouraging removal of turf, improving or reducing the overall use of water. So to that end, we've instituted a water contingency plan. We've kicked in. Originally, the shortage level 1 was in July of 26. Shortage level 3 was in November of 22 of 21. And both of those are working with your local water provider to increase awareness and ramp up the level of effort that's exerted out there to really see some significant reductions in overall water consumption. So what can the city do? We would like to really work with your staff and increasing the need to conserve water. One of the programs that we have is a municipal turf replacement program. And if you look around just City Hall, we have quite a bit of turf around the library. That would be a great opportunity to convert that to a drought-tolerant garden. The program that we have pays up to $4 a square foot and a maximum of $800,000 per project. So that would be one project that we'd like to work with your staff on. And your staff has reached out. Rob Osborne from your staff has met with West Basin staff on that. We would also ask that you send a letter to County Water so that they increase the overall amount of groundwater that they use, reduce the amount of imported water. They're right now using very little of the groundwater that's available. And we would like your continued support of West Basin as we move forward and pivot our operations and go to full advanced treatment of the wastewater from the Hyperion plant, and that's going to require a significant investment. As we've looked at overall where the district needs to go and so on, we have refocused. We're not investing in recycled water pipelines. We call it purple pipe. One, it's very expensive. They've never really paid for themselves. So if you think about it one way, it'd be like a loss leader. The idea was to get people to use recycled water for irrigation purposes and so on. But it's never been a program that paid for itself. It's highly subsidized by the portable water side. And in the case of West Basin, it was also all of our recycled water facilities have been subsidized by a reliability charge that's been on the parcel tax. We were sued on that. We just lost that lawsuit, so that's $10 million a year that's going away. And that one to offset the cost of operating these facilities. So as we move forward, your staff looked at recycled water pipeline extensions in the city of Redondo Beach back in 2017. And at that time, I think the estimated cost of something like that was about between $5 and $6 million. Those same facilities today are going to cost about $10 million. But the district is just not in a position of continuing those programs. So we're finishing a couple of programs that are underway now in terms of recycled water pipelines, but we will not be investing in those in the future. But we do encourage you to participate in the municipal turf replacement program and look at opportunities such around City Hall, the smaller parks and medians, where you can take advantage of the program for both design purposes and construction purposes and removal of high water usage landscape, going to a drought tolerant landscaping. And with that, that's our quick overview. And thank you, and we'll answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alvarez. First question I have, I guess I live in the denser part of Redondo, the R3, R2 areas where people don't have very large yards. And 1 out of 3 actually is the only one who has a yard, or maybe I guess 2 out of 3 have a tiny yard. And so when I look around, when I walk down the street, I just don't see a whole lot of space for water saving. So when I see that 2% drop in Redondo Beach, I'm thankful for that. I'm not thinking, oh my God, we could increase our water conservation so much, because I can't possibly do it. We're already we removed our turf. We got, the piping, the copper piping underground and the like. So drip irrigation. So, and native plants and the like. I mean, more of that. I think that's kind of our policy in the city, is that we're tending towards native plants. And thank you for letting us know about the subsidy that's available. But I hope y'all don't try to impose penalties or anything like that for communities like ours, because I think we're doing our best as it is. Because prior to this drought becoming so dire, people are very environmentally conscious here. But I appreciate you pointing out the space that we have, for example, around the library, to replace that with something more drought tolerant.
There are definitely opportunities that the city can take advantage of. But you're right, both the Hermosa Beach and Redondo Beach tend to have smaller lots where there isn't an awful lot of landscaping. And I think one of the slides that I pointed out, your per capita consumption versus district-wide is at 100 gallons per day. And district-wide, we're like at 146. So you're already seeing the benefit of that, because there isn't an awful lot of outdoor usage. But as we try to really deal with the drought, right now, we're not looking at mandatory conservation. We're still trying to push the idea of getting people more aware, et cetera, but we can always do a little bit better. Ultimately, there's legislation. The goal is the indoor water usage in the Hermosa Redondo district of Cal Water is about 70 gallons per capita a day. There are parts of Los Angeles County where the indoor water usage is about 55. Legislation right now is going to mandate that we reduce that to 50 and eventually all the way down to 42 by 2025, I believe, if that legislation passes, which is not very far away. So then we'll have to really gear up. And there are opportunities, although I agree, we have converted tons of toilets and shower heads and faucets and everything else to water saving devices in order to get more water conservation indoors. But we can always do a little bit more.
All right, and when you talk about converting Hyperion water to, or the waste to water, where would that likely take place?
The concept is to basically take go from about 35 million gallons a day, or 35,000 acre feet a year that we treat now, to about 60 at the Ed.C. Little plant. It will require significant investment. And then that water will be moved to our existing customers, the refineries in Torrance and in El Segundo and in Carson. We'll continue to serve the recycled water system that's out there. And then primarily, more water will go into the seawater barrier, which is really groundwater replenishment. And we would also move some of that water in to the easterly side of the basin, if you will. And this would be the areas over by Gardena and Carson and so on. There will be aquifer recharge wells to be constructed there and inject more water there, so that overall we can increase the amount of groundwater extraction. Right now, the groundwater usage in West Basin is about 20,000 acre feet a year. It is a managed basin. It was adjudicated in the early 50s. The adjudicated yield of the basin is about 54,000 acre feet of water a year. And you go back to the early 90s, they were pumping from this basin about 45,000 acre feet of water. We were using a lot more water all around, a lot more imported water, a lot more groundwater. The groundwater pumping and usage has gone way down, but it is an opportunity. If you're looking at just a sustainable model, how can we make this region more sustainable and less dependent on imported water? Then we do need to work with resources like the local groundwater basin, and that basin is replenished. There's a mechanism in place. There's been tremendous investments already in facilities to put water back into the groundwater basin. So the natural replenishment of the basin, as well as the artificial replenishment of the basin, will allow this basin to really be self-sustaining, and all within the structural, institutional framework and legal framework that's already in place in terms of the judgments that have been negotiated for managing the groundwater basin, and the facilities that are available and the potential water sources that can be converted from wastewater today that's really going out into the ocean and not helping anybody to better reuse that resource.
Absolutely. All right. Questions by council members?
So can we pull up the map for the people at home to see the map of the proposed purple pipe that was in our agenda packet? So just to be clear, you're saying that plan has been abandoned? We'll never be able to get purple pipe that way? Am I catastrophizing what you just said, or?
No, you're pretty much summarizing it.
Okay.
But you could, that was 2017. Fast forward 5 years, things have changed. There's just moving to where we are today and the investments we need to make and the cost of all these facilities. So that was then, and we are where we are now. If the city of Redondo Beach wants to build some of these pipelines, we would cooperate with you, help you get grants, but we're not in a position where we're investing in purple pipes anymore.
What's that one? What would that cost to get a purple pipe down here in Redondo
Your
Beach?
system is estimated right now, and it's not designed, so that will end up going up. It's in the $10 million range, based on what your staff was talking about back in 2017.
Which works out to $1 million a mile, right? That's what I was told before.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so it's $1 million a mile to do purple pipe. So just to look at this map, just so we're clear, so right where it says proposed point of connection to Westwater Basin, that's where it goes to. And everything else that we had wanted to do is now dead.
Yes.
Well, we don't know about the future, about it ever coming back at all?
It's not a worthwhile investment. It just isn't.
So, okay, so and then, so there's just no way, he's basically saying there's no way to water that bike path.
That's what I heard. No, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that there's no purple pipe, right,
Right.
to water the bike path.
You can build purple pipe, but do you really want to water the bike path? Or do you want to move forward with a drought tolerant landscape plan for the bike path that will not need that much water?
So you came here with an ask for us, and I think we'll all consider that. My ask for you is to go to SCE and let us do the drought tolerant stuff with the bike path, because they let us do some stuff, but not much.
Well, we can work, I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
We can work with that, with
Like people would
SCE
like
and
put
with you
native
guys.
gardens, in particular areas, and they kind of,
And I think it would be pretty shameful of SCE to right now in today's environment and especially as we speak now, to say that, no, we're not going to allow any drought tolerant landscaping in our right of ways.
Okay, and so then could you pull up the one where it showed the different cities and their usage on the presentation that he just made? Because I was noticing that El Segundo, actually, you're showing that they were negative. They're showing that El Segundo actually is up 51%.
Yes.
And so at what point is the 15% voluntary conversion going to happen?
Well,
So did they get
is-
rewarded for using 51% more last year than they get 15% off?
that's a good question.
Well, let me explain a little bit of that. That is a little bit of an aberration. What happened, about the Hyperion
Spill.
upset that happened last summer. So whatever you want to call it, the disaster.
What a
upset,
diplomat.
We can be polite, we can be less polite, but the reality is that from the time of that upset to probably the end of the year, we were not able to produce water for the Chevron facility. Chevron's a big user. Chevron, although we sell the water or the water goes to Chevron, we actually sell it to the city of El Segundo, who then turns around and sells it to Chevron. We build everything there, but that's the arrangement since they're the local water supplier. So Chevron went from using about 6,000 acre-feet of water a year that was recycled water to imported water. And that distorted all those numbers.
Okay, but then their 15% voluntary conservation is going to be based on that 51% increase?
No.
No.
Now, we'll look at their non-Chevron usage and split that out. That needs to be done.
Okay, so one of the objections that I would have is that it's based on that same premise, is that you're asking everyone to do a 15% no matter how much they've conserved in the past.
We're encouraging everyone to go to that 15%. That's what the governor has asked. And that is a goal that we are encouraging everyone to try to achieve.
It just seems that we should be looking at everyone's usage, and then we should be normalizing the usage for that people have voluntarily, but, it just seems unfair, right? I mean, if you've done all this work, you were going to say something similar.
Yeah.
And so it should be, you had the other graph where it showed that the beach cities were doing 100 gallons
Per capita.
And that one, yes, you just
Is it
had
per
it.
capita or per household?
Per capita.
The one before that, yeah, that one. So our outdoor, which surprises me, by the way, that it's 30 gallons for outdoors versus 70 gallons for indoors. I was always told that it was outdoor that drained most of our stuff. So here we are at 30 gallons. What are we compared to other communities? Or is that good? Is that bad?
They're doing very good.
And then we're being asked to do
Overall, if you look at
15%
that,
more.
When we look at it in the district-wide, right? We look at the entire service area from Malibu to the peninsula. The per capita consumption is 136 gallons. In the Hermosa Redondo district of Cal Water, it's only 100. And a lot of that reason is because your outdoor water usage is so low. Now, some of that is because you have small lots, not a lot of landscaping. So that helps tremendously. But yes, those are very good numbers. If we look at, like I said, if we look at the other ones, the overall indoor usage is district-wide is probably in that 70 gallons per capita day also. But the outdoor usage is another 70 gallons per capita day, and that's a significant amount of water that can be saved. Here, you've done a lot of that already, and in part, just because of the nature of the lots and the way that the communities have been built out.
I'm just really disappointed that that we won't be able to water the bike path or we'll be able to beautify that, even though the residents have done so well in conserving water on how we can do that. But anyway, I'll release the floor.
All right. Well, question for you. Have you analyzed how much water the city is spending or using? And as compared it to other cities? So that we could have a measure of really, should we be
When you say the city of
Redondo Beach? Yes.
city government as opposed to city.
Yeah, the city of government, like as far as the medians go, the right of way.
Have not. We could try to do that and work with Cal Water and trying to get that information.
Yeah, because that would help us as that's the only real thing that we can control as far as the government goes is, do we need to take any posterity measures or whatnot to save water on the city level, or are we already doing a great job because we spend a lot less water per capita than other cities nearby?
Yep.
So that would be helpful. Mr. Alvarez, right? Anybody else?
Yes. Well, look at the thing because.
I don't have it. It's not working, folks.
It's not
So you
working
guys
on this side.
just have to raise a finger. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So, thank you for the presentation. I would agree with what Ms. MD said. This happened last time we went through this, and it's very unfair to punish people in our city by saying you need to reduce your conservation 15%, whereas people up on the hill have these huge lots. And it's much more difficult when you're in a townhouse or a place with a small lot to conserve water indoors than it is for somebody who's watering their lawn like crazy all day, every morning or every night, to do that and make them conserve. We're being penalized for that, for their usage, their excessive usage of water. And there's no offense to the people that live up there, that's great, whatever, you got a great lawn, whatever, it's green, whatever. It's not fair. It's the same thing we deal with Edison. We don't peak with our electricity usage during the summer. We just happen to live near the beach. Whereas people in the valley use energy like crazy because of their air conditioning. So this is almost like insurance. It's like you're everybody using a blanket assumption, and then you're charging everybody the same rate. That's not right to do that. And I've mentioned it to Cal Water already. It's a very unfair way of allocating responsibility. You need to I don't think micromanage is the right word, but look at it under a microscope and determine who are the bad perpetrators. Look at, RPV or PV estates or these people with large lawns and say, this is really what's going to happen. You need to cut your usage back a lot more than 10%, or else everybody else is going to do it. Now, that's the first thing I was going to say. The second thing I was going to say is supposedly usage in California is 80% industrial and agricultural versus 20% residential. What is being done on the 80% to lower their rate of consumption as well, too?
But you're looking at the whole state of California. A lot of that water is used in agriculture, which is not in the LA region.
Right. But I'm saying that the governor is doing that as well, too.
The governor is doing that,
Right.
and they do need to work on overall reduction in ag water usage. And this year, you're going to see thousands of acres of agricultural land late fall because of the fact that they're not going to have access to water.
Which is, it's going to end up translating into more higher prices, right? And farms going out of business.
Agriculture is still a big component of the California economy.
Right.
That adversely impacts not our communities down here.
Right.
But the communities up and down the Central Valley. Have small communities that a lot of people are going to have a hard time this year because there's not going to be water for irrigating row crops and so on. So that's a significant effort.
And it also translates into.
You're looking at the bigger picture, but we're trying right now to reduce our water usage here.
Right.
Also, when you talk about California and the ag usage, A lot of this ag usage up and down the Central Valley in Northern California, that's all coming from those two aqueducts that I was showing that are up and down the state.
Yep.
The Colorado River Aqueduct does serve, Colorado River, separate from the Colorado River Aqueduct, does serve agriculture in the Imperial Valley. A lot of that has been followed in the past because of an agreement between the irrigation districts and the city of San Diego. So San Diego takes more of that ag water and is less dependent on water from the Colorado River Aqueduct, which as members of the Metropolitan Water District, they're entitled to have some. So there is a balancing, and all of these things are happening. We need to move faster is the point that we all need to come to, because every day that we wake up, we're going, wow, those dams, the water levels in those dams are really coming down at a much faster rate than people anticipated. Not at a faster rate than we're anticipating right now. We know what's happening now. But if we go back 5 years, 10 and 20 years ago, you would not have had me standing there saying we can't rely on the Colorado River anymore.
Yeah.
But I showed you that one picture, very dramatic, but it's true. Within a year, exact same location, there's no water anymore at that point in Lake Powell. And you go to Lake Mead, water levels there are going way down also.
Yeah, they're finding bodies in Lake Mead. Yeah. Well, and I agree. And I'm not assigning blame to you guys. And I feel very bad for those communities up in Northern California and the Central Valley, because, that's going to translate into higher produce costs for all of us. But sacrifices to go all around.
Yeah.
I've heard, and I don't know if there's any truth to it, but Nestle is supposedly not paying for water. I don't know if that's true or not, but Nestle is one of the largest consumers of bottled water, to use bottled water. That's been known for quite a while. It's been in the press. I don't know if anybody's cracking down on that. But anyway, so I appreciate it. I would hope you guys would look on a micro level at each of the cities, not penalize just everybody. 15%. We do a really good job of conservation in this city, whether it's energy or for water, nor should we be responsible.
You should be very proud.
Yeah, but the thing is, our rates should not suffer. We shouldn't be hit with these huge penalties. I've heard people say their water bills have doubled, for things like this, and that's not right.
If you would like to address your water costs, we are in the process of our budget. I think we as West Basin Municipal Water District need to do a lot more to reduce our costs.
Right.
So that Cal Water, which purchases water from us, gets water at a lower cost and can then pass that on to you. I have a budget that's coming before us for adoption.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with my budget. I think that it's going to increase. We have not done enough as an agency to really tighten our belt and conserve and lower our operating costs. We do have a lot of extraneous costs that we have no control over. We use a lot of chemicals. Those are up by 40%. We have contracts that have been there forever, such as for the operation of the treatment plant, with sewers that have automatic cost of living increases in them, et cetera. We do need to do a lot more. So I would encourage you all to get involved in that budget process.
That's fine. I still have not heard you commit to lobbying Cal Water about the 15% reduction. I asked them, they said they had changed it. We'll see. I'm going to talk to their rep in terms of this, but this is really important. I would ask you guys as board members to also say this is, it needs to be fair. It needs to be, it's not just across the board. People up on the hill need to water their lawns less. It uses a tremendous amount of water, So I think more based on usage, not just historical usage, but current usage. If somebody's a super user of water, they should be hit hard. People that are on fixed incomes here that live in a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment should not be hit and forced to reduce their water consumption an entire 15% versus somebody who's got a huge yard. And I agree with what the council members from District 4 and 5. One last thing, where are we at with the municipal landscaping? Because I know that Mr. Caldwell's mentioned to me, we've talked about it. Do you know where we're at with in terms of taking out the turf there, Mike?
Yeah, and I can have Ted maybe speak to the timing of that particular project, but you're going to see a proposal from us in the budget that talks about a turf to zero phytic planting program. I mean, we've been talking about that for a little while. So we intend to try to address this in part in the budget, and we'll certainly work with West Basin on their program to subsidize our efforts. And we have identified candidly the area in front of the library is fairly low-hanging fruit to start that process as well. So I don't know, Ted, do you want to speak to the Catalina project that Councilman Lowenstein's referring to?
Civic Center, actually, the Civic Center landscaping is in design right now, so we've got a consultant contract in place. It is being designed, it's in the early stages of that design. The expansion of what we're talking about in front of the library, we will be talking more with West Basin and looking at that as a potential add-on, but not something that's in motion at this point. The other design is in motion, and it's in the infancy stages of it, but it's being designed at this point.
And as part of this municipal turf removal program and conversion to drought landscaping, we also would assist with design. So that's part of that program. And like I said, it's up to $800,000 per project. So it's a significant amount of money. And that is sponsored by both West Basin and the Metropolitan Water District. They're a big supporter of that program, and most of the financing.
But not Cal Water.
Cal Water has a separate program of their own, but you should work with Cal Water in getting them to invest a little bit more in water.
Quick question. Are we taking advantage of any of these funds that they have available for this stuff?
Yes, we will be. We're in the process.
All right, great. And then, you know, when Cal Water was here several months ago, but the drought was still evident because we had seen some of their postings about every person needs to keep 3 gallons of water in the house in case for spare water. They painted a completely different picture. I mean, it seemed like there was no drought occurring at the time that they came. It was not a very compelling. It wasn't as compelling as the picture you just drew up for us. So I thank you for saying the message loud and clear to us, and thanks for what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks for your service, and thanks for coming here tonight and explaining all of this to us. We appreciate it.
All right, Councilmember Nierenheim.
You're welcome.
Then Councilmember Horvath after that.
Yeah, first of all, Desi, Mr. Alvarez, sorry. Thank you
That's okay. I prefer Desi. Mr. Alvarez is my dad. I'm old, but I like to think
thank you for running, by the way.
You're welcome.
It's not easy to go for something like that and win, much less win. So congratulations on that. And
I assume you all voted for me, so thank you.
I did vote for you, actually. Yeah, it's always fun. You can make a bunch of bad puns about water, right? But California sucks as much water annually as California almonds suck as much water annually as Los Angeles uses in 3 years. Mm-hmm. Anytime you go up and down the 5 freeway, you'll see is growing food wasting water. And I always find it a fascinating subject, as you talked about 80%, 80, 10, 10, I think it was, what is 80% agriculture, 10% industrial, 10% home usage for waters, roughly speaking. And then you'll see billboards that California only uses 50% of the water, other 50% goes to the environment, which I always think is an odd argument as well. But I mean, a lot of these issues that we're bringing up tonight aren't really West Basin issues in terms of reduction of water usage, right? It's the state. It's not Cal Water. It's the state. It's
all of us. We need to really come to the reality that our water situation, the way we built our systems, is not reliable moving forward. We're going to have to change. We're going to have to find new water sources. Which means better use of the water that we have, not wasting the water. We have the technology to reclaim the water that right now is treated at our wastewater plants, but then it goes out into the ocean. A very small percentage of that is reused. In some areas more than others. Orange County's done a great job of taking water from their sanitation districts, treating that water very high level like we do for the barriers, and then they pump it up to the spreading grounds on the Santa Ana River.
Yep.
And they put that in, and there's more pumping that's happening now out of the Orange County water basin. So they've reduced some of the need for imported water by doing so. San Diego, to their credit, has done a lot of programs to reduce the need for imported water. And we need to do the same. It's going to cost money. There's no doubt that we're going to have to invest in doing that.
So you answered the kind of partially the question, I guess is good enough. Orange County versus LA County, they don't import nearly as much water because they, one, have the spreading basins from San Gabriel Mountains, and then they reuse their wastewater back into the system, groundwater, I should say. You have a slide up here that goes to the prospect with the injection wells. Could we tap off those injection wells and be able to feed into Alta Vista and water our parks?
That right now would happen. What happens today, the seawater barrier comes all the way down to Redondo. We do keep water in there. Most of the water that goes into the seawater barrier, some of it does slip out to the ocean, but most of it goes inland. It's about 5 to 7% loss. The rest goes in. The more pumping that occurs in the interior, the more water that we have available. So Cal Water has, without using some of the
technical.
Yeah. Anyways, they have 4,000 acre feet of water that they can pump from the basin without, that's their right. They're pumping zero. They need to pump, they can pump 4,000 gallons of water, 4,000 acre feet of water a year. That's 4,000 acre feet of water they wouldn't buy from us. We charge $1,350 an acre foot. If they pump that groundwater, it only costs them $360 an acre foot. They'd save $1,000 an acre foot. 4,000 gallons, that's $4 million. So they're not incentivized to do that. They go to the PUC. PUC lets them pass through all their costs.
Right.
So you need to work with Cal Water. We'll work with Cal Water on your behalf also. But the incentives sometimes are not quite there. Right now, if you use groundwater, it is a lot less expensive than to use imported water.
So one of the comments that I heard when I was talking with a variety of people was, even if we were to increase the size of the pipe or create another pipe, we don't have the water usage, water demand, so therefore the water would get stale in the pipes.
You're talking about the
reclaimed
recycled
water. Yeah.
What happens with recycled water, we call it purple pipe water or Title 22 water, it's got high nutrient content, nitrogen primarily, and that encourages bacterial growth. And that's why you got to keep that water moving or flush it. Otherwise, the bacterial grows and then it leads to odor.
So City of Torrance takes, what, 10 to 15% of their water from groundwater?
I'd have to check, but they do use a little more groundwater than other areas around. And they're moving forward to using more. Same with the city of Alameda. They're finishing up a significant investment in groundwater wells and treatment, because some of that water does need to be treated, so they have wellhead treatment, and they're going to be using more water. And my understanding is that Manhattan Beach is also moving, because they're not using all of the groundwater they can use, and using much less than they were 10, 15 years ago. So they're moving to try to use more groundwater, again, because it will be much less expensive than buying imported water.
So my question is, if we were to, because we have Alta Vista, large fields, lots of grass, and the school has large fields there as well. We're using fresh water right now for that, right? So is it possible for us to tap into that purple pipe and start using that for?
Desi, if I may, I think you need to talk about the grade of the recycled water that you pump through those pipes.
Not.
The material that you use for the injection wells, for the brackish water or the salt water, is not quite the same as the recycled water that you pump into the irrigation systems, correct?
Well, the recycled water gets treated to a much lower level than the water that we put into the groundwater. Groundwater basically you drink that water. If we can serve it. It's a much higher standard than the portable water that we're being served that comes in from the Colorado River. There's another little thing that will happen here as we go through and look at all of our operating costs and so on. The cost to produce recycled water, just the water for irrigation, is much more than the cost that we sell it for. So right now, that also seems something.
Can you move that microphone?
Okay, is this better?
Yeah. There you go.
It costs us more to produce recycled water than what we sell it for. So it basically loses money with the loss of basically the parcel tax, because that we were sued. We just lost that lawsuit. That's $10 million a year. That was part of that subsidy. That's going away.
So obviously then freshwater desalination will be way more expensive than that.
Way more.
So the last question on that whole thing is when my goal or aim or thought process was, if we able to bring a pipe down here to South Redondo and with the stale water, couldn't we just end up having some of the water go into the catch basins that Torrance has, which uses those catch basins to go back into the groundwater? So you can effectively have a continuously running cycle, or at least water coming filtered enough if they wanted to buy it, but they don't want to buy it. They have no interest in buying any of the water.
But when you say bring the water down, which water are we talking about?
Reclaimed water.
But the reclaimed
Your water. I'm only talking about your water.
The reclaimed water, we have, first of all, it's limited. Right now, we do about 35,000 acre feet a year. The majority of that goes into the barrier and the refineries. The refineries is the biggest customer. Second customer is the barrier. The last customer, about 4,000 acre feet, is irrigation.
Okay.
So there's not an awful lot of that water. You talk about a park, maybe 200 acre feet. Yeah, we say, yeah, you can produce that much more. That's no big deal. But to make a substantial difference, we really have to rethink about how we operate that treatment plant. And that is my goal, and as we move forward into the future, to increase the capacity of that plant, because we have the capacity to move a lot more water from Hyperion to the plant, and to treat that water to a much higher standard, so that it basically is a portable water standard.
Okay.
And then
Right. No, yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know if you can answer this question. This goes back to the water conserving issues. Like I know some people that have done phenomenal amount of work conserving water. I mean, done, buckets under showers and everything else that they've done. Now they need to do 15% even more. What if your household has grown from 1 to 2 people? That's a 100% increase. What if it's gone from 2 to 3? What if it's changed over, added another 2 from 3 to 5? So I don't know if could you answer that or not, but
we have individuals that have done outstanding jobs and have just done a tremendous job. And they carry other people who aren't doing quite the same job in terms of conserving water. But you got to look at the aggregate. What's the total water usage? Can't just look at individual cases, because there's all kinds of anomalies, whether it's on the low side or the very high side. We do have to look at the aggregate, because that's the amount of imported water that's coming into the region, and that's the amount of water that we're going to be losing.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, thank you for being here and for being so eloquent and talking about everything. I appreciate it. I appreciate my conversations with EJ as well. You guys are full of knowledge. I will say I agree with my colleagues up here. Disappointed to hear that the purple pipe is not necessarily a priority. I was hoping we would talk a little bit more about the federal infrastructure funds and, and some of the other programs that are at the state level right now towards, building more recycled pipe, because it's something we've talked about, but we haven't been able to do. So a little frustrating to hear that aspect and that the costs have gone up so much. I'm glad you reiterated again, because I was going to ask you about what you had mentioned and then just talked about again, the Cal Water aspect, and then not pumping groundwater. And I don't feel like just one city asking Cal Water to do it is really going to get them it really has to be a partnership with West Basin and, the entire district in general to get them to change their ways. If it makes more financial sense for the rate user to have them pump groundwater, then we should really be talking about what does that look like in a long-range plan.
We are working with Cal Water as well as with Golden State. There's quite a few of these PUC regulated companies that serve water in our district, and asking them to increase the amount of groundwater that they're pumping. That is something that the district is doing, and we're reaching out to our cities. I'm here tonight. I've been in Hermosa Beach. I'll be talking to Manhattan Beach. But Hermosa's just like Hermosa Redondo is operated under one district by Cal Water. So the cities of Redondo and Hermosa together can push Cal Water along with West Basin Municipal Water District to increase the amount of groundwater that they do pump.
Great. And then, I'll just end by saying I do support your position and have for many years of expanding the Little site. I think we're doing a disservice by putting so much of that wastewater out into the ocean when it could be coming into an expanded site. And whether you inject more of it into, the barrier, or you figure out a way to eventually have that become potable, I think that's really the way we should go. And so I appreciate your vote on the desalination topic and all the work that you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you.
Director Alvarez, are the grants that you made available or that you have available just for institutions like the government, or are they available for individuals also?
In terms of turf replacement, we have both. We have, in the past, all we had was for basically individuals.
Really?
This one now, and that's why I brought that up and focused on that. Until this year, we did not have a program for governmental agencies. It was all geared to the individual homeowner, replace their lawns and so on.
Well, I
We don't have a program that really is geared to.
I recall you guys giving out a free bin for roof water, right? That was the West Basin Municipal District.
Yeah.
And, but if you have any social media that tells people how they can get assistance from the West Basin Municipal District to replace their turf, by all means, please send that to us, and then we can, each cast member will push that out.
We have very nice brochures.
Instagram worthy.
I think we spend a lot of money, but apparently we need to do a better job of spending the money, because we do spend a lot of money on trying to advertise the programs so that the public's more aware of these programs that they can avail themselves of.
All right, and Councilmember MD, thank you.
Could you expand on what Mr. Obaji was talking about, the SCE? I thought the whole point of us doing those two sections under the power plants was to give an example of what SCE will allow us to do. It might not been informed that they're suddenly changed their policy. They're not allowing us to plant?
No, they're allowing us to plant. Ted can elaborate on this within certain guidelines. I mean, their guidelines are still fairly restrictive. I mean, there's only so many things we can do out there, and really what you see in our two demonstration areas is, I think, candidly, about the extent of it.
And
we can't play.
And the exception, they're not going to let us do that on every parcel for that matter, are they?
Well, no, I'm not so sure. I think they possibly could. The challenge is just our funding of each of those parcels.
Right.
As you know, it's a fairly extensive endeavor. So, there are a few factors there, but there are definite limitations on what we can plant underneath the right-of-way. We have xerophytic, drought-tolerant plants. They were ultimately acceptable of that, but it can't be thorny, it can't be vertical, there's certain height restrictions. There are a lot of fairly rigid parameters there. Ted, correct me if I'm wrong.
Right, no, you're absolutely right. And drought tolerant is definitely one of the elements that they allow. They do want to review every plant palette that's proposed, but it's not necessarily that they're restricted to it. They just need to review a lot of that. And they want to make sure that there are no listed or endangered plant material that are actually being proposed. That's right.
So it's fair to say that we can replicate those demonstration areas, or do, or make some tweaks on things we don't like about those demonstration areas within their parameters, as long as we come up with the funding to be able to do each section. So, and right now, for at least 4 years ago, it was $350,000 each section.
Yeah, and that's probably gone up since, but yeah, approximately. I think our biggest risk, and you touched on it earlier, is what is our prospect for continuing to water the current sort of haphazard turf that we have out there if additional water restrictions go into place. And we have to ask our own question, how much water do we want to consume in those areas, kind of given the state of the water world. So those are, I think, real challenges that we're going to need to face as we go forward on a policy basis.
And as far as the programs for individuals, I've been getting the notices and I've pushed them out, so I've seen them. So yeah, they're great. And they are Instagram worthy. We can send them to you. Yeah, I think it's, what is it, $4?
People should just call. We have staff available for that. And the programs will assist in the design. So provide design services to a homeowner to come up with a nice landscape garden.
Is that new? Because the last time we did this program, you didn't offer design services, did you?
I think we've offered design. I've only been on the board for a year.
Right.
But as long as I've been on the board, the design services have been there. Maybe 4 or 5 years ago, that wasn't the case, but design services are part of the program.
It is a bit cumbersome, though. You have to turn in your plans, right? And then you have to get them approved. And then you have to show pictures again after you've done them. Is that how the process was?
We're trying to make that more streamlined.
Okay.
And we have streamlined that program. Doesn't help too much here, but in disadvantaged communities, just because trying to really encourage that program where the money is being upfronted as opposed to having everything done at the end. And I think that can be expanded.
Thank you. And
so that it works.
Thank you. The elimination of the purple pipe, the reason why that's so frustrating is, like you said, we're a very dense area and we're looking for public green space everywhere we can. And we understand we weren't going to put turf there, but we definitely wanted to put some kind of beautification so that people can walk down that path and have walking paths and feel like they have some space to move around instead of a dust bowl that it is right now. So very disappointed with that. Hope that we can revisit that or figure out another way to get some kind of greenery in that area.
Well, I think that there is a lot of potential for beautiful, drought-tolerant landscaping. And, in some of the ball fields and so on, people have gone to synthetic turf. Synthetic turf isn't the ultimate solution, but in very small areas, sometimes that would work as a transitional approach.
Oh, yeah. And I was in Palm Desert a couple weeks ago, and I was walking at the pool barefoot on the concrete, and I stepped on the turf, and I feel like I almost burned my feet off.
On the turf? Yeah, you gotta be careful.
The synthetic turf is much hotter and does not reduce our heat island effect, actually increases it. So highly discourage that. All right, is there a motion to file and receive and file?
So moved.
All right, second. All in favor? Thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
All in favor?
Mayor Pro Tem, we got to do public comment.
Oh, public comment, sorry. Is there public comment? Yes. Apologize about that.
Yeah, we also have Zoom and e-comment.
All right, we haven't voted, so it's all good.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Don Zerlip, District 4. What I've heard here tonight is an ongoing conundrum in our state because our government has no vision. We are here talking about the fact that there's a lack of water, and yet the governor has decided that the resolution to our homeless problem is building more housing. I was in a meeting 15 years ago here in Redondo Beach with the MWD, and one of the residents brought up the fact that the law states that if there is not enough water, we cannot build houses. And they said to MWD, when are you going to say to the state that there's not enough water and we shouldn't be building more houses? And the response was, it's our job to supply the water. And what we've seen here tonight is a bureaucrat. I like Desi. I've supported him for many years. He's been trying to get this position for many years, but all I hear him spouting is the company line. when are the water districts going to stand up to the government and say, we don't have enough water? We have a community here that we've seen already demonstrated tonight has spent years and years reducing the use of water in this city, over 40% less than what it has been. We are conscientiously trying to do that just so somebody else can build a house someplace else and use twice as much water as we do. We're going to pay the penalty for it, as you guys have already noted, and I don't see any end to this spiral.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zerlip. Any other public comment? Ms. Campeggi?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. I agree with Mr. Zerlip. I'm outraged that the 20% of the residents are expected to conserve when the 80% usage is elsewhere. I am outraged that the water district isn't joining us in perhaps suing the state for telling us we have to build all this housing and not reducing what our water consumption and requirements are. It takes a lot of money and water to build. There's only so much that we can do. Everything that you guys have pointed out is 100% correct. Those people using the excessive water are the ones who should pay the penalty for it in a dense community. I live in a condo complex. We don't have a lot of choice to reduce our water consumption. We don't have front yards. We don't have backyards. We have some landscaping that we're actually going to be addressing when it's time to redo a few things to go more drought tolerant to do our part. But there's only so much that we can do. And I would like to see the water district get involved with lobbying at the state level and get all of their colleagues in whatever associations they belong to for water districts to do the same, because we cannot keep building and building and building, and the little guy keeps paying and paying and paying and paying and is taxed and taxed and taxed and taxed, while other usage is left unchecked, untouched, unabated. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I'll just tell you all that. You have
I
four
have
online?
Zoom and I have e-comment.
All right, please.
So I have Craig Caldwalder.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. My name is Craig Cadwallader, and I'm speaking on behalf of Surfrider South Bay. And I've heard all the comments, and I agree with a lot of the comments expressed, especially from Director Alvarez, who I think is doing an outstanding job of asking the very hard questions. And I can tell you, because I attend almost every single West Basin committee and board meeting, so I am definitely paying attention to this, and he's asking the hard questions and challenges the cost figures that are brought up regularly. So kudos. And I think we all have to work as a collective whole rather than break it into little pieces. One of the things I would really like to see is West Basin partnering with the City of LA to help the City of LA meet the goals of recycling 100% of the Hyperion treatment plant. West Basin's already recycling part of that, and we need to expand that. And what I want to see is an end to dumping roughly 250 million gallons of treated wastewater into the Santa Monica Bay. That's throwing away a very valuable asset that we've already paid for. And I don't believe in single-use water, and I think we need to recycle more. The good news, in my opinion, is the pending direct potable reuse legislation out of Sacramento, which tentatively is scheduled by December 31st of 2023 to come up with some regulations where we can reuse wastewater as potable water. If we were doing that, we wouldn't have to build all the purple pipes. And that is so expensive to run an alternate pipeline like that that it just doesn't make sense. And if we have the technology, which we do, to recycle wastewater into very good, high-quality, potable water, then we wouldn't need to put it through a separate pipeline. And of course, this will take a while to achieve, but so does everything else. So I hope we can proceed that way and work together, use some of the rebates that are offered on turf replacement. Surfrider and West Basin started the Ocean Friendly Garden program with drought-tolerant plants. So we need to do more of that, and I hope we can collectively work together to get to the goal, because the drought is not going to go away. And I thank you for allowing me to comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cadwallader. Next speaker.
E-comment?
We have an e-comment submitted by Michael Sachs. Please support investments in water conservation and retention. Also keep an open mind about the feasibility of desalination. During severe drought, there will be no water to retain or recycle. We know about the prohibitive costs and environmentally unsound factors relating to desalination, but the immense value of having a guaranteed water source for the South Bay cannot be underestimated. That concludes comments under e-comment.
Obaji.
Is that all speakers?
Yes.
All right, thank you. There was a motion and a second to receive and file. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, all opposed? That passes 5-0. All right, to our next item, which is N2, discussion possible action regarding draft ordinances amending the cannabis ordinance. I'd like to say that I will be recusing myself on this matter, and that's after discovering yesterday that a company that I'm indirectly invested in probably 4 years ago, had sent out a shareholder update saying that it is investing in a dispensary in Santa Monica, or acquiring a license in Santa Monica or something like that. The name of the company is Calyx Peak. And so, just out of an abundance of caution and transparency, I will not opine on this, because if I favored legalizing cannabis sales in Redondo Beach, somebody could say it's so that that company could get a store here. If I oppose it, they'd say so that that company can maintain, market control up through Santa Monica. So I have no opinion on it, and I will be leaving the meeting till the next item. Thank you.
Oh, all right.
So at this time, we'll need a temporary chair. So if you can.
I'll nominate.
Nominate.
Lowenstein, you want to go do it?
Sure, I guess.
I'll nominate Councilmember Lowenstein to be the temporary chair.
A second, I guess.
You were the last one, right?
So I can just do it.
Okay.
We need to vote on
First and
that.
second, we need a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, item N2, who'll be handling this? Brandy, you'll be.
Randy will be covering this, yes.
Thank you, council members. This agenda item is to discuss the draft ordinances for cannabis regulations, as well as the Planning Commission recommendations and the survey results for the community survey. After the discussion, council can provide direction to staff on finalizing the ordinances and the next steps in the process. Tonight, we also have Senior Deputy City Attorney Jillian Martins, who's available to answer any legal questions on the process or documents. Okay, so I'm just going to give a little bit of the history on, what brought us to where we are today. California's history of cannabis law spans nearly 25 years. When medical marijuana regulations became effective in January 2016, in response, Redondo Beach adopted an ordinance for local regulations regarding medical marijuana. Proposition 64 regarding the adult use of marijuana was approved in November of 2016. Redondo Beach adopted ordinances to regulate the personal use and cultivation of cannabis, and then also restricted commercial cannabis activities in the city at that time. And that was an interim measure to prohibit cannabis businesses until the city could better evaluate what types of businesses and what regulations to put into place. In 2018, the council developed a strategic planning objective that made way for a cannabis steering committee to evaluate best practices and research potential regulations and report back to council. And that cannabis steering committee diligently reviewed options and concluded with recommendations to city council at the October 5th, 2021 meeting. There's a lot of details in that particular staff report from October, so I won't go into the background of everything that the steering committee had reviewed. But one of the things that they were looking at was prioritizing public health and safety, considering a wealth of challenges experienced by other jurisdictions, and mitigating and limiting the potential liabilities against the city implementing its own ordinance. The steering committee found that most responsible approaches to local regulations first addressed the immediate concerns and needs of the community, allowed for the greatest flexibility and local control in regulating, and are only expanded then after their success in the initial implementation. And that's why when we go through this, you'll see that it's recommending only 2 sites at this point. That's not to say that that's going to be in perpetuity, but rather taking that that conservative approach and seeing how that succeeds. And then the City Council Steering Committee recommendations. The City Council considered the Steering Committee's recommendations, and at the January 18th council meeting, we finalized the parameters to be evaluated and established the buffers to be included. The staff prepared the ordinances and presented those at a public hearing at the Planning Commission on March 3rd. And the Planning Commission made recommendations, which I'm going to go through in my presentation. The full list of those were in your packet as well as in the resolution that they adopted. And then that brings us to tonight's discussion on the ordinances. Council decided to move forward and prepare and adopt ordinances to regulate cannabis. There will be 3 ordinances revising the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to effectuate these cannabis regulations. One is for Title VI, which would be regulating the licensing. It's more on the side of the business regulations. And then there are 2 ordinances for amending Title X, the zoning. One is for the inland and one is for the coastal. On the next 2 slides are a quick refresher of the provisions that council agreed to have included in the ordinances. And the first was the personal cultivation, basically just continuing to allow outdoor personal cultivation as currently regulated. But we do have to make that decision on that. For license types, the council wanted to consider only allowing storefront retailer licenses, which is type 10 at the state level, non-storefront retail delivery licenses, which is type 9, or a combination of the 2 on one site. For zoning provisions, it would be limiting the cannabis license sites to commercial and industrial zones, prohibiting licenses in coastal, commercial, residential, and public institutional zones. The council, City Council did add in commercial and regional, which is the Galleria area. And we'll go over that in the Planning Commission recommendations and the survey results. But we did include that in the ordinance and in the discussion at Planning Commission. The regulations require that a discretionary conditional use permit is required for approval. For buffers, it would be maintaining a 600-foot radius from elementary schools, daycares, and youth centers per the state's mandate. The 600 feet is per the state's mandate, and then increasing the buffer zone to 1,500 feet from high schools and middle schools. And that's because they have a little bit more autonomy in traveling to and from school. The school buffers do include private schools, and the City Council had requested that the Planning Commission consider implications or a buffer around residential, and I'll go over that in my presentation on the Planning Commission recommendations. For number and location of licenses, it's up to 2 sites within the city with a maximum of 1 site per district. So it keeps it spread out, and then establishing a 1,000-foot buffer between the cannabis licensed sites. And, onto the hours of operation. The state allows retail activities between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., but local jurisdictions can be more restrictive. So what was proposed by the steering committee and the city council agreed to move forward with was for storefront retail sales, it's 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., so it's limiting those hours. And then for non-storefront delivery, it was the 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. For security, in addition to the state security requirements, the city council had added additional security measures, and those were recommended by the police chief as we were going through. The chief had served on the cannabis steering committee. For enforcement, the city council is looking to implement the county's cannabis compliance enforcement program. It's a program that will assist in making sure that the enforcement of the licenses is done, so that the city doesn't have to reinvent the wheel on that type of program. For taxes and fees, the decision was to establish a developer agreement with developer fees, and that would sunset with an eventual tax measure. And then the revenue generated would go into the general fund. The rate that the city council agreed to was 5%. As for property requirement, we're looking at not requiring the applicant to secure the property prior to application. And for selection process, the city council will still need to determine the licensee solicitation and selection process, and that would be separate from the ordinances. And then finally, the transfer of ownership, the council decided to go ahead and limit the transfer of a developer agreement or license for a set period of time. So that's just going through the parameters that were used in creating the ordinance. When Planning Commission reviewed this, it was a very lengthy conversation. We had included the city council's direction. We gave them the background of both what the Cannabis Steering Committee had recommended and what city council's direction was. The full list of the Planning Commission recommendations is in the staff report, which is attached. Oh, and in the attached Planning Commission resolution. The staff report specifies which of the recommendations have already been addressed in the draft ordinances in the packet. So there were some that was just, clean up, the numbering wasn't in line, or a reference wasn't correct. So we just made those corrections, and those were noted in the staff report. There were also some recommendations that are specific to the selection process, not to the ordinances themselves. For example, there was a suggestion that we institute a mechanism to vet all owners and consider how to address assignment to new owners or partners. Another recommendation was better address the selection process. That is better addressed in the selection process is that the developer's agreement require that the permittee have a community relations contact and have a certain set program for communicating with the residents. So that doesn't need to be in the ordinance. So I'm not going to necessarily go through those, but they are in there, and it will be something that we'll want to consider those recommendations as we go into preparing that selection process. The recommendations on the next few slides are the more substantive recommendations from the Planning Commission that are related to finalizing the ordinances. And the first item is related to recommendation number 5. And I'm just going to say the recommendation number in case you have your agenda packet and you want to look at the administrative report to see which of those particular items. Since this is just summarizing it on the slide itself. So the first item is related to recommendation 5. It actually said by limiting to 2 licenses, a duopoly. easier read than said. Under subsection 6-2.06 of the draft, they recommended removing the minimum period of 3 years from the start of operation and other language about transfer of ownership, so that it really is just, if you're going to transfer ownership, it's going to need to go through the process, because the concern that the Planning Commission had was it could be completely transferred after 3 years to owners who were never vetted through the process. So they expressed interest that any ownership change would require similar or the same level of scrutiny. The next item was recommendation number 6 from the Planning Commission to require a conditional use permit condition. So a condition in that approval that authorizes the CUP is only effective while there's an operator that has a commercial cannabis retailer permit there. So that, the CUP runs with the land. It's kind of a nuance. It runs with the land, but you wouldn't want somebody to say, oh, well, the CUP allows this, so I'm going to come in and open a cannabis business when they don't have that license. The next item is a recommendation to prohibit the 2 different sites that would be approved from having the same or common ownership. So you wouldn't have, now just really one operator operating 2 sites. The next item mentions concern that the language might inadvertently prohibit delivery. And I think we just need to look at that a little bit more. We as staff didn't see it that way, but it's something that it's worth another evaluation. And then the item the next item represents Planning Commission's recommendation number 16. There was a concern with real-time surveillance being this is Planning Commission's point of view, being an invasion of privacy. And the recommendation is to return the video surveillance requirements to be limited to the state requirements, where the police would not be surveilling the cannabis site, or if the police have surveillance, they have to have the surveillance access that they would not be recording it. And then they went on and said if the police have recordings of surveillance at the discretion of the permittee, they should delete that surveillance within 90 days unless part of an active investigation. I think that, we didn't have the police chief there, and he's here tonight. If you have questions about that, I think it was in an abundance of caution. I think that there was this expectation that there was a lot more surveillance that was going to be happening at these sites than what's really in the ordinance. So I just wanted to, just clarify that the chief had not been there for that discussion. So he may be able to make some clarifications if you have questions on that tonight. And then the last item on this slide is regarding the buffering of residential zones. That City Council had made that request for Planning Commission to consider it. And they really actually have one recommendation, which was prohibiting entrances and exits and driveways associated with cannabis retailers on streets where it's adjacent to residential zones or residential shares that road within the same block. So it was, they recognized that, and we've had this conversation at council, is you can't really set even a 10-foot buffer and have any commercial that's probably going to be left available for those sites. So they were looking at something that might be, a happy medium, I suppose you could say, for addressing the residential. And this slide, so we have a couple of recommendations here. The Planning Commission wanted to add a restriction that that there would be no more than one cannabis retailer. I think I'm missing a word there. No more than one cannabis retailer site per street. And I don't know how, that wasn't something we evaluated.
As I recall, the concern, can you guys hear me?
We can, but.
Okay. Oh, there we go. As I recall, the concern is that some districts are split right, one side of the street and the other side of the street. And so the one per district issue wouldn't cover that eventuality. Is that correct?
I think you're right, yeah.
So that's where that came
So
from.
for example, for Torrance Boulevard,
Right,
then that would be because it's the boundary between 1 and 2, for example.
right, yes.
Got it.
Okay, and then there was a recommendation that council adds supplemental appearance requirements, and this is like the appearance of the property in section 6-2.05C9, and not including additional in that section of code, but rather in the development agreement. And although this is more of an implementation side of things rather than the ordinance, I wanted to make note of this one particularly, since there were several comments in the survey about property appearances, and this seems to address that. So I just wanted to for the public and for you as council to recognize that even if it's not in the ordinance specifically, there are so many other ways to capture and address the concerns of the public. And then after much discussion, the Planning Commission did recommend removing the CR zone, and that's the Galleria area, and you can see here on the map, it's the purple area. I think there was a concern, and I know that the survey, there were a lot of people in the survey have responded, they were concerned about the Galleria, just that it's, more family friendly of a site. So it's just something that City Council needs to consider whether or not you want to keep the CR in there or not. Going on to the next slide, here was one final recommendation. And it's considering that Beach City's Transit Route 102 is a main bus line for Redondo Beach High School students to take to school, with 2 bus stops on Artesia between Ringe and Hawthorne. The recommendation was removing the commercial sites along Artesia between Ringe and Hawthorne from consideration for cannabis retailer permits. So that was just something to consider. There was a lot of discussion on Artesia as a whole, and I think that it landed on this because there was that justification or background of the busing. And then moving on to the cannabis community survey results. The survey was released on April 21st, and it was open for 2 weeks. There were 173 responses. And regarding questions on the parameters that were already incorporated into the ordinances, it was interesting. The community was really fairly evenly split. And really, it was just either they wanted more licenses or 0 licenses. So it was really, there wasn't a lot of middle ground in those responses. But it wasn't necessarily, they weren't necessarily responses directly related to that policy question. It was just more of a whether they liked it or they didn't like having licenses. And then there were 2 questions related to the Planning Commission recommendations that we put out there, just because we felt that there were, there were things that City Council is going to need to consider whether or not you want to address. And the first one was whether or not to include that regional commercial zone, again, including the South Bay Galleria. And in that response, 48.5% preferred excluding it for allowing licenses there. And then 37.6% preferred including it. And then the remaining 13.9% had no preference. So I don't know that that's necessarily giving you, a solid answer of what you might or might not do on that. But I just wanted, to share that because we did put that out to the community. And then the second question related to Planning Commission recommendations had to do with that Beach City's transit bus stops on Artesia. 57.1% preferred having that, prohibiting those, the licenses in that area. And then 35.7% didn't see a need to omit those areas. And then the remaining 7.1% had no preference. So that had a little more solid response of preferring that buffer for those bus stops. And the Planning Commission did make the recommendation to consider engaging a thoroughly vetted and referenced consultant with experience evaluating the cannabis industry to evaluate the ordinance in its entirety. Staff did discuss various services with HDL, who's, we already have a contract with HDL, and they do these types of services. So, reviewing the cannabis ordinances, which was what the Planning Commission's recommendation was, and then looking forward, which was not on the plate for the Planning Commission, would be preparation of a tax ordinance initiative. Comparatively analyzing the ordinances with a separate, with that separate initiative that's expected to be on the March 2023 ballot. Developing solicitation and selection procedures, and then incorporating a cost recovery in the process to fund these potential, the creation of these potential services that are on this list. I think the only one, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, the only one on this that we wouldn't be able to do cost recovery on would be the preparation of a tax ordinance.
That's correct.
And so the city, like I said, the city does have a contract with HDL, could be expanded to include any one of these services or all of these services if we wanted to move forward more quickly. I do have that proposal, and I can pull that up. And then I'm just going to pull up the final slide just so you can see what your decisions are. And then I can pull up that HDL proposal. We just got it today. We had a conversation with them on Thursday last week. And then and they were able to get us the proposal, but it was after the blue folder. So the city council's discussion on the ordinances and direction to staff would be direction on finalizing the ordinances, incorporating any modifications based on the recommendations, direction on engaging HDL on various services, and then a determination on the timing for the tax initiative. And I don't know if we have that, finalized for that, but it's just we can have that conversation on the timing of a tax initiative. And then I'm going to quickly just pull up that's the HDL proposal. I have experienced eyes. I want people to be able to see it.
Can you forward that email to field as an email to us?
What's that?
Forward that as an email to us?
Yes, I will. So the objective one was review of the city's draft cannabis ordinance. That's the bigger question or recommendation that the Planning Commission had. That's 7,500. I think conducting an impact analysis on the citizens initiative, it looks like is the biggest ticket item. It's 18,000. Drafting the cannabis tax ordinance is 7,500. The application process development is 3,750. That cost recovery fee analysis is 7,500. And then there's attendance. So each those attendance would end up fitting in with, I would say, those various components.
And as described, it's really only item 3 that we wouldn't be able to recover through future fees associated with the selection and permitting process. So most of this effectively would not be a general fund cost item for us. We'd have to advance the money, of course, but then ultimately seek recovery. We strongly suggest that we bring HDL on to assist in the finalization of the ordinance and move forward with helping us through selection and recruitment. The funny thing is, as tough as it is to get the draft ordinance prepared and ultimately adopted, there's a heck of a lot of work that's going to follow that in the event that we do approve an ordinance that allows for up to 2 permanent licenses or more. So we think there's value here. This is a fairly cost-effective approach. HDL is one of the few groups who I think has evaluated this issue from a city lens. Most of their bread and butter service is working with cities on property tax recovery and sales tax issues. So we feel like we have a good partner potentially in HDL. and we think the price is right here prospectively. So we would recommend that you direct us to come back with a contract to help us get this done right. We don't think it would take a whole lot of time to have them review the final ordinance before you consider it for first reading and introduction. But it's something we think makes some sense. The other point I'd like to add to Brandy's presentation, as it pertains to the Galleria zone, I happened to have a meeting today with Stewart from the Galleria. They're actually supportive of having the ability to cite cannabis retail in the South Bay Galleria. So for what it's worth, the landowner would like to see that potential remain in our ordinance if the council sees it as valuable. But I think that's it, correct, Brandy? We're here for any questions and direction.
Yeah, correct. I'm going to go ahead and pull up that last slide on the presentation, just so you know what different things that we're going to.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for that report, Brandy and Jillian, for all the work you guys have done. Very comprehensive. There's lots of things to think about here. So I can tell you, I'm really appreciative of it. And this is a never-ending process, it seems like. So one thing I want to tell the people that are out there that are opposed to us doing this is we're being pushed into this, specifically by an organization that wants to throw this on the ballot. So we would love to take even more time to do this, but right now we don't have that luxury, it looks like. So, and we're not alone in this. There's a number of cities that are actually doing the same thing. I do have a couple questions. One is, have we looked at other consultants besides HDL? I know we have experience using it. Is it for expedience purposes that we're looking at HDL? Because there's other people that I'm sure do the same type of thing.
There are a number of folks, and we could certainly go out and test the waters if the council's interested. Really, the reason HDL would work for us is to your early point, expediency for one, and their track record and history in this area. They have written or been a part of a number of city ordinances, particularly in the state of California. They've expanded this particular section of their business. And again, we have an existing agreement with them. We have a track record with HDL as a company. They've been great performers for us in our other scopes of service. So they're a logical choice. But of course, as always, if the council would like to see us test this through a RFP process, we can. It would likely result in a few months of delay for us to execute the work.
Okay. Could you, perhaps, Brandy, could you bring up the map that shows the different buffer zones? And I have a question or two.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we'll go either to the public or council members, whichever you guys prefer. So we'll decide after this. Could you zero in on the Seaside Lagoon area? Because I do have a question. I looked at these and most of these make sense, especially around the schools. Why is the Seaside Lagoon area exempt? Why is that marked as a school? That's the first thing. And also what looks like the area near Gateway Parquet. Okay, so Savoy Fair would be considered a school? Is that why?
Yeah, if they're private or if it's a daycare.
Okay.
And there may be a daycare there on the pier. Also, just be aware, even though that it shows those buffers, the CC zones are excluded per what we put in the regulations.
So would that also explain the area near Gateway Parquet?
Coastal zone, you mean? See,
Gateway Parquet.
I think it's showing the buffer, the areas that are those bright colors of the zones, like here you have, where they have the commercial, the pinks and the reds. Those are the areas that are actually, that are outside of the buffers. So they would be qualified for sites. And as you can see down on the waterfront, none of those are lit up as specific colors because in the CC zones. So even though those, and bear in mind, some of these, I think we had this question back in January. It was, well, this daycare may not be there. I think this daycare has changed. We had looked at this last year. So we would be looking at it at that specific moment, when the application would come through. Right, this was just more to show you what's there. The schools are obviously not major changes, but the
waterfront education, I guess, the former C Lab.
Yeah, that's just going to say, I think that's probably the former C Lab site that's triggered that buffer.
Okay, that makes sense. And you clarified already what I was going to ask you about residential. I mean, we would be down to basically nothing
right.
with residential, even though people could live across the street on PCH from shopping center and they just cross the street. Boom, there they are,
Yeah.
you know. So, okay, great. So I've got two speakers on the council.
Before you get off the map, can I just, one
Yeah,
little
go ahead,
quick
sure.
point? Can we go farther up north, in the middle of the neighborhood, if you zoom into right where Del Page Park is?
That, up here? Where's
Nope,
that at?
No, it's off of Robinson Street.
Right at the end of the Greenbelt, the right away.
Okay, you know what, you did, no, okay, so you see it, you see there's these yellow sections in the middle. If you were to go east on Robinson, there's a little tiny commercial pink area going east. There you go, east, keep going, there it is. And so you see that little tiny commercial area? So that's a huge park and family area, and it's really right in the middle of residential, which I think is kind of in line with what Mr. Lowenstein was going for in the lack of residential. I mean, to put cannabis there in the middle of a residential neighborhood would be, I think, very problematic, especially considering that it's butted up against a very popular park.
Is that where the Brazilian restaurant is?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
It's an anomaly in the
It's
residential.
an anomaly to the rest of everything else, but that would be, I would imagine, a very controversial site to put. So I would like to recommend that we add that into a section that, even if it's a real narrow square right around that.
Okay.
Now you can.
Okay, no worries. Do you want to go to the public first before we go? Okay.
I got a quick couple questions real quick.
You don't want to go to the public first?
No, because I don't mind them responding to a couple of things I have to say.
Okay,
here.
so Mr. Narenheim.
Thank you. So I don't mind opening up the coastal zone at all. I would actually prefer having coastal zone opened. I would prefer having the coastal zone such as the Riviera Village area open to commercial cannabis rather than PCH.
That actually is, when I say the commercial, I'm talking about the CC zones.
Sorry, not commercial, coastal zone, sorry.
Yeah, it's not the whole coastal zone, it's only the CC zones. And those are the ones that are like from Harbor Drive west. So you can see here, none of the commercial that's down here is showing up.
I read that wrong. CC zones very specific to.
Yes.
Not because
To
it's
the
somewhere
water-
in there
to the
said
waterfront.
coastal zone.
Yeah, no, it's the CC zones, and they're very, they're very tied to the waterfront area.
I need to look at, because commercial coastal zone, is that only in the harbor area?
Yes.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah, it's not down.
CC is a very specific designation that I think is only in our waterfront area. So you're talking, the Riviera Village falls under the more traditional C4, C5.
Yeah, but even within that, there's a scope of the RIV, RIV, the walking zone or something like that.
But that's
overlay.
not excluded.
That's not excluded,
So
okay.
you can see, I just scrolled down here. You can see all the color there, the pinks and the reds, and the beiges, all of that would be included.
It would be eligible.
Eligible, yeah.
Eligible, okay. Okay, I misread that then. Okay, good. Majority ownership in a license, I guess we'll deal with the license later, doesn't necessarily deal with the zoning, but I think that's key. Transfer tax license, it doesn't deal with the zoning and dealing with that now. One thing that I've been thinking about for these licenses, it really struck me here, kept saying duopoly in this. The problem with attaching two licenses to a single license, and let me define that. When I say two licenses, you have a retail license, storefront, and you have a non-storefront delivery license. You're attaching those two together. But looking at specific uses, let me use pizza shops for a specific example. Domino's is a pizza shop, and so is Pizza Hut. But they have two very specifically different business philosophies, business mindsets. Domino's does 98% delivery, 90% delivery. I don't know what the numbers are, let's just say 90% delivery, right? I mean, I don't know anyone who eats there in person.
Crab pizza.
Right?
Well, they have seating areas.
They're most of a seating area. Hey, they changed their menu though, by the way. Have you had their new pizza?
This is a commercial.
Pizza Hut, on the other hand, has on-site eating. They do very little actual delivery. And my point is, when you do delivery, you have to have on-site parking, or you have to have more on-site parking. You're in and out. And when you specifically, move this over to cannabis, if you're doing delivery for cannabis, you need a secure zone to bring the cash to and from. You're going to need to bring the product to and from. You're going to need to have an area where you have secure parking. Maybe the business owner is going to have a little bit more cameras or security on the outside. Versus a retail storefront, you're not going to have those concerns. You're going to have people walking in and out, and you're going to have security issues with walking in and out, but the setup is different. And I'm concerned with putting these two licenses together as one is going to have impacted concerns on parking, on security, on how they do business. Because if we can, the hours here are basically a little bit earlier, I think 6 a.m., right? You're going to have people showing up at 6 a.m. And if you have a 6 a.m. delivery driver showing up 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, that's going to be another impact to the residences than versus storefront delivery. So I would be interested to hear how we can deal with the security issues and parking issues with the delivery, because I don't think that's really been addressed yet. Did you guys? Did the Planning Commission talk about that much at all?
No, they didn't. But I think part of that was, it was the recommendation of the Cannabis Steering Committee to allow either license or both together on one site. And so I don't think that they didn't delve into that.
Right. Because I can see from some of the locations that are possible, in my district alone, I can tell what buildings would be good for delivery, what buildings would be good for retail, and those are two completely different uses, totally different uses.
One of the other reasons, excuse me, that the idea of the businesses being in the same location was floated is to consolidate the number of locations while keeping the maximum amount of revenue in the city. So having deliveries within Redondo Beach, as opposed to having two cannabis storefront retailers who are not able to deliver, then the delivery services, well, not necessarily allowed, but would then be, the services would come from outside the city, right? So that was, I think, part of the thought process.
Right, but what if now so I understand that, but and I'm for the delivery. I mean, that's how all the delivery is happening right now in Redondo Beach. We don't have a moratorium, and it's allowed if you order it via delivery. If we have a delivery service and somebody wants to get delivered, if we have it allowed in Redondo and someone delivers it to PV or Hermosa or Torrance, do we get the sales tax on that?
It's possible that we would accrue through the county pool sales tax.
What about the 5% or 3% or 1% in addition to?
Well, we'd have to write that into our ordinance, and if we did, we could attempt to collect. The question is, how successful would we be in collection, I think. But we could attempt to write that into a local ordinance associated with sales tax, cannabis sales tax.
I could very well see cities around us not even allowing it at all, but they're going to be allowing it via delivery. So why not take advantage of that?
Yeah, and right now what we have in the ordinance would be until such time that a cannabis sales tax would be implemented. We have the developers agreement, and it does talk about it's 5% of the gross revenues. Am I correct with that? Yeah. So it's their revenues, regardless of where they're, making that from.
And the distinction here, of course, would be that would be for permit holders exclusively, right? Because it would be through that developer arrangement, which is why this is perhaps another reason why it makes sense for us to pursue our own standalone sales tax, cannabis sales tax measure that we place on the ballot potentially in March, so we can capture that type of activity in the community as well.
Yeah, I can see cities around us not opening up their retail like we are currently, but there's no problem anyone to just order on their phone and have it delivered right now. I mean, tell me you could deliver it to the council chambers right now. So I would want to take advantage of that for us and I could see that being a better business than the storefront retail. And because of it being a better business and being more successful, again, I see the impacts to parking, driving in and out. I don't know how, I think there's a regulation on maybe statewide, there are only 2 or 3 deliveries per driver at a time, maybe. But then again, I see the in and out driving is going to be impacting a community. And if it goes into, let's just say somewhere on PCH, like Buco de Beppo, for instance, or in Riviera Village, like one of the larger buildings there, you're going to have a lot of inflow and outflow traffic, and that's going to impact A, traffic patterns, and B, parking, which is, again, different than regular storefront retail. So other than that, I was going to ask about the CR Zone Galleria. The Galleria, I don't think people really realize what they're building over there. That is a huge mixed zone area. Mixed use. People will be able to live there, work there, shop there, eat there, and never have to leave that location. It's like they're building their own city. So I see them being responsible partners as well. So I have no problem allowing something to happen there. And we're only saying 1 per district. So that to me is very simple allowance for them, because especially if they are interested in that. It's not what it used to be. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. MD, would you like to go to the public?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so the first speaker is Jonathan Svetko.
Good evening, Jonathan Svetko, District 1 resident. If I may, I'd like to submit to file some documents for consideration by the council.
Motion to receive and file.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll just speak to some of the recommendations. And first, let me start off by saying thank you to Director Forbes and to the Planning Commission. It is amazing what you guys achieved in one night to go through all this stuff that we've taken so many meetings over. So thank you all very much for doing that. One of the things, so let me kind of start down with some of the recommendations here and bring them up to a point. The first one being on the recommendation of the advisor, of the consultant. I have very strong reservations and concerns based off of experience in bringing in HDL. I have shared with you 2 articles in there, one in which it was a city had actually fired HDL due to their process on that, and another one which has had multiple lawsuits being brought against them due to their selection process. This is just some examples of what the complications that HDL has had on there. I've also further on supplied additional 2 other potential consultants to consider that have had also experience in this. It is my opinion in this process, we do not need a consultant. I do agree that at some point we will when it comes to selection. However, when it comes to the selection itself, I would highly recommend we model ourselves after the city of West Hollywood, which is much of what the work is that the committee had done on that. They had set up a committee of their own people to actually be able to do that and not actually consulted that out. It seems to have mitigated a lot of the troubles. I think West Hollywood has been very successful what they were able to achieve with that. Moving on from there, just a couple other items to mention on this. Recommendation 8 on the ownership definition. Very simply put, I think we should just follow what the state has on that. I understand there are some recommendations made, but I think it'd be better to align what the state's ownership definition is. 1 license per entity on the recommendation number 9, entirely agree on that. Recommendation number 10 on the timeline to complete building the business out. I want to point out, we just went through COVID. No one would have thought that there would have been such an impact to business in there. So at least build in some kind of flexibility. I understand the value behind trying to put in a timeline in place, but let's not make it something that's punitive if it is something they can't control. On the advertising of billboards, it's like I showed you here this tonight. We can go ahead and do that. However, it's difficult for legal businesses to be able to just explain themselves and give a reason why people should shop to them versus the unlicensed market. When we have things like the magazines, such as from Beach Life Festival and all that we aren't going to be monitoring as well, the real question is what's the actual impact of doing such a thing? On the surveillance front, let me say, I think there's value in what the police chief had put in there. Perhaps the compromise there would be that they would have access to the surveillance only when the alarm actually goes off. So there's none of these concerns of privacy going on from there. And lastly, if I can say to Councilmember Narenheim, he had some very good points on there. I think the big concern that I have right now that we haven't really addressed till now is we made it rather confusing as to the license types we're offering. We're licensing two. And now we're saying it's either a storefront or a delivery service. Storefronts are allowed to deliver. And so if we're going to have an application process, you're not really comparing apples to apples. I think we should consolidate and say it's storefronts only that we're offering here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Don Zerlip.
Can I just get clarification? I'm so sorry. Can I just get clarification what you just said? I want to make sure I understood you. You're saying that storefronts can also deliver, therefore it should only just say storefronts because they'll just naturally be able to deliver. That's what you're saying? Okay, thank you, sorry. Needed clarification. Sorry about that.
Good evening, Council. Once again, Don Zerla, District 4. Speaking of the licenses, I am confused. You're saying there's two types of licenses, but you only want to have two licensed locations. Is that one for each type of license, or is that two total locations? I'd like to hear some clarity. I think it's about time that this council, who's dragged their feet on this subject, gets down to dealing with it. You should have started 2 years before you did now, and you wouldn't be faced with somebody trying to put something on a ballot and usurp the city's control in this area. But we do have the advantage of seeing what has occurred here in the city. Firstly, if you don't know when I refer to the church, then you don't know what's going on in your own city. Okay, the church has been operating for more than 2 years. It is in a zone that you would not allow them to be in because you wanted you wanted a buffer between retail and commercial, and saying you can't have driveway access on the same street that you have residential. That's absolutely absurd in this city. Every street has both commercial and residential on it. And what we have seen, if we look at the example, there has been no effect on the residential areas. It's also in one of the areas you don't want to have it, between Ringe and Hawthorne on Artesia Boulevard. And yet I don't hear anybody complaining that kids are walking into those stores, or that, this spurious idea that because it's along a bus route that kids will travel on, that this is something that's going to attract them and is going to defeat the goal of this being for adults. I don't really see it. Lastly, I want to talk about your desire for taxes. If you've looked at what has happened out there in the marketplace, I don't think, firstly, the people that voted on the initiative understood that it was adding 20% tax on top of the 10% retail tax that there already is. So what has happened is that you've got two competing marketplaces. You have the legitimate marketplace and you have the illegal marketplace, where it's 30% less to buy the same product. And if you come back and now you want to add another 5% to it, well, yeah, there's going to be the lazy people who are willing to walk in and pay another 5%. But I just think that that's hurting your capabilities to maximize the retail purchasing. And don't you already participate in that 30% of taxes? Doesn't some of that already come back to the city? Seems greedy to me. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to clarify Mr. Zerlip's question about the licenses? Because I believe there's some confusion. I know you're talking about two separate locations, and then you're talking about, I think it was 9 and 10, I want to say?
Right,
You
so
wanna clarify that?
type 9 is the non-storefront retailer, which does delivery only.
Okay.
And type 10, as Mr. Svecko pointed out, is the storefront retail license, and it says specifically on the website for the Cannabis Control Bureau that storefront retailers can also deliver cannabis goods. So that in type 10, a storefront retailer license inherently does both the storefront and the delivery. And then the type 9 would be a basically, I guess I would call it a closed circuit. You wouldn't have any walk-in traffic. It would solely be almost like a warehouse with delivery.
Okay.
And that's my understanding.
A couple of things. One, I want to address a couple of things Mr. Zerlup said. One is the reason we dragged our feet was because not, as you saw from the poll, not everybody wants this. It's about split down the middle. Some people are very in favor of it, some people are deadly opposed to it. So that's one reason. The second comment I'd like to make is it's not the same product. It's like saying moonshine is the same thing as you buy in an alcohol store. It's not the same. It's, you know, the strains are different, the growth process is different, the licensing is different. So it isn't the same thing. It's taxed. Yes, some people just want it no matter what, but not everybody that voted for Prop 64, including myself, necessarily wants to see dispensary in their town. You know, I'm not going to say whether I'm in favor or opposed to it, but I will say that I've heard people that said, I'd love Prop 64. I just don't want a dispensary in my town. So I think I understand the concerns about that, but I think there's some things here that are very fine comments that are very difficult to, I guess the best way to put it is, it's a very sensitive subject, I guess, especially when we're talking about youth, right? So.
Can you also get clarification on the taxes he was talking about?
Yes, we participate like we do with all sales tax. We receive 1% of all sales, right? The state, LA County receive the balance of what is currently, you know, right around 10% in our community. We receive 1%. So we do receive that, and we would receive that theoretically for many sales that occur in our community. But we don't participate in any of that additional 20% that's been layered on through the proposition. So seems like as a local, as the agency of record dealing with the local impact, we ought to achieve something greater than 1% of that impact as part of the transaction, which is why we're recommending the 5% sales tax. And I will add the communities that have such a tax are finding quite a bit of retail activity occurring in their community. It doesn't seem to be dissuading the common consumer.
Yeah, Mr. Webb, did you
If I can point out, I wouldn't suggest anyone deliver it to the council. It is illegal under the Union Code. So unless you want to see Chief Hoffman.
Unless it's for medicinal.
Correct. It is illegal to deliver cannabis, which will be interesting for this weekend. If there's an ad promoting that activity, we'll be discussing it tomorrow. But just to be clear, it is illegal to deliver cannabis in Redondo Beach. And there was a fairly recent court case that held that even someone from another city that allows it, they have to comply with the local city's ordinance. And so you could drive from a place where it's legal, deliver it here, and it is illegal. So just wanted to clarify that and not have that go be misunderstood.
Okay. One of the things that we might end up talking about, I don't know if the other council members are going to address this, is the cost on law enforcement and what this is, you know, what's going to do to the police department. Because that's going to be a major issue in terms of enforcement, in terms of criminal activity, in terms of, areas around, like the church that Mr. Zerlup mentioned, other things. Some of these places, I don't know if they still do it or not, but we're all cash. That's a risk, right? Because it's still a class 1 drug. And so a lot of the banks aren't involved in it. So I think that's something that we're gonna have to look at. Maybe people wanna ask Chief Hoffman that question. But anyway, does anybody else in the public wanna speak to this? Please come up to the podium.
Thank you, Chair for this meeting.
Temporary chair for the meeting.
Temporary Chair Lowenstein.
Yeah.
Thank you. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. I'd ask the council to please dig into the ownership components. You've got, you don't want to end up with a de facto or a straw man ownership. So we go through the vetting process. The owner comes in and then they sell or resell shares of a corporation or an LLC, bring in additional members, and how the definitions are going to be worked through as far as that's concerned, what those entities are. The proponent of the initiative in an application to the Pasadena City Council in 2018 owned all or part of 50 different licenses at that time in 2018. So you have to be, I'm sure that the city attorney's office dug really into this and into the process itself. I think of the movie Casino with Robert De Niro taking all the different roles within the casino and moving himself around so that he was only running it, but there was a straw man in his place. Also, the process or what processes we're going to use or consider for revocation of a license or for enforcement of violations of licenses, building that into our zoning and police talking about that here for complete transparency, misdemeanor versus civil fines, to the Chair Lowenstein's point, what the cost of enforcement is going to be there, and do we need a budget for that? Is a separate enforcement task force or otherwise within the city if we add dispensaries, retail dispensaries. With regard to the sales tax or the additional tax, the consideration of how much we should add or consider the 5% the staff is suggesting doesn't seem like it would end up creating a shadow ban on awarding retail licenses. But if it was 15 or 20%, or you considered some much higher tax rate, that might be then challenged as what looked like a shadow ban within an approval of cannabis dispensaries. So please consider that. The 5%, I don't think that would be the situation, but I'm not an attorney, and I know that the city attorney's office will look at that and know how we go. State rules, since we're a charter city, the state rules supersede our rules where there's a conflict, or do we as a charter city have permission, for lack of a better way of putting it, within our ordinance that our charter organization, if there is a conflict, would supersede what the state has? We saw that with our voting rights. Those are all questions I had for today. Thank you very much for consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Solomon. One thing I didn't address is Mr. Zetka's concern about HDL. If we just do decide to go to HDL, are you guys going to do due diligence and talk to these cities?
Absolutely. And I will say HDO clearly, and they actually in our conversation with them mentioned, they stubbed their toe on process early on. I mean, they were one of the early consultants participating in this, and this was always going to be a bit of a Wild West kind of regulatory environment for a while. So the fact that they were, supporters or administrators of processes that, led to lawsuits and the like, not surprising, candidly. I think they've learned a lot of lessons along the way, which I think might add some value, but certainly we'll look into the cases that Jonathan brought forward. And if we find greater concern, we wouldn't recommend that contract to you. Absolutely.
Okay, and maybe we even talk to these other consultants. I don't know. It's up to you.
It doesn't hurt. We can always get up a couple of small proposals. I think the key is if you're comfortable with having us bring back a little flexibility, it would expedite our effort here. If we go through a full-scale RFP, it will take some time.
Okay, got it. Anybody else in the public would like to speak?
Good evening, Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I had one question. As we were obviously going through some really good efforts to figure out how to have legitimate businesses or lawful businesses operating in the city, what about the church that has been offering, been open and unlawful? We're not addressing that. That's still open and still operating. What are we going to do to address that, and when? Thank you.
That would, well, go ahead. Anybody else?
Maybe all I would add to that, we won't go into the specific enforcement action, but it is something we have routinely followed up on. There have been various follow-up actions associated with their activity. It's something our police department, our code enforcement folks are acutely aware of, and our residents in that area have made us acutely aware of over time. So there have been a number of complaints. There have been actions taken. I think we'll leave it at that unless there's additional information that Chief Hoffman would like to share.
Okay.
Good evening again, Chair Lowenstein, City Council, Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. I'm concerned about where the community outreach went to. Who did it go to when we only had 173 responses over a 2-week period? If people are so incensed that we haven't addressed this for years, why did we only have 173 people respond? So what are those 173 people or responses representative of? Will there be a different kind of community outreach? And my further concern is whatever you decide on an ordinance, how is that going to be communicated to where more than 173 people know about it? I just don't think that our community outreach has been significant enough on this issue as well as other issues, but I think whatever is decided here has to have a far greater outreach with what the outcome is of what you adopt as an ordinance, so everybody is crystal clear on what the new law regarding cannabis will be. Thank you.
That's a good point. Anybody else in the public that are present would like to speak?
Sure, I have the Zoom.
Okay, City Clerk, could you read either e-comments or allow people on Zoom to speak?
Right. Okay, so for Zoom, Carissa Gallardo.
Hi, Council. This is Carissa Gallardo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm only speaking as a mental health therapist in the community, and I work with a lot of adults and teens with addiction issues, and one of those being cannabis. I'm not so concerned with where we're going to have these. I don't think that actually matters as much if it's, next door or a mile away from the school. I think it is more about enforcement and advertising. How are we enforcing? I mean, they're not supposed to be selling to minors at all. So if that happens, what are we doing for enforcement and prosecution? And then also advertising so that minors aren't being the target audience for what's happening in the city. So I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but if it does, I think the real issue isn't where are we going to put these, but how are we enforcing it, and how are we not marketing to minors. Beach Cities Health District just came out with a survey that they took, and most of these kids get their marijuana from parties, actually from inside their home, from older adults and friends. It's not really the dispensaries that they're going to because they're not supposed to be selling to them. So my whole point is addiction is an issue. I worry about it. I worry about our teens. But if we are having these dispensaries, it's really about enforcement, not the location. So thank you very much.
Next person is Joan Irvine.
Hi, appreciate being able to talk. Appreciate the City Council's time and all the comments. Just to let you know, for transparency, I do cannabis education for seniors. So I am involved in the industry, and I spend time here in Southern California and out in the desert. Also, my background is for 20 years was online child protection technology. So I must tell you, I'm very on top of what's going on with the youth. And there are actually studies out of Colorado that shows that once cannabis was legal, that the use amongst the youth actually declined. So that should not be an issue. Also, you're talking about not having stops. Cannabis is normalized. To say that, oh, gee, there's going to be this ad here. The kids see it on the internet. They see it obviously in magazines. So it is being normalized already. Somebody brought up about the appearance of these dispensaries. Well, the one that I love, which is on El Paseo in Palm Desert, looks like Finley's jewelry store. So you're talking about the people are it's not the old hot shops. We're talking about upscale dispensaries. People are putting a lot of money into it. It is going to look good. Also, the kids cannot be buying from the stores because they have extremely detailed age verification systems. The last comment I would like to make is I really do not feel that we need another consultant. I feel that there has been enough work, the city's done enough work, that it's not that much different in actuality than a lot of other retail stores. So I think the city staff has enough information to be able to come up with ordinances, and the city council by this point in time is on top of things also. But whatever you can be doing to get it going, because the longer, but I must say, the longer it's delayed, the closer we're going to be to having an initiative that's going to take the control out of our city's hands, and we don't want that. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Okay, now we have one comment.
This is submitted by James Crawford. I saw this posted online today and needed to share. Councilmember Laura MD must recuse herself from discussion on the proposed cannabis ordinance tonight and in the future. On 2/1/22, during a city council meeting, it was revealed District 5 Councilmember MD had a clandestine 2-hour phone call with the litigious drug dealer, the same one whose citizen initiative qualified for the ballot with cannabis storefront and operations criteria that no other company can meet except his. 2 weeks later, the same pot store owner announced on a podcast hosted by Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce VP, he is paying for a recall effort against a council member whom MD hates. It appears to many MD has a personal vendetta and wants to claw back a 3-seat majority on the council for her do-nothing special interest agenda. After 7 years in office, MD's only accomplishments have been creating the basis for numerous lawsuits against the city and costing Redondo Beach residents, by most estimates, nearly $20 million. Now, last Friday, MD doubled down and sent out a newsletter email that appears to show her support for the recall, while at the same time denying any involvement. Speculation across the city suggests this action is a smoking gun, and possibly a quid pro quo, linking MD to the recall after her 2-hour phone call with the litigious self-described toxic pot peddler trying to get a cannabis monopoly in the South Bay. We don't know if they made a deal or not, but who knows with MD. The deal could be as simple as allowing them to place their cannabis stores around the city to financial support in the future if she runs for mayor. At this time, we just don't know, and we shouldn't take any chances, but it makes no sense for MD to have initiated contact with this guy when he had no pending discussions or business with the city, and his rude and crude behavior during a council presentation given last October. Councilmember Laura MD needs to recuse herself from all discussions on any cannabis ordinance. This will protect the city from being further compromised or creating even more of her famous lawsuits. Concludes comments.
Oh, there's one more.
Thank you. Let me refresh. If my mouse would work. There we go. The second comment is submitted by Matthew Hensley. Good evening. My name is Matthew Hensley, and I'm a resident of District 3. I am speaking as a resident tonight, and I wanted to provide my feedback on the proposed ordinance. I tried as a member of the Planning Commission to bring up this recommendation, but I didn't get traction, so I want to share it directly to council. I agree with the maximum 2 retail dispensaries in the city. As proposed is maximum 1 per district, but I think that there should be a maximum of 1 retail per zip code instead. Using the 1 per district still permits, for example, the possibility to have 1 on the north side of Torrance Boulevard in District 2 and another on the south side of Torrance Boulevard in District 1. I don't think concentrating the 2 locations to 1 area of city is in the best interest of the city. Another example, I don't think having 2 dispensaries with 1 along Artesia in District 4 and another on Aviation in District 3 is meeting the vision of the ACAP. The Planning Commission recommended not having 2 on the same street, but that is half measure that doesn't cover all situations in my opinion. Second point, I oppose allowing it in the Galleria Regional Commercial proposal. Galleria Regional Commercial proposal. If you read the current general plan, regional commercial zoning is for regional serving commercial businesses, and I don't think cannabis is that business. If you do move forward with the regional commercial zoning, revise the general plan definition so that future planning commissions don't vote down a future proposal as not meeting the general plan in the regional commercial zoning. Thank you for your time and good luck with this complex subject. Concludes public comment.
Thank you. Ms. Gallardo actually raised a really good point, and that is a lot of times teens get it from people that are 21 and older. How do we deal with that? How do we deal with it in other cities? And how do we deal with that from a law enforcement and a ordinance perspective?
Well, maybe Joe could come on up and talk a little bit. We dealt with something fairly similar when we were addressing enforcement and permit actions, I believe with flavored vaping and some of the tobacco products. You know, I believe our restrictions for eventual retailers of this nature are even going to be more restrictive on who can enter and that sort of notion. But yeah, as it pertains to somebody giving it to somebody else or getting it from a parent or something else, I think that might be a little more of a challenge. I don't know, Joe, if you want to comment.
Good evening, Council. Joe Hoffman with the Police Department. The furnishing with the juveniles is definitely a challenging issue. In fact, enforcement of any marijuana laws in the state of California is a challenging issue. So if we do encounter a minor that is in possession, there is some enforcement action that we can take and likely seize any sort of material that they may be in possession of, but prosecution or any sort of legitimate consequences that are going to deter future activity are unlikely.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I have other information too, if you're curious about some of the other enforcement action. I've personally worked on some of the illegal dispensaries in the city through my time in various assignments. So I do have some information that I can share.
Do you want to comment at all in terms of how this is going to affect enforcement?
Well, anytime a new ordinance is created that has an opportunity for enforcement, it's going to be a draw on the resources of the police department. And we're going to have to now rededicate and reprioritize what we're going to enforce. Fortunately, based on your authorization of the overhire of the sergeant, we created the new quality of life unit, which actually started last Saturday. And this would be a perfect opportunity for a combination of police officers and code enforcement officers to take appropriate action. Historically, with the dispensaries in the city and the ones that I've worked on personally, they were all illegal. They were all illegal dispensaries. But that brought a different range of issues, right? Because the majority of the complaints that led us to investigate the illegal dispensaries were traffic, parking issues, increased pedestrian traffic, littering, people sitting in a parked car legally smoking marijuana, things like that. And then it drew us to, okay, how is this a violation of municipal code, the permit? What action can we take? And then we would do a series of investigative efforts using our undercover officers and such to eventually cause the dispensary to close their doors. But so there's that whole side of it. But then the other side of it is they are largely cash businesses and they're a target for crime. And we've had incidents in the city. A couple that where I was personally involved was it was in the 2700 block of Artesia Boulevard. It was an illegal dispensary, so they weren't following any city protocols, but we were conducting the investigation based on complaints. They had like a sally port where you had to get buzzed into one door, and I guess they vetted your ID, and then you got buzzed into the area where the product was. And unfortunately, it was one of our sergeants and a representative from the fire department because of the way that we were approaching the allegations. And when they went in, the door from the street closed, and they actually trapped the officer and the fire department official inside that sally port. They were able to visually see where it was one of those magnetic doors, so they couldn't actually get it open. They were able to disable it by tearing the wires out of the wall, and then we ended up seizing the location, writing a search warrant for false imprisonment, and all kinds of other things. But, and again, that was an illegal establishment. One other incident, just to show the target for crime, and also, I know there's been some talk about the surveillance and our ability to monitor video. I recalled an incident back in January of 2020, and I researched it a little bit today. So on January 2nd of 2020, there was an armed robbery of a dispensary on Aviation Boulevard. We didn't hear about it. We didn't get a call that night. Nobody called the police. Police didn't know anything about it. The next day, on January 3rd, we got notified about this robbery. So we started looking into it, and it turns out that multiple suspects armed with firearms entered the location and encountered a security guard who was also armed. The security guard handed over his firearm to the suspects and left the location. And then the suspects stole money and products from the location and left. We had no idea. And we conducted an investigation. We made some arrests. But the fact of the matter is that had we had the opportunity to properly vet out that security guard, the location, or had surveillance through, we have a system, the FUSA system, where we're able to monitor security cameras from various businesses. Maybe it could have prevented that crime, led to a more efficient arrest or a more timely arrest. it's a concern. It's definitely a concern. And when I remember that, I looked it up today. I've got the call right here and specifically about the security guard. The security guard indicated he'd worked there for 2 days and was like, I don't want any part of this. And I don't read here, it says the security guard's weapon was taken as well. It's very, very interesting. So, those are the concerns. So there's two sides to it, right? I mean, I've presented at most of your council meetings and I've talked about the increase in Part 1 crimes. I mean, the crime decrease from 2016 to 2019 has all been wiped out in 2021 and into parts of 2022. A big part of what we're seeing, which is one of the slides that I've had in these presentations, is the firearms incidents. And it's not firearms incidents where we're having shooting victims, but it's where we're recovering firearms. A big part of that is these ghost guns that are out there. And I know there's legislation out there where hopefully that's going to start to decline a little bit, but it's a significant concern because the amount of firearms that we're recovering just on traffic stops and routine law enforcement contacts is alarming. And one of the things that is concerning nationwide, really, but especially in Los Angeles County, is because individuals that don't understand the consequences of brandishing or using a firearm, have them in their possession, they get involved in one of these situations, and all of a sudden, now it becomes a Part 1 crime, a violent incident, or something like that. So there's two sides to it. Obviously, we're a full-service police department, and we're going to support any policy decision that the council makes. We have a unit that's now in place that can prioritize the handling sort of municipal code or code enforcement violations. My hope is that any sort of legally permitted and licensed establishment operating in the city of Redondo Beach is going to be more inclined to follow all the regulations that are in place, and hopefully we won't have some of those issues that we've had with the illegal dispensaries. And then hopefully they'd have better security and security systems, but there still is that concern, based on my law enforcement experience, of the target for the crime. We will deal with that accordingly, but any precautions that we can put into place that would help us prevent that or be able to take immediate enforcement action if the crime would occur would be beneficial, and I think would keep the residents of the community safe.
But I think what also perhaps changes the equation slightly for permitted users, right, is there's quite a bit of money to be made as a business operating in the city once they're selected and licensed. That revocation issue that Mr. Solomon brought up is huge. If you ultimately, I mean, if you think about the scenario where there were two city officials trapped attempting to enter the facility, those types of things could not only lead to future arrest, but immediate revocation of their permit. So there's a lot at stake for ultimate permittees to operate appropriately, right? And with security in mind. So now that's not going to necessarily say that there won't be crop up vendors that try to operate outside of our permit process. We'll still have to address those as they arise. But the security requirements that we put into the permits that flow through our selection process are going to be very critical, as are the penalty and revocation provisions in the event that they don't operate according to our rules. So those are big factors here, and I think something we're going to strongly need to consider. And those aren't all in the ordinance yet. Those are things we're going to need to build out through our selection criteria, which of course will involve our police department and our experts in our quality of life unit.
I just wanted to add one more thing. In the conversation with the Cannabis Steering Committee, these are all things that came up. That's why we put those security measures, those additional security measures in the ordinance. Another thing was talking about that fee and why the recommendation is for that to go to the general fund is that we recognize that some of that may need to be utilized for additional law enforcement or enforcement measures.
Well, what concerns me is the all cash. That really concerns me. I've heard that they now accept debit cards. Is that correct or no?
They have workarounds.
I'm not as attuned on the banking side of things. I know that still continues to be part of the problem, right? Electronic banking is a federally regulated issue, and this is still not legal under federal law. So, until that's corrected at that level, we may continue to deal with cash or other forms of currency, whether it be electronic currency and perhaps there's a way now with cash cards or the like to actually transact. I can't speak to that.
Yeah, I can't speak to, I can speak, I've heard that some of these businesses are able to accept credit cards or debit cards. I can say that pursuant to the FDIC, it is still it's still legal. The only legal way to do it is a cash business or potentially electronic transfer of funds, but I'm not aware of any allowance for that secondary measure.
There's talk of the state of California actually opening their own bank.
Right,
like
yes,
North Dakota does.
there's been a discussion of that since Alma was passed. As far as I know, we're not extremely close to that happening. So those concerns will remain for the foreseeable future.
And I think that even if that does become an option, it's still a high profile target for crime based on the product itself. So
Right.
that's still going to be a concern.
And I was also just going to say, just because they may be capable of accepting debit cards or this California Cannabis Bank comes into play, that doesn't mean that everyone is going to know now that they don't have a ton of cash on hand, right? Just because they're able to do so doesn't mean that they're going to necessarily be a lesser target
Liquor
for
stores
crimes.
accept credit cards, and they've always been a target, I think.
Right.
Because of the hours as well, too, for liquor stores, right?
And these illegal ones that pop up, it's not like we can just go in and shut them down in one day. Usually it's pretty challenging. It takes us multiple attempts, working very closely with the city attorney's office and state agencies. And it takes a while usually, and it's a challenge for us. And we'll go in and we'll shut them down and we'll take everything. And usually within a day or so, they're back up and running. And that we'll go through that vicious cycle 3 or 4 times until we can finally do something and actually board the business up. And finally, they just throw in the towel. Again, these are the illegal ones, but if there's ones that are operating legally in the city, now there's going to be some enforcement action that's necessary, I'm sure at some point. And now if we get an equal number of illegal ones operating in the city, again, that's going to be a significant draw on resources. Of course, we will deal with all of them, but that's going to weigh in now the amount of time that we have to spend on that. So, of course, we'll support any policy decision you make, but at least you understand all of our concerns from a law enforcement standpoint.
And of course, as we go through permanent hours of operation and the like, those are all issues that we would want to contemplate, and guard against. What hours we ultimately allow the vendor to operate is going to be a big factor as to what level of crime and the level of attractive nuisance.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll go back, unless there's other public comment, we'll go back to the council, okay. So Councilmember MD.
Great,
She
thank you.
was before you. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
So thank you. Could you put up the summaries that we're trying to decide on tonight? Back to that. Okay, so while you're doing that, regarding HDL, how long, if we were to decide to go with the HDL tonight, how long will it take for them to actually get some recommendations, licensing, to get the process going?
Realistically, we would come back to you with a contract or contract amendment, depending on the level of scope of services, probably first meeting in June. And then we probably would have, I think, a response from them and an item back to you in 4 to 6 weeks. So July.
So July is when we just start the contract, but how long?
No,
Oh,
June, we would start the contract, first meeting in June. We'd probably have the follow-up ordinance discussion with their critiques of our draft and any suggested changes, if any, to you in July.
And then how long we don't know. In other words, when will we have licenses available?
Well, you've got to introduce and adopt an ordinance first, and then as that process unfolds, and that's the one other advantage to bringing on a firm to assist us, is we immediately flow into building out the selection criterion and the resolution and the other materials we would need as we go through that effort. So that's bringing on HDL or any other vendor for that matter isn't so much to accelerate our ordinance. It might delay our ordinance a couple of weeks, but I do believe it's going to accelerate our ability to go out and actually procure a permittee. Because that's the next step here. And that step's just as laborious as what we've been kicking around now. We've got to come up with our rules, we've got to come up with our selection criteria, and we've got to solicit, advertise, and then vet the prospective permit holders. And that's going to be difficult. We're going to want to create a process that would, effectively black out any form of communication, much like we do when we go through a trash hauling selection. There's disqualification criteria through the process. There's a lot of things that have to be considered there, and having a vendor help prepare that package for us and get that to you so we can move forward quickly is definitely an advantage.
And that's not even addressing the process of the developer agreement, negotiation, and adoption. So,
Post-election.
yeah, that's selection, post-selection, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. So to me, there's a lot of work still to do. Our first step in this is to get an adopted ordinance, get it, approved, and then roll right into the selection effort.
So based on the recommendations to have the city just do it instead of a consultant, do you feel that staff has any kind of bandwidth to be able to do something?
I actually think that's going to delay our ultimate implementation of permittees. We could get the ordinance to you. We could bring this ordinance back with the tweaks you give us today in June for first reading. We could have the ordinance adopted very quickly, but that's just one step in what ultimately is a three-step process. And to answer your question, I think our ability to get through steps 2 and 3 without help is going to take time, much like it did to get this drafted.
Okay, and so allowing the Galleria to host a licensee, I think would be acceptable to me because I believe the Galleria will make sure that location has a high-end presentation of a retail place, just because they're already putting in so much effort into upgrading the Galleria area. And I agree with one of the callers that enforcement's going to be key to the success of any kind of program on this. But I can't imagine any licensee would jeopardize their license by, doing anything that would be untoward. As far as how long it took to get here, I do disagree a little bit on why it took us so long. I'd say there was a blame of competing priorities of staff time. We had a COVID emergency that happened in between that. And, but I do agree that the initiative helped kind of bring it back to the forefront in what it does. And as far as outreach, I had the cannabis survey and the pickleball on 2 consecutive emails, and I received way more responses to pickleball than I did on cannabis. People, like you said, 65% of the Redondo Beach voters voted for 64. They also heard that the people want legalization, but they don't want storefronts in their neighborhoods. But if there's going to be legalization of cannabis, there has to be retail outlets. There just has to be to make it legal. And then it was actually confirmed by the fact that this company was able to get over 6,000 signatures to put the initiative on the ballot. So that goes to show that the Redondo residents in the majority of them do want this to happen. You're still hearing from people who don't want it because 35%, yes, they don't want it, but that is, we're past that point at this point. As far as the 20% of the state taxes, I agree, that seems excessive, but that's something that needs to be addressed at the state level. When we decided on 5%, if I remind all of you, that we chose it based on the different cities and what they were charging. And I think ours was right in line with some of the lower ends on that. And
That's correct, Councilwoman MD.
thank you. And thank you for that verification. And so, I think I think we should definitely try to agree on the ordinances to move this forward tonight and do this as quickly as possible, because I'm hoping that we can get to a point where we won't even have to have an initiative that gets floated in March, if we can get this through right away. So, I mean, and I know hope isn't a strategy, but that's the best we've got right now. And so then we can hope to get that going. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go to Councilmember Horvath, I got a question for you related to Councilmember MD's questions. Let's say we go through this process and pass an ordinance and we go through the permitting process and we have a developer agreement. And what happens if we select 2 candidates and then the initiative comes along and wipes all that out? What do you do to those people that have already been granted? Do they start all over again?
I haven't read the language in the initiative. I don't know if Jillian has.
I've read the language, but I wouldn't be able to answer that question right now.
It's possible that we could end up having all of them. I don't know.
Okay.
So
it's a sensitive question.
It is certainly, and the initiative would ultimately, if not completely replace what we have in adopt at that point, it would certainly amend. And maybe it erodes our cap. Maybe there's multiple licenses. I don't know what happens there. So it would certainly be problematic.
Okay, great. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tem. Tem. So, yeah, I would say, going back to, Don's comment, I just want to reiterate, I don't really, there's a part of me that thinks we dragged our heels, but I really don't think it turns out that way. And to be honest with you, I think the fact that it took a little bit longer than we wanted to ended up helping us because it is such a complicated area. And Jillian will be the first to tell you that she's been drowning in just changes upon changes upon changes at the state level. COVID did delay us clearly with the steering committee. I wish we weren't doing this under, the thumb of an outside force, kind of forcing our hand, if you will. But nevertheless, it's coming one way or the other. And so I would always prefer that we have our own ordinance. I'm glad that we are here and that we've taken the time, even if it's longer than I would have preferred. And I just want to say I'm really thankful to the Planning Commission. I think they did a bang-up job. I think they really spent their time well, and most of the points that they have in here are, in my opinion, just great. So I just want to go back to a few things that were either commented on or, so Chief, the Planning Commission, had this concern about over surveillance. I never really thought of it that way, to be honest with you, when the items came to us, which you were a part of, your team was a part of as part of the steering committee. But do you want to just comment on their concerns? Because, I don't really see a problem with what had been recommended initially, but, they seem to worry about having too much surveillance, like being big brotherish, and that's not how I initially interpreted it.
Yeah, we're actually engaged in a program right now where we're trying to expand our ability to view security footage remotely, because that's one of the biggest pieces that we have in being able to promptly investigate crime. So we have this new technology, that FUSA system, where we're able to partner with local businesses so that we can get access to certain cameras. And we're able to access them remotely and look at live feed or recorded footage. And the nice thing is it allows us to put together timelines because we can look at cameras from various areas in the city. We're just in the infant stages of that. We do have the technology and we have the software in place, but we're just now starting to work with various businesses to let them know, you can give us just a camera to the front door on the exterior of your building. We don't need all the cameras, but anything that we can get is beneficial. But the reason I brought that up is that first example that I gave about the robbery that occurred. So obviously these armed suspects drove through Redondo Beach to get to the 1300 block of Aviation at some point, exited and went into the business all armed with firearms and could have encountered any citizen or resident at any time. And we never even got a call about it. The only reason we found out about it, and I know it was an illegal business, but nobody from the business ever called us. The security guard who had worked there for 2 days that saw them come in and says, I want no part of this, and handed his firearm over, came to the police station the next day and reported it. And that's how we started investigating it. Now, had we had an opportunity, let's say that's a legal business. It's a legal business, and now we get an alarm call or that crime happens and some citizen calls about a vehicle speeding away. Now, as the officers are on the way there, we have the opportunity to get information, access it, and hopefully solve the crime more promptly or identify suspects that are involved. And there's flexibility with retention of data and things like that. The current city system that we have, we retain the data for 30 days. If they participated in that program with the software that we currently have running, it's usually about a week or so, unless there's an incident and we choose to store the information longer because it could be evidence in some sort of a crime. But with the number of cameras that we have, there isn't the staffing available to sit there and monitor businesses on an individual basis around the clock. This would be used in an investigatory capacity. And we can implement policies within the police department as well that could provide some sort of assurances to that effect. It's not intended to be a big brother device. These businesses are going to be permitted and operating legally. I'm looking at it from the standpoint of how can we most efficiently investigate crime and keep the citizens safe.
I don't think it's really any different than when we started the Ring doorbell program here, which residents are buying into, to protect their own homes, right? And then they could also have joined and work with the police department to share those.
They have to choose to send us that
That's right.
video. We can't just decide that we want to go and look at it. But we do have businesses that are participating. We're going to be using some of that technology with the Beach Life Festival this weekend with some of the businesses in the area where it allows us to monitor ingress and egress points so that we can, if an incident does happen, it allows us to identify, take appropriate action and direct resources to something that may be a concern. And the technology is available. And if it's something that we can use to keep everybody safer, then I'm all for it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, is that it?
No, sorry. All right, so I'm just going to say I agree. I think with most of the Planning Commission recommendations here. Just scanning through them real quick. I do agree with Matthew Hensley. I would prefer that, it was a max of 2, but per zip code. But, I'm open for discussion on that. I think this council's been really good to Ms. Gallardo's comments about really taking youth into perspective over the years. I think we only had one mishap, and that was with the no host ordinance where we missed the boat. But otherwise, I think when it comes to smoking and whatnot, we've tried to ensure that the youth are protected from things that they shouldn't necessarily be getting their hands on. So I'm not worried about that. I trust the PD and our system to continue working on that. I think we have communicated plenty, at least that, I know I have, and I know some of you have. You've had community meetings. I've had community meetings. We've done surveys on our own. Let's see. I'm a little bit concerned about the HDL thing. Brandy, would you bring up that HDL, like with the costs graphic, if possible? I don't think we need HDL to review the ordinance. I mean, here's the good thing about the city developing our own ordinance, is that, and I've said this with most of the things that we do here, this council or future councils has the ability to go back and reevaluate any ordinance at any time based on changes in circumstance or whatnot. So I don't know that we need to have somebody from the outside review the ordinance. I think better for us to move forward. We have slow rolled it for a while. So, and I think the Planning Commission really did the job that we had asked them to do. Slightly hesitant, like I think maybe Todd was getting at, about, do we just go with HDL? But I agree with the city manager. I don't want to see us delay the process. I would rather us have something in place and functional that, hope not being a strategy, but that allows us to say in good faith, we are actually doing what we had intended to possibly do all along, and that maybe that initiative will get pulled. If it doesn't, then what we're going to have is a problem of trying to, if we do put a sales tax measure on, we're going to have an issue of communication next March and telling people that we want them to vote no on an initiative that takes away our ability to control this, but we want them to vote yes on a sales tax for it. And that's going to get confusing. So, and the city manager and I had a conversation about this, and there does not seem to be a way to bifurcate putting that a sales tax measure on a November ballot, because that would push up the other initiative as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I would just say remove, my personal opinion would be remove objective 1 from here. And then if we really feel like we need objectives 2 through 7, then so be it.
Do we need objective 2?
Well, let me just comment on that. The one,
it's going to be bad.
well,
like we don't need to pay $18,000 to know what that initiative is going to do. So,
well, it might speak to the actual implication if it were to pass, and it might provide objective, tangible, factual piece that could be distributed that would explain the differences between the city's ordinance and what could prospectively be approved by the voters as a fact piece.
It's true, but how many, to the points that were made by some people, and how many people read it? Like, we struggle to get people to do surveys.
Don't disagree. And we don't have to tackle that particular scope of work now. The only thing I would say that really needs to be contemplated, if we don't do objective one, I'm not so sure the application process development charge of $37.50 remains the same. Because I'm again, haven't spoken to them about this proposal, it just came in today. But my guess is that $7,500 of review of our existing ordinance is what allows them to accelerate and better understand what would come next through process. So that fee may change. We don't have to have objective one. We certainly don't have to have them review the ordinance, but it may ultimately be beneficial to the follow-up process that comes next. So that would be one point. We don't have to discuss objective two as part of the initial scope of work. We could come back with that later. The tax ordinance, if we do want to bring our own tax ordinance, I do think we want to get them moving on that sooner rather than later. So I think
that makes sense.
I think objective three is useful. We have the ability to pass these fees through the permitting process and recover these charges, whatever objectives we ultimately pay for them to provide. So I think we want to have that as part of this analysis, and then we'll have to determine what we think is reasonable from a contingency, technical assistance, and meeting attendance standpoint. So we don't need to discuss those today. But my only point would be we can talk to them. We can focus on objectives 3, 4, 5, and then 6 and 7 as needed. But just note that objective 4 may change in price if we don't do objective 1. That's just a raw speculation on my part.
I also just wanted to piggyback on that. I believe, yes, that the City Council and Planning Commission have done a very thorough review of the ordinance. But if we decide on HDL, their review of the ordinance would then, and their potential proposed changes would then help them institute the further processes down the line, right? If they see an issue with one of the items in terms of, we've seen this be an issue before, or we'd like this procedure to be clear in the ordinance, and then that would be a building block. And I can understand where you guys are coming from for sure, because I have worked on it. The Planning Commission has worked on it.
It's a bit of a belts and suspenders approach.
I do understand it.
There are things, they've experienced. I mean, it was brought up. They've dealt with lawsuits, legal challenges to their selections. Some of those things trace back to criteria in the ordinance, some of it in the selection criteria. There could be things that they identify in the ordinance that might be deficient that may create weakness for us through the selection process. There may be things that they'd like to see us embolden or remove or bring entirely into the selection process to give us some flexibility. They provide some critique here that we may be missing. We've done a very, I think, community-engaged, collaborative process in drafting the ordinance, but there is other things to learn from past experience. So,
and again, these costs are recoverable.
And again, they're recoverable. And $7,500, if it's only going to take us 4 weeks, we're talking potentially $1 million a year out of each of these licenses, these permits. I mean, it may be worth a little extra review just to get this thing right.
Fair enough. All right. And then the only other thing I'll say, the Galleria conversation. I have not been in support of it being at the Galleria, but hearing that the Galleria doesn't necessarily have a problem, I'm on the fence there, so I can go either way. It's not my initial preference, but if I trust that they would do it in an appropriate manner. So that's it.
And I would just add, Councilman, and this was a question I just posed to Stuart today. It's unequivocal. They weren't just okay with it. They asked that they not be excluded potentially as a site. So, just for transparency purposes.
Fair enough.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the council that would like to speak?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Nairn.
Thank you. So just the other day, I got a advertisement through the mail for a company called Grassdoor based in Commerce. Yes, there's a flyer, bat, moth. Bat.
Maybe all of the above.
I've been in tropical areas a little bit much this last winter.
Speak later.
Can speak later. Batman. Yeah, I got an advertisement for a company called Glassdoor, based in Commerce, sent to me. And so I saw somewhere, or was it website or this site, if we don't have instituted type 9 license, let me find the exact wording. Delivery services type 9 which originate from other cities if type 9 is issued in Redondo Beach. So disallowing delivery services. I'd like to disallow delivery services from other cities, and I'll have us issue a single delivery license.
And it sounds like what I think I heard Mr. Webb say, that we currently do disallow delivery.
Right,
We
but
do
like I said.
Yeah, we do currently, pursuant to 10-5.1626 subsection I, as in information, it disallows delivery services except for medicinal delivery vehicles. I don't know if you guys remember that discussion.
Right, I do remember that, and
Okay.
actually that was my follow-up question.
Yes.
Well, statement. Somebody asked me, member of the community asked me regarding if an 18-year-old, 19, 20-year-old kid came up with a medical license, and I actually did some further research on that. If someone 18, 19, 20-year-old kid comes up with a medical license for marijuana, cannabis, they wouldn't be allowed because of the type of retail license where they would be getting it from. They don't have those licenses anymore for retail.
That's my understanding as well. Yeah, that in terms of delivery services, medicinal or not, that the 21 plus is absolutely required for any of the business, at least for the licensed businesses, right? So,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so going back to the delivery then, type 9, I mean, okay, we don't allow it right now, and our city attorney came out and said it would be illegal, but it doesn't stop anyone today currently from getting delivery right now. So it'd be easier for us to enforce something to that effect, correct? Wouldn't, if we were to allow that? Or if we have a type 10 license,
So a type 10 license includes the ability for that business to deliver, right? A type 9 license
is delivery only.
Is delivery only. So yeah, so I'm not sure what your question is. Can you clarify that for me?
If we do a single delivery type 9 license and allow for delivery to other cities that would allow it, A, collecting the tax revenues, B, then easier to forbid other delivery services in the Redondo Beach without having a license here.
So I think with either
Specifically,
I think with either business, we would have a similar positive impact.
Well, it won't affect enforcement of other illegal deliveries. You're still going to have that because their cost is still lower, especially with delivery. So enforcement will still be the same. And we have, in fact, enforced it when it was coinciding with one of the stores that were posing as a church. So.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and I'm fine with HDL. I'd much rather have them look at it as a third set of eyes. If we've taken this much time, a couple more weeks, and if we have a small mistake that ends up being a big deal, I would rather have them catch it and say, hey, you need to look at this. And when it comes to people not wanting it, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people here that have been, it's not, whenever I brought up my community meeting, and I've brought it up in the last 8 months, a year, multiple times, it doesn't garner the response I was expecting. I'm finding it more and more in every city that the residents are in favor of it and the electeds are way more conservative. Which is fine, but there's that imbalance that we need to think about. So I'll make a motion to engage HDL on all the objectives except for objective number 2, which is conduct an impact analysis of the citizen initiative. I don't think we necessarily need that. That's nearly half that cost. And review and for the preparation of a tax ordinance, you have that in there already? Correct. Yep.
That's objective 3.
Yep. Have the tax ordinance ready for the March 2023 objective. And incorporate into the ordinance that we currently have allowance of the CR zone. I think we already have that in there. or no? Yeah?
It was in there,
Okay.
yeah, recommended to be removed, yeah.
And I'd be open to a type 9 delivery only because that's the majority of what's happening right now in this city. If you want to add to that license, I'd be up for that, for type 9 only because it's a totally different use. But it's
Sorry, just to clarify your motion, would that be for an additional, one of
Yeah,
the
let me-
two or an additional
just
license?
additional one. If there's any interest there on the council for an additional type 9 only, delivery only.
So it would be 3 then, or?
It would be 3 total
I would-
licenses, delivery only.
But the type 10 can do delivery, so.
Yeah, but this is on delivery only.
No, I get it,
right?
but.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I'm more with just the 10.
Okay. All right.
I hadn't even considered only doing delivery.
This would be as a third permit.
A third permit.
Hmm.
No, let's stick with 2. You
Okay.
can always add it since it's ours.
later.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just asking. Can I get something you don't ask for?
If I may clarify, they could choose to only do that.
Only be a type 9.
Right.
For how we have it worded in our ordinance.
Right.
So if I understand this correctly, so right now, if we have cap of 2,
Yep.
it could be 10, which would mean you have a storefront and you could deliver. It could be a 9, which means you'd only deliver.
Yeah, I think when we,
It can be a co-located 9 and 10.
if I may clarify, when we were first developing this through the Cannabis Steering Committee, at that time, that type 10 didn't have that capability of also delivering. It was solely
that's
the
why.
storefront. And that's why we made that recommendation. So I think you could just say it's a type 9 or a type 10.
Okay.
Because
got it.
that covers everything.
Right.
It has changed.
But that opens the door potentially to not having a storefront, right? It would be one of the
Right.
2 locations would only be delivery, therefore not provide a retail function.
They could choose that.
Well, that's my point. I mean, but that's an important
But it's also an
distinction.
impact on revenue you get too, right? Because if retail should probably bring in more revenue, if you do retail and delivery versus just delivery.
Yeah, probably the latter gives the most. I don't know what happens if it's just retail versus just delivery. Delivery could be very lucrative too on its own. I don't know. But that's big. That's important though. If you're only gonna have 2 locations, you want them both to have a outward retail function, which I think then limits you really to the type 10, the retail only or retail plus delivery function.
Yeah, but we had, just to be clear, we had allowed type 9, type 10, or the combo, which is technically type 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
So by policy, we've already talked about having a delivery only site potentially.
It's always been a potential.
You know, one of the reasons why people get sued is because it gets too complicated,
Right.
and then they figure out that they can't. They feel it's unfair. If we start doing either or, I think we're going to complicate, and people feel that they didn't get their licenses in a fair way because we're not.
I think that was Jonathan's.
That was,
Yeah.
that we have HDL look at it and clarify.
Let's
Right.
just go with
type 10. Okay, so that'll be my motion then.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Nierenheim and second by Councilmember Horvath. Does anybody have any substitute motions?
Well, real quick, I'm fine. We have 1,000, one per district. If it's on Torrance Boulevard, as long as they're 1,000 feet apart and across the street from each other, it's fine. Right?
That's
mean,
as
It's
currently
written
drafted.
now, right?
Yes,
And
yes.
I'm fine with that because,
And
okay,
that's why we incorporated that 1,000 feet
Yeah.
between them, was recognizing you didn't want both to be on the border right next to each other.
right, but it's
Well, but
1,000 feet.
You could go east-west though. The question, that would allow for 2 within 90277 to Councilman
Yeah,
Horvath's
that's fine.
point. Yeah, unless you wanted to separate by zip code as well.
No, I'm fine. No, I don't need that's too.
Okay,
I mean, this is not.
Are there any-
Could you, are you including all the recommendations from planning in the ordinance, or just our ordinance? I didn't catch that, I'm sorry.
Other recommendations were there in the,
So you can see in the
what page is
administrative
that?
report on beginning on page 5,
The admin report, what, 1, 2, 3. What page is, okay, hold on.
So it's actually pages 5,
There it
6, and the top of 7. And you can see which provisions we changed pursuant to the resolution, and which ones we've left up to the council's discretion for the proposed changes from the planning commission.
Because if you're
the only thing you
including,
changed
I'll let you read through them, but if you're including planning, I just would like to, I don't want to accept 16 and 17 for sure. And so.
Yeah, we can strike 16. I'll accept the recommendations of planning except for 16, 17.
Could you identify those again? Which?
16 is concern with real-time surveillance being invasion of privacy. Return the video surveillance requirement to limited state requirements.
And 17?
And
buffering of residential.
Regarding, yeah.
And then.
Oh, actually, take out number 18.
Yes.
Yeah, because 18 addresses your Torrance question, yeah.
I'll
Take out 22.
And 22.
And take out 22. And take out 23. That's the BCT Transit 102 bus line, because there was a speaker earlier that had made a good point. What is the item number 21? Recommend the council add a similar appearance requirements for 6-2 in the development agreement.
That's related to, it's going to be part of the development agreement. It's basically saying that design, remember I had that in the presentation, we talked about the design, just so that people aren't, concerned about that, the appearance of the property and
also to be clear, provision 6-2.05C11 and 12 also have appearance requirements in the ordinance form, and that's on top of whatever we put into the development agreements with the businesses.
Okay. We're not dealing with the permits with the common ownership and all that right now, right?
Yeah, not.
We're just dealing with the
yet.
zoning right now. We'll make sure
have
we're
to
clear
address-
on that.
Yeah, we'll have to address those issues as part of the selection process.
Yeah, that was part of the
Yeah.
selection.
Exactly, okay. And then going from number 1, attached, been addressed, but, what was number 5? By limiting to 2 licenses, it is duopoly. Okay, you've addressed that. Require a conditional use permit, I don't want to, require a conditional use permit condition that authorizes the CUP. That CUP only while there is an operator has a commercial. I don't want to do a CUP.
No, it's a CUP process. What it's saying is that when a CUP is issued, that there would be a condition in that CUP, in the resolution, that would say that it can only have that use while the operator has a commercial cannabis retailer permit per Title VI.
Linking the two. Yeah, that's something we would do later.
So it wouldn't be that, because remember, I mentioned that the CUP runs with the property. So you wouldn't want like somebody left, they didn't, they don't have their license anymore. And somebody else was like, oh, that has a CUP, I'm going to move in there and start opening a store. And they didn't go through the process.
Perfect. I don't want that. Okay, and with that amendment to that motion, I'll be doing that. Is the seconder okay with that? Perfect.
Okay. Are there any other competing motions? No? Is that clear, Julian?
Yeah, would you like me to read it back so that
Yes.
everybody knows? Okay. A motion to engage HTL for all objectives, excepting number 2, to aim for the March 2023 election for that tax provision, not to accept the removal of the CR zone pursuant to the Planning Commission's recommendation, and that is to strike number 22. To only allow the 2 type 10 licenses, and to accept all of the recommendations from the Planning Commission that have not already been accepted, striking number 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, and 23.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Right. There's a motion on the floor. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And I myself. Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone go wake up the mayor pro tem.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Thank you.
We'll wait a
wow,
second.
work.
till
Thank you,
There
guys.
he is.
Wait. Are you charging your car?
I was revising my letter to the supervisors on the green line.
Way back.
Or our letter. Yeah.
He's not.
Going to close it and restart?
No, I just clicked on F3 and I think I made you back to Mayor Pro Tem. I want to see at the bottom of your screen where it says speakers.
Says request to speak. Withdraw request. Maybe close out and open it back up. They never said it.
It just shows as a regular council page.
It doesn't show request speakers. I'll look into that.
Did you have it? Did
I saw it under his. He had the. I looked at it. I was like, oh, that's how it works.
Oh.
Did you log in?
Yeah. Maybe now I'll have it because I don't have anything. M3. Oh, somebody raise your hand?
Request to speak. Okay. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong thing.
View speakers and it should have a one button at the bottom of your screen.
Hey, you want to come up here and check it out? There's nothing on the bottom of my screen. It's not even the request to speak box now, actually.
Checked on the item. So at the bottom of your screen, no, it's not showing up.
Yeah, this is what you're looking for,
right.
these speakers.
I've seen
It's
that on
not there.
the mayor's screen.
Okay. I am wondering if it's tied to that one because it appears that Mr. Wallenstein's did show.
Did work, yeah. So it's got to be this
Thank
computer.
you. Sorry for the interruption.
All right. We have a quorum. Moving on to item N3, discussion and possible action regarding the formation of business improvement districts.
Thank you. Yeah, good evening, council members. For the record, my name is Greg Kapovich, the Waterfront Economic Development Director for the City of Redondo Beach. And tonight, our discussion topic is business improvement districts. As part of the Redondo Beach strategic plan, the City Council directed staff to go over the details and potential next steps regarding creating one of these business improvement districts. But first, let's go over what a BID is, Business Improvement District. So it's really a partnership between a group of private businesses or landowners and a government entity such as Redondo Beach. It's used as a revitalization tool. So it's essentially businesses voluntarily opting in to create a special tax that is used to help the area in which they are located in. Funding can be used for storefront improvements, to create placemaking elements such as banners, signs, benches, light poles, shared parking, and anything for marketing purposes. So the private sector likes the idea of a bid because it enables a group of businesses to pool their resources together and to share the costs for services that they may not have been able to afford on their own. Where individual business owners may take care of their individual storefronts that directly sit adjacent to their business, a bid can help maintain those shared spaces and create a sense of branding for the area. For cities, bids offer a chance for the private sector to help reinvigorate an aging commercial corridor. It can reinvigorate civic pride, decrease vacancy rates, increase tax revenue, and depending on how the group wants to use funding, it can actually help offset some of those general maintenance costs that we're already spending. So in Redondo Beach, we do have a history of supporting bids. There's businesses within the Riviera Village who participate in such a program. It was formed in 2003. Levies an assessment to about 250 businesses or so that voluntarily opted into the program. And they utilize the funding for beautification and marketing purposes. They put up holiday banners on the street poles. They support art and signage, really to help create that sense of place and identity for Riviera Village. In addition, and this is probably more recently, we've got 15 hotels within Redondo Beach that also organized themselves and opted into a bid. It was formed in 2019. It officially assessed an additional 1% TOT tax which was then went directly into their marketing efforts to try to attract more tourists into Redondo Beach and therefore improve hotel business. So Riviera Village bid is located in South Redondo Beach, and that's successfully operated since 2003. The hotel group is spread out amongst town. But as of right now, North Redondo Beach doesn't have an existing bid program. And the recently adopted ACAP, which is the Artesia Corridor Area Plan, calls out for the formation of a bid as a potential strategy to help reinvigorate the area. So for these two reasons, staff has identified the Artesia Corridor as a good candidate for the bid program. And in addition, the area is already a bit organized. They've got a North Redondo Beach Business Association program, which staff could reach out to gauge their interest level. They currently do a good job of marketing along the corridor, but they simply don't have the funding that a bid program could provide. So while city staff is currently working on text amendments called out by the ACAP to help reduce storefront vacancy rates, a bid program could be a private sector angle that also helps invigorate the area. So establishing a bid program starts with the community itself. They're voluntary only. Staff would first have to reach out to the community to gauge their interest. Luckily, again, the business owners are organized along Artesia. They have that association. If interest is shown, it's up to the business community to submit what we call a management plan for city staff to review. And it identifies proposed boundaries, identified benefits, a petition where at least 50% of the owners opt into the program. So if we gauged a good amount of interest level and we got the community to submit a management plan, that's when staff would return to council so that we could review the management plan. And if amenable, we would utilize a feasibility study to really get into the details to make sure it was worth our while to impose a tax based on the benefits that they're proposing. We'd hate to approve something that just went down the tubes because it didn't benefit. So with that, and understanding that the ACAP has identified Artesia Corridor as a bid along Artesia, staff does recommend that council directs staff to begin that outreach program. And we would return to you shortly with any updates regarding that interest level and potentially with that management plan in the future.
And I might add a little bit of color and background as well. Greg, new to the organization, hasn't experienced some of the trials and tribulations that we have up on Artesia Boulevard. A few of you have. But what Greg and I have talked about is the potential for a bid that doesn't necessarily encompass all of the boulevard, right? Because we've tried that in the past and there hasn't been enough expressed interest among all the businesses along Artesia. It's a very long stretch of property to perhaps generate the 50+1% interest to get this over the finish line. But what we think might be an approach now, given current direction, reinvigoration efforts, Greg, showing some renewed enthusiasm, we might look at targeted blocks of the bid, some of those key nodes that were identified in the ACAP, and start there. And it may not be an Artesia-wide bid, but maybe we can get a couple of key segments along the boulevard that might be interested, depending on both the property owner interest and the activism among the businesses that are in those spaces. So as you all know, one of the challenges along Artesia is that not all of our businesses are actually own the property that they are operating out of. So it's a bit of a two-staged effort. But we think with maybe some targeted application, there might be more potential here than we experienced with the broader boulevard-wide effort of years past. So that's the recommendation here tonight. And the other thing I wanted to mention, and there's been talk about other bids forming in different ways. Perhaps businesses down on the waterfront banding together for marketing purposes. We can talk about that as well. Bid doesn't have to be a single geographic space. It can be a lot of different things. That's what the language in the law allows. There's some supplemental material that's in your blue folder tonight. The League of California Cities has a bit of a memo paper on the formation of bids, some of the background to it. That you may want to look at. It could be accretive for those in the public who have looked into this as well. So, don't we don't mean to imply that Artesia Boulevard is the only place where there might be value to this concept. This just happens to be an area that would be a natural follow-up from our ACAP revitalization efforts, and I think with that kind of renewed energy for targeted areas. So we're open to conversations and discussions on anything associated with bids, but our recommendation tonight would be to cut us loose on a couple of key segments of Artesia Boulevard.
And are you specifying the key segments? Is it the restaurant nodes?
I think so. In some of the areas that the plan calls for perhaps activation, just to see, kind of gauge the interest. And look, at the end of the day, if, let's be honest, if we can get a couple of blocks that just put their hand up and say, we'd go for it.
Yeah, one or two
almost
would do,
irrespective of their location along the boulevard, it would probably be good to start some momentum if we can get it.
I guess I'd be interested to hear from Ms. House, if you don't mind, relative to your outreach on the storefront improvement plan.
Sure.
What you were experiencing. Were you experiencing tenants who were not able to get in touch with their landlords? Didn't feel like the landlords would be receptive? Or what was that? What were the phone calls like? Or interactions in person for that matter? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, it's fine. I was kind of expecting it. That's why I popped back in. There are certainly business owners that are incredibly interested in a program like this. However, there's that hesitancy because why should they invest in something that the property owners are unwilling to invest in? So I don't know if Greg attached this information to the packet, but there are two types of business improvement districts you can do. One is property-based and one is business-based. So we would probably have more luck doing a business-based improvement district.
Okay, got it. All right. Well, I would, I guess, do we have comments with city council members?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Mr. Wodzinski brought it up. The King Harbor Association and the Pier Association, in some ways, are bids, right? In some ways. But what if we converted them or in addition had a bid down at the waterfront so that people can invest into marketing and the other activities?
Sure. Yeah, it's a good question. You alluded to a provision in our current leases down there that force our tenants to participate in one of the two associations. That's been a source of consternation for some of our businesses in the past. Depending on the current era, one association might be more productive and active than the other. So that's created some questions. The businesses could theoretically, with or without that particular lease provision, could enact something like this under the alternative bid approach, not the property-based approach. I think it would have to be under the business-based approach because obviously we're the landlord and or the state of California ultimately. But they could do that as an aside to what we're doing. We could also, as a policy matter, discuss if a bid was formed among all of our tenants down there, whether or not it would make sense for us to relax that provision in the leases as an alternative to give the businesses perhaps some sense of exchanged value for forming their own group, so to speak. Now, whether or not they would be effective in collecting the same level of assessment and utilization of those proceeds in an effective way, I don't know. We would certainly be, in a sense, losing some city influence and control by that alternative format. But it ultimately, much like it did with the tourism district, could be far more beneficial and impactful than the prior arrangement. So it's definitely a policy issue that we could follow up on and something that would also fall under Greg's bailiwick as it pertains to, kind of exploration and feasibility review.
Okay. And in regards to Artesia, I'm all in favor of it. I think it's great. It's high time that we looked at it. I think it's that area could tremendously benefit from it. I mean, some areas, some businesses might be a little more reluctant, like Elizabeth mentioned. Maybe I think about auto repair, for example. Maybe not as excited about it. But I guess, we'll find that out when we do outreach. So that's it for me. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Do we have any public comment?
Comment.
Go ahead, Councilmember Nairhan.
I'm in full favor of just starting it small and going bigger. Can't we also do bids that are specific to just restaurateurs? Just retailers?
Yep.
And just hyper localize it like that?
We can. It's particularly under that business format. You could theoretically also do it if enough of the restaurateurs theoretically owned the property they were in, we could do it under the more traditional format too. But we would probably investigate both options and see what made the most sense.
Yeah, I mean, Sacramento has depending on how you want to count it and where you are, anywhere between 11 and 17 different types of bids, from property to business type of improvement districts. And everyone likes to say, oh, the Riviera Village has it so easy with their bid. And the report, I think a report clearly identified here that it's been a struggle through the years. They've fallen, fallen apart, put back together again, this, that. Yes, they're doing well right now, but that's because there's been so much, well, not just leadership, but it's not just restaurateurs. It's not just retailers. It's different types of businesses involved in that. And what they've concentrated on are doing improvements that affect everyone, like the lights, the plants that are hanging there. And it's not much for them to put in a few bucks, and everyone gets a big plus out of it. And they also run the Summerfest down in the Riviera Village. Well, I should say they lend their name to it and they endorse it and they get big bucks from that. And they're the reason why the Riviera parklets, garden parklets down the harbor, not harbor, in Riviera Village have done so well. So I totally support it. And to your point earlier regarding other areas in the city, if we have somewhere on PCH, a couple locations, and we want to start expanding it, I'm totally in favor of that, because it takes, what people also don't realize is it takes work off of the city government. Instead of city government doing the lights and plants and maintenance and running events, these bids can take that responsibility and move that forward. And the last thing we need is put more responsibility in government. So we put a lot of money into Artesia Boulevard, and I want to see some leadership from them now taking that, and as well as other parts of the city as well. So that's full favor of that, and I would make a public comment and make a motion and move on.
Sounds good. Do we have any public comment? We have former council member Zerlip. Oh, it's Mr. Solomon. All right, got it.
Yeah, there should be two. There should be one for Solomon and one for.
You go ahead. Yes, I have those.
Who do you want first?
Okay, I didn't realize that they wrote it on there. So technically, Mr. Solomon should go first.
Please go ahead.
All right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I sat in your seats in 2003 when the Riviera bid was established. I believe that there's a lack of some information in what has been presented to you. If I recall correctly, owners of buildings that had tenants were part of the business bid, and they had to pay the $100 plus $29 per location within their building that they were renting out. So it's not just the businesses, it's also those that owned the building within which, and run a business within which the businesses are being operated. Since that time, I will tell you, I'm very much in favor of a bid. I've been on the board of the NRBBA for 15 years, and I have advocated for it, and you'll notice that nothing has happened. And there's a lot of reasons, and you guys don't see what's under the surface. Firstly, we've done our due diligence. We looked at what it would take if we look at the same assessment that Riviera has, and we do it all the way down Artesia Boulevard, not including the Galleria, and down the Aviation Boulevard that's part of Redondo Beach. You get enough money that it comes up almost to the level of the Riviera bid. That's $80,000. These little nodes you're talking about, you're not going to get any money out of it. You're going to get $5,000, $10,000. What do you think you can do with that? That aside, the law in this state has evolved over years. It was originally 1943, revised in 1965, revised in 1989, revised once again, most finally, in 1994. Set up there
You can't do it. You cannot establish a bid. The people that want the bid must come to you and request it. Additionally, and this has been what's the problem that we've had along Artesia Boulevard, most of the members of the NRBBA have businesses in North Redondo, but not brick and mortar along Artesia Boulevard. Now, as opposed to the past, in the past, the law said you can establish a committee to run the bid. That's no longer the fact. An owners association must run the bid. And that means that the people that come forward to you must be owners of businesses or properties within the bid area. I've never publicly advocated for the bid because I don't have a business on the boulevard. And I think it's not right for somebody who's not going to have to pay the assessment to be out there advocating to create the assessment district. But you're going to have a great, we don't see the retail businesses along that boulevard coming forward to want to do these kinds of improvements. I wish you good luck finding anybody that isn't you that is willing to get up and administer and run this show.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Solomon.
Good evening, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. I would strongly encourage you to engage this on parallel tracks. I've been down the pier and the harbor a lot. You have the King Harbor Association, the Pier Association. There's already a lot of money there. We're already collecting dues. There's an infrastructure already in place to take this to the next level, to go ahead in the next generation of what's going to be our economic development in the harbor with the Pier Association and with the King Harbor Association. There's a lot of enthusiasm amongst the business owners to do something up and down in the harbor. You go down there, you knock on their doors, they're asking you about it. They're talking to you about it. Jeff Jones, who is here tonight, Chris Bredesen, who's doing the KHA, people who are there at the Slip Bar, at the Baja Chef, at the Barley,
Project Barley.
Barley. They're interested in doing something like this. They want to get together and do it. There's an energy, there's enthusiasm, there's money there. We already have a process in place. So please take a parallel track. With regard to Artesia Boulevard, I'm all in favor of it. I think the ECAP did a great idea. I think the bid's a great idea. What I don't think is a great idea is to ask an organization that has so far failed to achieve its objectives in a lot of ways to participate in this, absent bringing us a proposal that shows us what they're going to do to achieve this. And I look at a case study of the Spring Fest, where in 2020 we city defunded the special events, the keynote events. In 2021, it was not funded again. Spring Fest recently got canceled. They needed $29,000. Where was the outreach for affinity relationships to businesses on the boulevard, up and down Artesia, for everybody to say, or to come to the council and make a proposal to the council and ask for a budget modification? Mr. Zerlich makes a good point. They've done a lot of research. Bring back that research that's already in place, that the association has, and propose this as an idea of how we're going to approach the businesses on the boulevard and have them as a point. To do that, that's great. But as Councilmember MD referred to earlier, hope is not a plan. So if we're going to use an organization, a local organization with relationships, that's great. Please present to us, the city, your proposal for how you will work with us to conduct this investigation. That way the data, you know what you're going to get as far as data is concerned. You can modify what you might like as data, and then we can work together with them. But just to say here, without some sort of proposal or idea of what that contains, I think is poor planning on our part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Solomon. All right, any other speakers?
No, we have no other speakers.
All right, no e-comments? All right, thank you. Just to address former Councilmember Zerlip. I believe the reason they want to start with the activity nodes is because since you need the vote and the buy-in of the businesses, it's better to start small rather than only have, try to do the whole boulevard and only get a small percentage and then it won't pass. So I fully agree with your tactic. I also, like you said, the NRBBA, the chamber maybe has advocated for a bid on Artesia Boulevard for a long time, but it hasn't happened. And only recently in the last year with a new city manager, him hiring new staff, the new staff member delivering this presentation, pointing us to the law that allows us both to do it based on business owners and based on property owners, that we're going to be able to make progress. So thank you for the presentation, Director Greg, and I'll make a motion and I'll welcome amendments as to King Harbor and the like, but to direct staff to move forward with the business area improvement law, bid viability analysis and advancement if you do deem that it is viable on any part of Artesia Boulevard.
I second.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment, and that
Sure.
would be to include, as Mr. Solomon mentioned, a parallel track, reach out to the King Harbor Association and the Pier Association to maybe see their interest in working with us.
Yeah, we can do both. And just out of fairness, there's a lot of work to do here. There's no promises. Greg's going to take a swing at it. Elizabeth has a lot of experience with the various businesses and landlords, and we may determine that we actually have to proceed with the business-only assessment, which then follows a different area of the law and ultimately would be collected through our annual business license taxes for those particular participatory businesses versus a parcel assessment like we do down in the village. So there is no guarantee here. Every struggle that's been raised and mentioned here in the past is real. The North Redondo Beach Business Association has tried to rally interest in this, and they have not been successful. I don't think it's for a lack of effort or enthusiasm. It's just the reality of the business arrangements up there. Hopefully, there's been evolution in that, and if we target it, we might have a little more success. So that's our approach here, and we will work the businesses in the waterfront as well, but you're going to have to give us some time. It is going to take a little while for us to conduct this outreach and come
I
back.
recognize that. So I'll adopt that amendment. Secondary, you adopt that amendment?
Yes.
All right, seconder adopts it. And look, if you find out that Artesia Boulevard, there's still no momentum there, then it's going to have to take the parking changes, get some new businesses in there, and then we'll get, potentially subscription. But, and we realize you guys are already spread thin, so maybe 6 months, 8 months down the line, get some sort of feedback as to what the progress has been, that would be helpful.
Yeah, and obviously right now we're focusing on the parking analysis and the ACAP implementation. It does allow us through that conversation, community engagement to have these other questions answered when we talk to businesses down there. So we'll work all of it and move it forward. It's just another hopefully.
Yeah, and for the public that's watching, in case you all missed it, 2 weeks ago or so, the city managers led Greg Popovich led the analysis of the parking regulations on Artesia Boulevard to figure out how and if they should be rolled back so that we can allow more businesses to open up there, since many are rejected at the planning counter since they cannot accommodate our parking standards on those very thin lots, which has been an age-old problem that is just now getting addressed. So, all right, there's a motion, a second. It's clear that the amendment to the motion is to include the King Harbor and Pier Associations into the discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Nope. All right, passes 5-0. Thank you. And moving on to
P1.
Sorry, city manager items.
Well, I was going to have one tonight, but Chief Hoffman stole my thunder and mentioned that we actually initiated our quality of life unit this weekend. There's already been some activity along Artesia Boulevard related to code enforcement, so proud to report that. We'll continue to move forward with that operation. We have additional part-time staff to hire. We've got interviews, I think, in the next 2 weeks. So we are progressing, and you'll see some recommendations in the budget associated with that on a more permanent basis as well. So pleased to note that we're at least up and running. We've got more work to do, but you should see increased presence on Artesia, and you should see increased presence on a code enforcement basis down at the waterfront in our Pierce Hub Station as well.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. All the change, all the activity, all the initiative, all the leadership is really refreshing to see in the city. Next item, mayor and council items. Did I skip anything? No, not yet. You're not up yet, Webb, right?
Not mine.
That's up next.
Joy's going to run it from staff.
Right, that's.
Not yet, though.
All right, so.
So let me start with some really good news. This is a strategic plan item where the council wanted us to give a further response on enhanced response to homelessness. And the good news has nothing to do with that, but the Kings won in overtime to take a 3-2 lead in the series. So they.
Is that agendized?
Public announcement. It's announcement. We're not going to discuss it. So that's very good news. Yes. Certainly, never mind. So we're going to start with a bit of a review, because one of the things that I've learned over the time that we've been discussing an enhanced response is people tune in at different times. And they're not aware of all the steps that you've taken and the city has taken as a whole in addressing the very complex issue of the homeless crisis in LA County and Southern California in general. Recently, it came to my attention within the last couple of months that a Torrance elected official posted on social media what they've been doing about homelessness. Now, Ms. Abikin and I work very closely with them. They're copying many things that we did at our encouragement, because this will work best if each city does what it can to address the issue of homelessness. So they're going to very soon open pallet shelter, and they're going to begin a homeless court. And one of the comments was someone that said, I live in Redondo Beach. I wish they would do something like that.
I saw that. I saw that comment.
So I'm going to start with a bit of a review.
Was that you, Neil, saying that?
Yeah, twice, actually.
But I'm not going to talk except in the video. So if you could play the video from LA County about our homeless court.
Okay, you need to.
Bye.
Share audio.
There we go. See if that works.
What you're looking at today is homeless court. And basically what we've done is partnered with LA County and Public Defender's Office, our city attorney and the police department, and the sheriffs to take the courthouse and take it outside.
We have security to make sure people are safe. We have individuals whose court dates are here coming into court with a judge.
There's so many barriers, so many things stacked against homeless people. This is an example of what we're doing to tear those barriers down.
This is probably one of the only places where you'll hear people in the audience clapping for other defendants as they progress through the system.
It gives me great pleasure as well to dismiss these cases in the interest of justice pursuant to Penal Code 1385. Congratulations.
So you create an environment where people know they're safe. No one goes to jail. We want you here because we want to give you what you need to get your life back on track.
Every court session, we have graduations where people have been on the street for 8 years, addicted to meth, and they've slowly gone through all the steps, become housing ready, permanently housed, and we dismiss all their cases.
After seeing this today, I'm going to reach out to other cities in the County of Los Angeles and urge them to follow this model in their own cities so that we can help more people throughout LA County find a path forward to being housed.
Okay, next slide. So I'll turn it over to the formal name is Housing Initiative Court for Homeless Court. Ms. Abikin?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. The Housing Initiative Court was originally moved outdoors because of the pandemic, but we did not anticipate the success of the barriers being taken down for people experiencing homelessness to obtain
permanent housing. And it's because we're bringing all these services to one location, whereas before they were working in silos from different locations. And as you can see from the slide, we are helping people, they are receiving the services, and this is a population that traditionally does not accept the services, whether it for the reason that it is not a priority to them, or because their mental health or substance abuse addiction prevents them from accepting the services. And our numbers are rising. As you can see from September 2020, when we first started, we were under 20 people scheduled for court. And now this year we're above 30 people. And we have with an average of 81% attendance. And for some months, you can see that there's 100% attendance. And that has a lot to do with the housing navigators, helping them with transportation, whether it's providing Uber or Lyfts, or like Miss Omura, who transports her clients herself to and from court, and also reminding them that they have court. But it also has a lot to do with the fact that this is an environment that people want to come to. The defendants want to come to homeless court to be able to tell the judge, Your Honor, I am 300 plus days sober today. And everyone in the audience, the bailiffs, the deputies, the security, myself included, we're all applauding for them because of the progress they're making for stability towards housing. Sometimes I'm crying, and it gets very emotional. And they come back to the audience, to their seat, and they're all high-fiving and hugging each other. And it's just this wonderful, positive environment that people want to go to. And they're receiving services. We have mental health evaluations and treatment provided, as well as a nurse practitioner who can prescribe and administer medication. We have record clearing services from the LA Public Defenders and LA City Attorney's offices. We have our private partnership with Clear Recovery Center that provides, again. Oh.
Yeah, not so close.
Maybe turn off Lila's mic for a little bit.
Turned off? Hello, okay.
Yeah, it's working.
Thank you. We have our private partnership with Clear Recovery, who provides substance abuse and mental health counseling. We have detox and treatment referrals from CORE and the behavioral health services. We also have employment assistance and training from the Workforce Investment Board, and full wraparound services from Exodus. It's a long list. It continues to grow. We continue to respond to issues as they arise. For example, we are seeking credit repair services to invite to our housing initiative court, because some people are unable to get housing units due to their credit history. We want to invite the DMV to provide mobile services. So as issues come up, we will continue to respond appropriately.
So Redondo Beach has been a leader in this effort, and you should all take pride in that. And this is from a recent article on Cal Matters. And there's a bill that has passed both the Assembly Judiciary Committee and the Assembly Health Committee. It was unanimous in Judiciary. It was 12-1 in the Health Committee. And Assemblyman Mirasucci, it's AB 2220, and he's positioning it as an alternative to the governor's care court, because care court is done against the will of the people that are involved, and this is entirely voluntary, and we're getting success with that. And it's a pilot program that will provide funding, and it will be run by the Judicial Council to each area that wants to set up very similar to our homeless court. Next model. And it's been unanimously supported by the county supervisors. Next model. And thanks to Council Member MD, we've become famous nationally for all of our efforts in addressing homelessness. So this is from a recent episode of, just let it run without the sound. A recent episode of NCIS Los Angeles.
And it's shut down.
How to get there?
Uh-oh.
Okay, so we'll go on without it. Go on to the next slide.
And now it's just gone. I did.
All the screens shut down.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's just because you're on this presentation right now.
That's what I mean. Like the system would probably overloaded. Too much action. Are you sharing from your own computer or from this staff computer?
From,
Can you
Oh, wow.
escape?
no.
Okay, so we'll go on without a video or a PowerPoint. So
You pulled up on yours and.
I can put it on mine.
Could you reenact what was?
I would be playing the part of the unhoused individual.
Clearly.
So in essence, it was a scene that started with an unhoused individual on the beach, and a sheriff came up to move them along. You know the drill. And then the line was, I just got notice that there are two openings in the pallet homes in Redondo. And then he said, I'm already on that list. And but the fact that that would be on a national TV show is kind of amazing. But
Get royalties from that?
What beach?
It was our beach. I was concerned about that. I go, are they saying that they could go from LA to, it's on our beach.
Well, and there's definitely a creative license because we don't have vacancies in our pallet shelter and haven't. And it had a waiting list still of Redondo individuals. Ms. Abikin, do you want to talk about the numbers from the pallet shelter?
Yes, so we just learned today that another person was permanently housed from the pallet shelter. So it went from 25 to 26. All 15 units remain occupied, and we always have a waiting list. We also have our bridge housing in Wilmington. We rent 5 SRO, single room occupancy units, which means that it's shared kitchen, shared laundry room, shared bathrooms. There have been 13 people that went through the SROs, and 6 of those 13 have been permanently housed. They are fully occupied today, and we will have recommendations concerning additional bridge housing later this evening. And with that, I will introduce Ms. Lila Amora, our homeless housing navigator.
She needs no introduction, but that's one of the big improvements is that we hired our own housing navigator, and she'll tell you about her accomplishments. I wish we could have the slide because she doesn't.
I can't remember.
She's too humble. Ms. Abigail, do you want to, can you get the PowerPoint on another computer?
I can try.
Lila, is this your first
Email
time
it
speaking
to
at
the
council?
clerk.
Yeah, email it to me and I put it onto, let's see if I can put it on this computer.
For those that don't know, at her
Well, and
last,
it's saved in the, yeah. So perhaps you can access it. But the whole crux of our enhanced response has been around our housing navigators and specifically Ms. Zamura, because we have sought to remove all the obstacles that she kept running into, her clients kept running into, that would prevent them from getting housing. And every step along the way has been to address those issues, and they're shared among people who are unhoused. Ms. Zamura?
If you email it to me, I can do it on my computer.
Yeah, I have to move it over here. I don't know how to do that yet. I have to move it over here. Hold on a second. I have two computers here, so I have to.
it's a med, so
Not
it's
as
what med?
easy. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Which one is it? Conferencing?
What's the name of your file, Joy? Enhanced?
510 council meeting, enhanced response.
That's the one, first one.
510?
Yeah, very first one.
But for those who don't know, when she was at Harbor Interfaith, Ms. Omura Garcia was proscribed from speaking about her official duties. So this is a big moment right here.
Prescribed?
Proscribed.
Proscribed.
That is correct.
Okay, so here.
So if you can start the slideshow in advance. Oops.
Slide 10, please.
Slide 10. Okay. Thanks. I can't get to. Thanks. There we go.
Okay, and probably the next slide. Okay, and so we talked about that. Go to the next slide. That will say Housing Navigator.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening. First of all, I wanted to thank you for bringing me into the city with you. I have had so much fun since January 3rd. As you can tell, I didn't even realize that how much work has been done since the 3rd, but I really appreciate all the flexibility and just Mike and Joy thinking outside of the box, because I usually stay outside of the box. So we work really well together. There's a lot of different placements. So I'm not sure if you guys have any questions about the differences between all of those. 10 people permanently housed, that's either in tenant-based or project-based permanent supportive housing. 3 people are in line for permanent supportive housing. Joy mentioned the 5 people that we placed in our crisis housing. And then emergency shelter, 7, which is pretty good because finding a shelter bed is almost impossible in LA County. What I did want to highlight was the 5 individuals that were placed in a higher level of care. These individuals are the ones that are disabled. It could be gravely disabled, meaning mentally or physically. I'm sure you guys all know of the one gentleman that was causing all kinds of trouble right on Carnelian in front of the Rite Aid. It was all over social media. I don't know how many emails I received and text messages from this individual, but with the help of Redondo PD, Redondo Beach Fire, we were able to convince the individual to go to a county facility instead of going to Little Company Mary. And there I followed him. I followed the ambulance. stayed with him at the hospital until we could speak to a social worker, and then got him connected to permanent placement for someone in his condition. So really those type of individuals are my heart, the ones that really cannot make that decision on their own. It takes a lot longer. I'll get calls at 11 p.m. from the facility that the individual is trying to leave, and they're not on a hold, so they can leave. And I have the flexibility to be able to drive over to the facility to talk to the individual into staying. So I really thank you guys all for that. Working for, another, a nonprofit, that would never happen. They would never allow me to go there in the evening to talk to this client. But because of that and the weekend work, 5 individuals are permanently placed, and they can stay there for the rest of their life, which is wonderful. They won't end up perishing on our streets. So thank you so much, and I'm available for any questions.
Lila, thank you. You don't need to thank us. We all thank you, and our residents thank you for all your work.
My pleasure.
Next one? Sorry.
So,
Oops, sorry. Okay.
So there's the point in time count in 2019 and 2020, which was fairly high given the recent past. Our 2021 census by CityNet, because the point in time was canceled because of COVID, was lower, but they use very different methodologies. And so we're going to have both this year, both a point in time run by LASA and a census run by CityNet. They were done at different times. It was January and March. And they'll have different numbers because they have different methodologies. CityNet, I think, will have next quarter, and I just read that LASA said they expect to have the point in time by July. So if you can go on to the next one. Part of the direction under...
Microphone is off, sorry.
Part of the direction was to ways that we could increase cooperation with the county. Next slide, Eleanor. And we have had very good cooperation. This is with a recent visit at Homeless Court where Mayor Pro Tem Obaji joined us at my request. And we had members of Supervisor Hahn's office, members of Supervisor Mitchell's office, and they were very effusive in their praise about both Homeless Court and the pallet shelters. We created the Homeless Court, but we did so in cooperation with the sheriff and public defender, and the court, any of whom could have stopped it. And the pallet shelters wouldn't exist but for Supervisor Hahn and the county's support. I expect that to be ongoing. We also have support from Assemblymember Mirasucci, who's not only if the grant program passes, I would expect for the following fiscal year that will be very competitive for a grant program based on what we do now. But the Assembly member has also put in a request for $500,000 to run our Homeless Court and get additional service there. So if that goes through, that will be good. Where we've run short is Measure H funding. They put too many restrictions on how cities could use that. We also have restrictions on Miss Amura can't access certain systems that she needs to be able to get. Would you want to talk about that? You want to talk? Go ahead. You can explain it better than me.
A coordinated entry system is what all of the service providers use. All the permanent supportive housing placements that you see there are done through coordinated entry system. So without access to that, our people will never get matched for permanent supportive housing. So it's really important that somehow we can get access to that.
So we're doing workarounds now, going through like Harbor Interfaith and CityNet. So it's not stopping us now, but it's it's foolish for the county because it doesn't encourage cities to come up with their own version of LILA, because it becomes more difficult to do. Fortunately, the county had just last week approved the 7 unanimous recommendations of their Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness, and I could explain it, but fortunately we have the co-chair of the Blue Ribbon Commission with us, and so I'd ask Councilmember Horvath and co-chair Horvath to talk about how that will make it easier, and they specifically have local innovation funds or funds that are easier for us to access.
Sure. Well, I think we should preface that by saying we've been trying. Measure H was completely well-intended, and we were able to do our best with it. But as Mike mentioned, the strategies were so restrictive, and they were, for a city like us, they were extremely restrictive because we were running most of our programs out of our public safety units, which were not allowed to actually apply for or get Measure H monies. So, the past 4 or 5 years, I've just been chasing funding sources for these programs and asking for flexibility at the county level. And the county did a reevaluation through the Homeless Initiative in the past year where I was pushing for more flexibility in these strategies. And in that same time, the supervisors on a 3-2 vote decided to create this Blue Ribbon Commission and really reevaluate the entire system. But they really wanted us to focus on LASA and governance and transparency. The commission expanded a lot of our conversations. We interviewed hundreds of people, both at city level, service providers, people experiencing homelessness, county department heads, you name it. And the testimony was completely compelling. And for somebody who spent, 5-6 years really working a lot in this space, it's still amazing how much you don't know when you get into it with all these experts, And so over the course of the 6 months, we took in all this testimony and we ultimately came to 7 recommendations that we did vote unanimously on. And I will say the only thing that really wasn't helpful was that the city of LA did not participate in the Blue Ribbon Commission, and they are the other half of the joint power authority for LASA. So we had 2 city council members from Los Angeles show up at the second to last meeting. And I was completely frustrated with their testimony because it was completely tone deaf to everything we had heard over a 6-month period. With that said, hopefully, and as Mike mentioned, the county on a 3-2 vote accepted these 7 recommendations. And I will say, just so we're aware, Supervisor Mitchell, who is now our supervisor, clearly said that had these 7 recommendations been broken out into separate motions, she would have voted for some of them. But other ones she had concerns on, and it mostly was related to budgetary stuff. Supervisor Kuehl could not support them, unfortunately. So I'll just read through what they are, and then some of them, if the county is able to make a dent and do something with these, I think they will have a positive impact here on what we're doing in this city, and also give other cities that are really starting to follow our lead the opportunity to do more, and that's really important. So the first recommendation is to create a county entity and identify a leader that can unify the work product of various agencies and eliminate existing silos to create a more transparent and effective response that fully incorporates mainstream systems. So right now, Measure H has been has been run through the Homeless Initiative, which is not its own department. It's actually a subset of the county CEO's department. And so they just don't function in the same way that the Department of Mental Health or Department of Public Works or any of the major agencies does. And I think it's been a limiting factor. Number two, renew and restart relationships with cities and council of governments by establishing a multi-year local solutions fund available for jurisdictions that will commit to providing in-kind or matching contributions for development of service programs and or housing. This speaks directly to what we're doing here. Every city and or COG that came and spoke to us had the same concerns that I've expressed over the years. We don't have ongoing access to funds. So every year, Mike would put a decision package on, and then it was a matter of us going and talking to the supervisors and their staffs and, chasing for one-time funds. But no city had a source of ongoing funds so that you could really create a multi-year program so that you could hire individuals like Lila or even hire mental health professionals within the city, the things that you really need to make a direct impact immediately. So we are hopeful that as a result of strategy number two, that we won't see necessarily a local return like in the same way we think about it for transportation dollars, but I think the point of this being that we will start to see more monies coming back to cities that are clearly trying to participate and do their share. Strategy three was all about streamlining LAHSA. LAHSA, since Measure H has come on board, has exponentially expanded from what they originally did. They are the continuum of care for the County of Los Angeles. But they became overnight a service organization that was managing multi-millions of dollars. And so their workforce grew, their budget grew, and with that came issues that have trickled down to the service providers that rely on them.
Councilmember Horvath?
Yes, sir.
Could I just ask you to trim the next points a little more just because it's 11 o'clock at night and we're getting a lot of history and I don't think anybody at this juncture, people have phased out a little bit. So if we could just try to, streamline the explanations would be helpful.
Sure. Number 4 was just simplifying LAHSA's COC governance. Number 5, improve LAHSA's operations immediately by embedding an ops team. Number 6, this goes to the point that Mike just made. We really need data and metrics, requiring data between the cities, the county, and LAHSA. We need those to track success, our equity goals, and establish tools for accountability. And what we need is access for individuals like Lila to the HMIS data, to the CES data, things that help them do their job more effectively. And then the 7th one was to establish an executive level action team to drive urgently needed reforms, discuss issues of common interest, and facilitate data development and sharing. I'll leave it at that.
So the good, we've had cooperation. The areas where it's not sufficed are getting better. Ms. Abagin and I are going to meet at 3 tomorrow with several county members on the pallet shelter budgets. And I know Supervisor Mitchell's staff has also said she's considering her discretionary funds for it. So we're going to go through the pallet shelter budget. Our numbers that came out from LAHSA just on a quarterly basis as to number of contacts, number of placements. We had Lila review them. They're way off. So we need to figure out why it is that they're way off. Can you go to the next slide? And so that covers what you said, what you wanted in terms of cooperation with the county. We have 3 main recommendations. You're going to get a decision package as part of the budget. And really, I'm looking more for direction. Do you want us to pursue these 3? You're already going to have a decision package on number 1. We think the city needs to hire a mental health clinician. And we have an agreement, an MOU dated with Department of Mental Health. But, and if I could have Chief Hoffman come talk about it, it's not been sufficient. We don't currently have anyone assigned to us. And their attempts to backfill with other clinicians from other cities is proving woefully inadequate. Chief?
Sure. So we have a agreement, an MOU with Department of Mental Health that we signed in 2016. It got revised in 2019 when we brought El Segundo on board. It's a partnership with various cities. And it's a great program because it gives us a mental health clinician that works with the police officers that's out there. I mean, obviously, the homeless issue is a mental health crisis. I think everybody knows that. This isn't a situation where we're putting a plan together. We're going to try to arrest our way out of the problem. Obviously, Lila is amazing. And then with what she does, coupled with the Department of Mental Health clinicians, it really allows us to be incredibly successful. I think the best way to illustrate this point is we've had challenges. It's industry-wide where there's been challenges with staffing at various levels. And Department of Mental Health has experienced the same thing. It's a county agency, and they haven't been able to hire the staffing in order to properly provide us the clinicians like we have an expectation for. And they're trying to get clinicians here on an overtime basis and get people here 2 or 3 days a week. But the problem is we don't end up with the same clinician. And as I'm sure Lila can speak to, the rapport that we develop with some of our unhoused individuals is some of what allows us to achieve such a high level of success. And with Lila coming over to the city in a full-time capacity as a housing navigator, we've only just continued to excel in that program. And we still do work with the nonprofit. And there's an opportunity, I think, here for us to take our homeless outreach to the next level by if we had our own in-house mental health clinician, when we still remain engaged with the county with the MOU that we have in place. It's not like we're spending a bunch of our general fund money on that or anything like that. And if we could have a mental health clinician that was able to come down when they could support it, then great. We'll have 2 out there. Just like right now, I had an issue last week and Lila came down and I also had the person from the nonprofit come down. And guess what? We resolved the situation. So this is an opportunity where it's only going to benefit us. And I'm speaking from experience about looking at it from the outreach component as opposed to the enforcement component. I think there's an opportunity here to put Redondo Beach on the map even more.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
And I would just add that the MOU with DMH is for the MET team, the mental evaluation team, and they respond to crises and to put someone on a 72-hour hold if necessary, whereas a mental health clinician can offer support and treatment to those who don't rise to the level of a 72-hour hold, or even those that get released from the hold, even hours after being put on the hold, can offer follow-up services. So it's more than just what our MOU asks for.
And the ability to flex the schedule to when the services are needed. For example, and I have great respect for Harbor Interfaith, but Lila had to start her job in San Pedro. And it was tough to be able to flex her time. Whereas now, if we're having a call, let's say near the pier early in the morning, she can make arrangements with a watch commander and they can start their shift at 4:30 in the morning when it's actually needed and will be most productive. And if we had a mental health clinician that we could do it with, that would be helpful. And so that will be, you can tell me not to do it. You can't approve it tonight, but you'll get a decision package. Thank you, Chief. Number 2 is an education campaign. People in Redondo are very generous, but sometimes that generosity encourages continued living on the street. And I appreciate Mr. Craig's comments, which I think are accurate about the pallet shelter and how it's generally received more positively, because every time you start something new, people fear the worst. But the remaining complaints, Lila's gone out and viewed them. They're often not about people at the pallet shelters. They're on people coming on transportation to Panhandle. And they may not even be homeless, and then they're leaving at the end of the day, and that's lumped into the homeless problem. And they come there because people are very generous and they're giving money. We wanted to give an alternative. And we've had, I know the mayor he's not here, but he's received emails and passed them along. And in the email, they would say, yeah, and I've been giving money for 2 weeks, and I know it makes it worse. Well, yeah, it can make it worse if it's supporting bad habits. So you created that Quality of Life Fund with the money that Joy won in that lawsuit. We now have a mechanism in place for LIDA to use that funds. We'd like to develop an education campaign so that if people can donate, if want to donate, they can say, hey, there's this person at this location, and I'd like to, here's $25 or 20, whatever they're going to donate, please try and help that person, and we'll respond. And if they don't want services, then we'll use it for someone else in need. But hopefully the money for people that are just panhandling. And Lila has come across individuals that have far more cash on them than all 6 of us combined. And so, and it's just enabling bad habits. And so we suggest that. We don't know, we don't know how we'll roll it out, but if you're okay with that, we'll do it. And the third thing is, and it should say one more, there should be one other thing on there. It's a part-time resident aide, and the mental health clinician will be full-time. We haven't designed a decision package yet, but it would be a part-time resident aide would make it more possible to secure other housing like the Wilmington location within SPA 8, where single room occupancy, so that somebody's looking after it. Because we do need more additional housing to stabilize people. We can only build the pallet shelters so big. And so that is our recommendation, because if we have the part-time resident aide to kind of manage it at night, then we can, I know Ms. Amura was earlier when you're discussing water, she was researching, okay, what apartments are available that within SPA 8? And so if you're open to that, then we would explore that and explore what the cost would be. But those 3 things together, I think, will most improve what we're doing now. And that's our recommendation. We just need to know, are you okay with us pursuing all 3 or not? And if the one last attempt I'll make, if you could share my computer, I'll either play the video or shut the whole thing down. But we have no more report.
I just have a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
What's the source of the funding for the city employed mental health?
It would be general fund, but because we don't know yet what money would come. So for example, if they pass the pilot program, or if Murasuchi passes the one-time fund. Now the problem is it's one-time fund, but the grant program that could be potentially be ongoing funding, and it's the piece we're missing most right now. And so we just don't know what it will be.
I don't think your computer's set up.
Okay, so don't worry.
The link, I'll do it
Okay.
We also applied to Representative Ted Liu's community funds for a mental health clinician. So that grant funding is pending, and we might receive grant funding for that.
So we're attempting every source. I want to be cognizant of that's ongoing funding. You don't want to hire somebody and bring them in for 1 year, but every year we're doing the same thing, is that we're trying to pursue other funding until they finally get a stable source of funding. And that's the purpose of AB 2220, is to have other communities avail themselves of a program that's working, to see how other models could be, how they could be changed in different areas, and come up with a stable source of funding to provide all that. Problem with being a leader, then you have to take calculated risk. And we collectively decided that is the one piece that we're missing right now. We've improved a lot. We have not only Lila flexibility, but we now have CityNet working on the weekends. Because before, if a call came after 5 o'clock Monday through Friday, it was no one but an officer able to respond. Now we have CityNet even on the weekends, and Lila often works overtime on Saturdays, often in response to a text we may get from one of you because of a problem mentioned by a constituent. But the nice part is we actually have a response now, because before we started this, you remember the people who were showing up were so upset because they stopped calling because there was no effective response. So we still have to improve it, but those would be the areas we'd suggest.
Councilmember Ramsey.
Question on your numbers. The homeless court, it shows that you have 50 people that were placed in interim or permanent housing. And then there's 40 that's labeled under pallet houses. So is that just but you have 3 in pallet, but you said your pallets are full. So that would be 15. So I'm not understanding what 3 pallets mean on the pallet homes. And do the 40 that are in the pallet home slide include the 50 that are through the homeless court?
There is some of them do. You don't have to be in homeless court to be in the pallet shelter. If you're in pallet shelter, but you're not charged with any crimes, you're not going to be in homeless court. I think the 3, and obviously I can't look at it right now, but I think the 3 is referring to how many Ms. Amura has placed in there this year since the start.
Just this year.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you're reading from the slide of what her efforts have been, and we're just not in the middle of May, and she's been busy and effective. And so that was clearly a big success for the council to authorize hiring her. And that's why we're recommending the mental health clinician. And we've been talking about that before Chief Hoffman, who was then Captain Hoffman, reached out to Chief Kaufman and I and said, hey, this is a problem. And that was just confirmation that, okay, this is probably where we need to go with this report.
All right.
Well, I don't think anybody needed justification on hiring.
Mental health professional.
No.
No,
Lila.
listen,
Oh, yeah, that too.
I can't promise that the next employee will have been described as an angel. So that's a high bar to try and.
I'll say I appreciate everything that everybody's doing, y'all are doing, and you, City Attorney Webb, for your leadership and initiative on homelessness, especially because it's something that particularly impacts North Redondo at the transit center. And then as people walk down. I also appreciate what Councilmember Horvath's done at the COG, because his dedication to the service on the COG has gotten him up on the committees into the blue, co-chairing the Blue Ribbon Committee, because he invested so much time in it. And he's done that in Public Works too, I forget what other committees you chair, but I think when he terms out, we're going to be at a loss as to who's going to fill that void, because he's spent a lot of time there, and that's really advanced our city's interests. So thanks for all your service there. I fully support these 3 measures, especially the mental health, getting somebody with mental health expertise on our staff. Actually, about I think November of last year, I sent a link to what the 60 Minutes story on what Austin was doing with its police department to diversify the services they were providing to City Manager Wazanski and then Chief Kaufman, just telling the story. And so I think it's in line with what the most advanced areas are doing in city management as far as responding to the needs that their citizens are presenting. So I fully support that. And it makes sense also from what I hear from mental health professionals as to what's happening with the county mental health department, that they're not able to keep up with the need in the county of Los Angeles, especially given the homeless travesty that we have going on here. So I make a motion to direct the city attorney to move forward with all of those initiatives.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem leads the
Councilmember Narenheim.
public.
I want to be a little careful about going down this path. We have a lot of tug of wars happening. Mr. Wazanski, last summer, Mr. Councilman Member Abaji and I had it was July of last year, about getting BCHD on board to actually start doing things for homelessness, because there is a mental health crisis, and we asked them to come back with an MOU with us. And I know they talked about it briefly in August or September, and one of the things I specifically asked for was mental health, outreach coordinators, because we're shouldering all these costs on our own, and this is a regional issue. So have we heard anything back yet from BCHD and what their plan is over there?
You know, I can follow up, Tom, and get you some additional information.
So we have, and Ms. Amura talked to them, and the most pressing need we have from them, we had a conversation with a number of things we wanted that they weren't able to do, but one of the things that she requested was potential funding to get people into recovery, to be able to dry out. Do you want to detox? Do you want to? And they sent a proposal that I haven't had a chance to fully review, that they would be providing funds for the detox, because it's hard to get someone who's not gone through that process and who is addicted into a place where they can survive. We did approach BC's Health District originally when we didn't have clear recovery and we didn't have DMH, about if they could provide, Chief Kaufman and I talked to them, if they could provide mental health professionals, and they just indicated they didn't have that. And so I'll follow up with him on that conversation. But they are doing something. It's important to be able to have this service, and you have to figure out the budget. But that's the thing we're missing the most. And if any of these funding opportunities come through, then we're going to be able to use that for this, because will make that position part of homeless court, part of the services that you need to be offering. And eventually, as you recall, because my successor doesn't have to, this isn't a city attorney job per se, and so I'm hopeful that in 2 years, we can begin the transition of Ms. Mura and this position, if we hire them, to a different department. In terms of job responsibilities, it would be best if they work in the police department, but in terms of getting funding, it would probably work best if they're in community services. So I'll further explore that issue with Mr. Backley when I talk to him later this week. But it's ultimately, we want to have control over, this person. So
I realize we want to have control, but control comes with a significant cost. And as we can see with our fire department, which is in dire need of help, it's expensive and it takes a lot of management, and we're increasing overhead, which now increases and starts, it's a snowballing effect. And I want to be careful because, again, we've cut fire department services and public works services and other places. And as we start bringing positions back, I want to be really careful what we're bringing back. Greatest value, and this is not to say that's not value or it isn't great value, it is phenomenal value. But, I'm just always someone who looks out on the horizon and says, what kind of storm clouds are out there right now? So.
And you should. But the one thing I would say with that issue in particular, we've already written the decision package. So you're going to get that as part of the budget, because it's, our professional opinion, that's what we're missing. And that would be the best thing. And there could be potential grant funds, but it's a matter of competing priorities. And so I don't want to minimize, be easier to turn off and on the part-time person or the additional single room occupancy, because if we don't have funds, then we can, just shut those down. That will be something you have to wrestle with, but since it's already written, that's probably best taking up during the budget and deciding whether you want to go forward. We recommend it because that's the thing that will do the most good for responding to calls from complaints from residents.
Yeah, I mean, if you wouldn't recommend it, you wouldn't be here, right? So
right,
and defend it, fully defend it.
Yes, that is true. So, it's clear number one, I would say. It's more important than 2 or even 3. That's the one we're certainly ranking the highest, but it's the only one to be fair, it's the only one with ongoing costs. And so you're going to have to weigh those. But I think it would make sense to do it during your budget process since it's already turned in as a decision package.
Okay.
All right. Well, this looks like something we're going to have to be committed to for the long haul. And it seems like, especially as the government, state and federal are giving out grants, that to the extent we come up with innovative ways to deal with the issue, then we're in a better position to get the grants for this stuff. But we're really going to weigh in on this budget time. So
I will say that it's completely different than the experience we had when we initially pitched our enhanced response, which was polite listening and nothing. And then when we started having success, you can see the results is everybody wants to get behind something that's working well. Yeah. And so we're in a much better position than we've been in the past.
Yeah. Do we have public comment?
Hello again, Council, and Mayor Pro Tem. I hadn't really plan on talking at this late in the evening, but a few things first. Lila, you're doing an amazing job. I know my family has contacted you, I think about a dozen times in various situations, and you've come out, you've helped these people, and really, Mike's statement of calling you an angel is an understatement. You've done an awesome job. I'm also really happy that we're continuing the program with our pallet shelters. I think a lot of the problem that we had initially was, I think people are just afraid of the unknown. Once they saw that was there, they suddenly realized, you know what, this isn't that bad. And actually it's working well. And to Mike's point, I've heard the same thing. A lot of people were talking about folks that tended to be in the area were not actually at the pallet shelters. So I think as we're now moving forward, perhaps the few people there that are still afraid, maybe they'll understand that it's a good thing. It's good for the long term for our community. And but one other thing that Councilmember Nair and I mentioned that I thought it would be important to mention. I mean, I was reading an article. I don't know if it's, I can't attest to the veracity of the statements, but I know BCHE is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lobbyists right now. They spent $250,000 according to this one thing I said about lobbying to help move forward their proposed project. The person that's involved in, they hired a consultant to help get it through the planning portion alone, I understand, is getting paid over $150,000 for that. So there's a lot of money available. So I think that if they can contribute or pay into a pool that the city could use, I think it's a good thing. I mean, all the residents in the cities are paying their taxes into this. And, I know other cities haven't really implemented things yet as we have in Redondo, but, Manhattan and Hermosa Beach, I think, should be contributing to this effort as well, because they have people that are probably coming into Redondo. And so I don't think it's a big ask to ask PCHE to step up and help out. We're footing the bill, and, we've got law enforcement and our legal department putting all the effort and time in this. They should be contributing as well to be a good neighbor and good partner. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Anybody else on Zoom or otherwise? All right, so we had a motion by me and a second by Councilmember Horvath. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Nope, passes 4-5-0. All right, next thing is mayoral and council items, referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
Let me look at my list of 30 items here. Oh, wait. No,
May I remind you of the time?
My name's not Councilmember Obagi. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm good, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yeah, one item, and that is a budget response report on the Perry Park Teen Center to update it, whether it's the kitchen area or just in general. It's kind of shabby, and that was like 4 years ago when I was in there last. So I was wondering what it would cost to update it. Not extravagantly, but just update it.
Interior though?
Interior primarily, including the kitchen and just, flooring, stuff like that.
Okay. Yep, we can do that.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein, for talking to me about that. Sure. Councilmember Horvath?
Real quick, for Eleanor, can we start getting blue folder items on the dais now instead of just email since we're back live?
Sure. I mean, I was trying to.
I know you're trying to save paper, but some of us aren't checking email while we're up here, so it's good to have.
Okay.
Could you possibly put them on, onto the desktop, maybe, electronically?
That would work.
Or uploading them into Legislate?
It is uploaded in Legislate. It's usually given to you before, when we give it to you, it's up in Legislate.
Yeah,
There's a PDF on there, right?
Is your question after 3 o'clock, you mean?
Yeah, the after 3 o'clock, like, we're getting the email.
Because we don't create the link to anything that's after 3, right? You're not creating the link to the staff report.
Yeah, it's right after 3.
Yeah, so.
So you want it
So
early?
you're talking about actual received and filed materials that
Yeah,
come
I
in
mean, at
from
home,
comments?
while we were on Zoom, I could just pull it up on my computer, but, here, I don't have a computer. I mean,
Okay, I'll figure out how to, so you should be able to see it on your PC there.
okay.
You should be able to do that.
Well, no, like, for example, if you click on D blue folder items, there's nothing there.
You'd have to go into the item itself. So if you go to the agenda link and you go to the agenda materials,
But it should be under blue folder also. I'll get that.
it should be an attachment to the item,
But
but
it's not.
yeah.
It's on the items, that I know. But I will double check.
Okay. That's all.
See what we can do.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
And nothing for me. I guess I just a question. If one wanted to stand while conducting the council meeting because sitting for so long is not good for anybody, what's the best way? Is it best to stand here? Is it best to stand over there? Any sort of protocol policy?
Seen both ways. I mean, you could stand behind your chair, stand with your hands on your chair, in front of the screen. You can move to the side.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's really what camera angle do you want to be on?
What's your best side? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as the cameras can see me, that was my, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
All right. Nothing else. I think we are, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn till next week.
Second.
All right. We have a second motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, I don't understand.
All it shows.